Alrighty, hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the APAC LCQ for the 2025 SI. My name is the Russian Cthulhu. Joining me here is Black and Blue as well. I'm very excited to see how things are really going to be going. Yeah,
It does seem I assume you guys can hear me, but as Cthulhu mentioned, we are back here this time for the 6th Invitationals APAC LCQ. Great teams to come up on ahead and great games. Cthulhu, I have to ask you first, how you doing, my man? Because it's been a while since we've been back at the desk again.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it has been quite a hot minute since we've been here. Yeah, look, it's been an interesting sort of time, really, watching the whole APAC region develop itself. But overall, yeah, I'm quite excited to see how this specific LCQ will really progress, given that 4 sub-regions end up meshing together. This is a first APAC, APAC LAN since a while now, and this brings a great opportunity for these 4 regions to clash even before the SI really kicks off, and for us to get to see who actually gets to represent APAC as the last sort of team.
Exactly. Only 4 teams here stand to try and make their dreams come true coming into the Invitational. And what a dream be if they were able to make it, because you look at APAC recently in this past year, and we have yet to really see a team break that top 8. Chiefs were close, they made like top 10, but we have yet to really see APAC rise to the heights that we have seen in the past. So whichever team it might be, ones might assume it's going to be the ones who are either invited through their points or have qualified other ways, but through LCQ, you never know. These are the dark horses that might make us come onto the big stage in the Invitational.
Absolutely, and I mean, looking at some of the runs as well, back in the some regions like Japan, or even Oceania itself as well, it was an absolute heated matchup, to be quite honest, really, because we're looking at the performance of somebody like
exactly.
We've seen teams like, pardon me, apologies for that. We did see teams like Chiefs who had like an absolutely flawless run. We did see teams like CAG as well have a flawless run as well in their own respective regions. So going into this, I'm quite excited to see how things will really unwrap themselves. Yeah,
that's the biggest thing here about the this tournament, is that how teams will approach this. We've seen some teams kind of dominate throughout their LCQ, right? You look at teams like Direwolves, who did not drop a single map going through the qualifier for this LCQ. They beat a team like Fury, but we look at the 2 teams instead that we're going to be having on this stream. You look here at both CAG and Chiefs, and this is a banger of a matchup. Start off the day what we got here. I'm curious about what you think about this Chiefs team here, Cthulhu, because they're a team that you see them be maybe one of the more favorites come tournament, but I want to get your read on the situation.
Yeah, look, maybe I'm ever so slightly biased. I'd say that Chiefs definitely have a really good opportunity here. Really good opportunity here with the LCQ. They're one of the few teams that really managed to push themselves and overall APAC representation on the international stage to a new level as well. And they were able to take on some of the bigger international teams like FaZe, like even some of the North America's finest as well. So going into this one, I would argue that they have the most successful experience in the international scene, but it's still going to be very much of a tough battle, because I mean, CAG as well is a pretty top heavy team as well, coming out from Japan. We have on the other side that is going to be on the mainstream as well, the Furex versus Direwolves as well. I arguably even more difficult of a battle really there, and so I'm quite excited to see how this will really perform, because on the side of Chiefs, it's a rebrand, so it's very much of a departure from what Chiefs used to be back in the day. We got Oda basically leading that, I guess almost call it a revenge arc, really, against what was the previous team of his, was Gaming Gladiators. Created his own team, put together from absolute phenomenal performers like Jigsaw, who came back from being the EU or the export to EU. We got Tex, the grizzled veteran, Cairo, Quiz as well. Absolutely, pushing the absolute phenomenal results on their end. So it is a pretty well made team, but a very confidence specific team as well whilst at it. So if their mental is there, they can actually really push it through.
Yeah, well, I believe we were looking at CAG just now, and CAG Osaka is a pretty interesting team because they have actually qualified through the LCQ to make it into every single major this year, right? They may have never gotten there the easy way, but ultimately it's about their destination. The journey is part of the ride. You look at where CAG has gone through, they beat Kinotrope twice to qualify into major tournaments in this past year. We also have seen this specific matchup, by the way, CAG Osaka versus the Chiefs here, just very recently in the previous major. This is a rematch of the match we saw 2-3 months ago at Montreal, where obviously Chiefs were the better team in that regard. They won 2-1, but we did see some good hopes for CAG Osaka. And here we are looking at the team exactly right now. You got Shurip, you got Sarah Neko, you got Chibisu, Black Ray, and Ani Toon. And what I have been noticing about this team is that they really do rely on some of the playmaking on the defensive rounds to come from Chibisu. When he's on that roam game, he does bring a lot to the table here, but not just on that side, on the attacking side as well. They put him in very difficult spots, and he's more often than not able to come out on top. And that's part of the reason why this team has steamrolled throughout their qualifier in the Japan circuit to make it to the LCQ here. Look at Shurip as well, who's been huge, absolutely monumental in getting them entries and opening picks throughout their run during the entirety of the year. And without a player like him, without a player like Shurip, and Surineko, who I remember even back in the day was one of the more standout players from that Sengoku team, without these new additions to this squad throughout this earlier part of the year, I don't think that you would see them performing this well. CAG has been a long time name in the Japan scene, but this is looking like arguably one of the better renditions of this roster that I believe we've seen in a while.
Absolutely. Yeah, look, I'm very much with you there. The CAG is certainly looking very, very scary. On top of that as well, Anaton from the almost the OG days, really, of the Japan Pro League as well, has been an absolutely phenomenal player for that team. But looking back as well at Chiefs now, I've yapped away for quite a while, but yeah, there they are as well. The team that actually had a pretty phenomenal run, honestly, and the very first sort of kickoff and the big sort of, I guess, mic drop from them back during their qualifiers within ANZ is the fact that they just outright 2-0'd Gaming Gladiators. Now, mind you, their first matchup on Lair was an OT win. After that, a 7-2, which is an absolute devastation, really, there. After that, 5-sharp 2-7-5s. You look again, the next time Chiefs really played is in the grand finals of the ANZ LCQ, and that is again against 5-sharp, who managed to really push through the final hurdle of the loser bracket, and even then it was a 7-5, 7-3. And for Chiefs, they actually managed to flex quite a robust map pool as well. I mean, we've seen some of the more what now feels like a very almost a run-of-the-mill sort of maps, like now Consulate, like Cafe Dostoevsky, but they all are not afraid to dip into the lair.
Well, that remains to be seen here. What map it seems like Bank will be the opener, and this is interesting to let's not forget that during the Montreal Major, this is the map that CAG took against G2. They won that one pretty handily, 7-3. So there is some recency here to be considered for CAG Osaka. You look at Chiefs instead, and I mean, the opening ban from them, it's going to be Ying.
Yeah, Ying has seen a fair bit of the actual ban time. Funnily enough, it's been sort of varying. It's either you'll see operators like Ying still being banned out, or it's a heavier lean towards like the shield operators, just given how still powerful they can be. But in this case, I mean, Ying and Dokkaebi being out of the equation does make sense. I mean, Ying has a phenomenal ability, especially within Bank's confined spaces, to clear out a almost the whole room really with her Candela. So her push ability is absolutely out of this world, and then Dokubi's ability to hunt down and roam clear is nearly unmatched, really. So understandable with her out of the equation. Cade as well to be banned out. Well, that's almost a no-brainer for the downstairs hold. He is basically quintessential, and then Valkyrie to boot. Well, for Bank with the amount of places you can hide those cameras as well, it's understandable that you would want to get rid of them.
Well, it's because with the Valk, you have that Valk online, like 2 cameras will practically give you half of the map information to yourself. So why not take it off the board, right? Especially in a map here like Bank. What I am interested here is that CAG, this was actually their first ban when they matched up against Chiefs in the Montreal Major. The fact that they let this one through, they prepared for this, especially against Chiefs, that they have something planned up, because once again, this was their opening ban when they met Chiefs 2 months ago. The fact that they let this through means there's something more to this tale. But Kagosaka, they start here in the attacking side with Chiefs. Their defense is what is they're going to be starting with. You look at the Mira and the Goyo, a combination to keep them away, but it's a Tuba Rao that's got me quite interested here in Jigsaw.
Oh, Tubarão actually does make sense to me here personally, because for the plays that we do get to see, Tubarão is almost similarly can be utilized for the breach denial / delay, because ultimately when you are playing with somebody like Cade or Mute, even for the most of it, really it is just a delay of that matter. So you introduce the Tubarão, which does that almost for even longer of a time, really, and then and safely too, and then you have the time to actually even set up the C4. And with Tubarão's loadout as well, you have a very robust as well variation in terms of what you want to bring. Do you want to bring long range? You bring out the DMR. You want something for roam? You bring out the MPX, and it's all a very, very good, very well combined package there.
Exactly, and the fact that it's in the hands of Jigsaw, a player that we've seen time and time again come in huge for Chiefs, it's got me worried for Kagosaka's hopes for the opening attacking round of theirs. But let's see how they sort this one out. They bring the Monty. I mean, it's a meta right now. You bring a shield. Things typically work out well. It's better often than not, hopefully. They do keep that Aruni as well, just to try and deny any utility coming towards the mirror window downstairs. Obviously, an extension up top of the defense initially. But I think Kagosaka are doing a good job here of really claiming map control up top before they work downstairs.
Not gonna lie, I'm a little bit concerned about that early abandonment of the blue stairs, albeit CAG didn't really get to emphasize too much about that position, so it feels like it's almost a bit of a wasted opportunity. Half a round to go already, the C4 to fly out. That should be able to claim the first kill, maybe, or at least deal some damage, but I'm actually quite in the wrong here. Overall, I'd say I like this setup overall, but there's definitely a few poke holes that CAG could definitely sneak through.
Well, they've gotten information that most of the defense is already down here on the downstairs. Drone's obviously clearing out the rest of the plannable spots. And as you mentioned, they did give it up quite easily. The blue control there, which meant that now Kagosaka, all they have to do is focus on the task at hand, which is trying to get that plant down the first. You see here, Sure Reap just trying to bide his time, wait for that scan to come in. Perfectly timed there. They now got the information to work off of. They know one has to be towards garage as well.
Now going into this already.
That's a big drop here. Cairo gets a pick off. Diffuser planted already. Cairo with a second to his name on the smoke. Trying to deny them. The defuse is down though, so we're gonna have to see if they can retake this 3v5. Kagosaka, good post plant hold, yes, but they've lost some members in that bout. Sironeko finally responds with a double. Black Ray gets one of his own. Now as the retake comes on in, Chiefs struggling to get much going, but here comes Oda coming in big, 2-2. Jigsaw up top, trying to make it work, but can he actually get flushed out here? Sironeko still staying alive as his teammate goes down, and Onitune, he has to make a move, stop him from the defuse, but Sironeko, even with the third, the defuse comes on in right on time. And what a steal of a round there from Chiefs.
Yeah, Chiefs really stolen that one away. An absolute heist, really, and a very much fitting turnaround, given that it is on bank. But yeah, look, that's one hell of a way to really kickstart the matchup and the round. And look, early pressure on your opponents for having the round stolen like this. So like this is very much feels like Chiefs know what to do. They have their game plan figured out. And I mean, I got this sneak peek as well at our map, Vito's Black and Blue. We're going to a cafe after this as well. And should we need to Skyscraper? Now, this for people that may not be fully well aware yet as well, during the ANZ LCQ run, this was almost the identical set of map picks as well for a number of the matchups from Chiefs as well, albeit in a few extra variations. But the Skyscraper and Cafe Dostoevsky are very much, they go hand in hand for Chiefs as well. So even if Bang doesn't really pan out, Cafe should still be a pretty confident spot for them to go to.
Well, there you go. A bit of comfort to accompany their early opening round win. And what I do want to see here more from Kago Osaka is being able to kind of close out that round that they should have been able to take. It's only been one, yes, I'll give you that, but you can't let those ones go away, especially when you're up against a team like Chiefs. As you mentioned, a heist here on Bank, a bit of heat, I think quite appropriately. They keep the Monty, it was working a while ago, but it's the Deimos that they bring on out. They did have the Doki a while ago, putting emphasis on that the kind of the roam clear here.
Yeah, I rate
the Chiefs are able to keep their positioning, because a while ago they were flushed out early.
Oh, Quiz actually going for a bit of a run out. No, does get actually caught on that run out as well, and Shuri as well getting the better of Tex means that this is now a very much of a a backwards of a round, with Solas being targeted as well. For Jigsaw, he needs to be very much mobile. He knows now where his opponent is as well, so there should be a pretty decent inkling about where the main bulk of the push may happen, but they need to be very cautious. That 3 versus 5 is going to be a very difficult one to work with, make it a 5v2, and yeah, look, Kago Osaka coming back with their own type of heat, really.
Yeah, lovely here from Kago Osaka. Very by-the-book play. Pressure on the windows, off the rappel, making sure that Chiefs don't have open lanes to simply rotate for free. That's exactly how Kago Osaka loves to play their attacking side. And it's been a big bane for the Japanese circuit to deal with him. Jarib gets a double at the end here. Flawless round. And what a response immediately after that thrown away round to take this 5 alive and clean.
Yeah, look, this is panning out to be a pretty interesting run here between Chiefs and Kago Osaka. Now, mind you, this is from the get-go looking to be a pretty rough battle, no matter who you're rooting here for. For Kag, let's not forget, they would be also battling with a bit of the jet lag as well, plus quite a substantial climate change as well. Let's not forget. It is currently right on in the middle of the winter in Japan for them to swap over to the very steamy summer in Melbourne. Things will be quite different here as well. So honestly, I'm liking what CAG are doing here, and they're switching things around quite a fair bit, but still keeping the overall pacing here. It definitely still shows that they have the good core, the good understanding, whereas on the side of Chiefs, I mean, for the most of it, in terms of like the substantial sort of big changes, it's only really Jigsaw that is making those changes, now introducing the Vigil as well. So they are wanting to actually put the offensive, in their favor with this sort of pick, I feel.
Let's see if it will continue to ring true. Pulling out the Ram here, obviously expecting to play the Vert against the defense. But that will have to come after they clear out the top floor first. You can see here Cairo already positioning himself in the walk-in, trying to maybe catch one off cheekily. Kago Osaka, we've talked about their by-the-book play recently. They bring in the line as well, which I'm going to assume is only for the fact that they really want to get the roam clear going early on here. The Vigil is active. which can kind of bypass that, but what other tools they have at their disposal, Kagosaka are going to have to make the full extent of their use with.
To be quite honest here, I'm actually very excited. The more I think about it, Jigsaw's Vigil pick actually counters the whole info gathering utility of Kagosaka, because ever since all the changes that happened with Vigil, his backpack now actually counters those scans as well. So he can keep on moving whilst activated with a cloak, and this is the perfect opportunity to do so. So he's now an unknown entity. Now, Kagosaka needs to really focus a good chunk of their manpower to try to track him down, because Vigil, an unchecked Vigil, will be almost the downfall as well here. And understandably, right now Jigsaw needs to start backing out, but he's in a world of trouble.
Yeah, they've got him trapped. Can obviously back out there, which is good, but you can see your tech's also waiting in the elevator.
Yeah.
If they don't catch him out here, this could be good for a pick.
He's trying to bait that gunfight as well. He, on purpose, really moved around to... Oh, if only he knew that. He literally had the ace in sights. But yeah, his play here as well is just try to draw as much attention as possible, because with him being a known entity but an unknown operator is going to be a perfect opportunity to force a bit more of a drawn time. Because I mean, look at this, 50 seconds remaining, and now the kills are starting to come in.
And they don't have any more frags as well to try and flush him out, so it's going to be difficult for them to try and overtake this here. Kagosaka got to get on the move. 40 seconds left. Time is ticking. Still, Toxic Blades are up and available for Chiefs to continue denying. Wall will be open for the meantime. You can see their Quiz waiting for them to try and come on in. Gonna be 1v1ing the Monty here. He still comes out on top. Cairo able to make it happen. Quiz with a double kill there at the end of the round, and this surely should be the end of the round. Sireneko will find one for free, but ultimately I think this one is done. Clean it up. Chiefs should get the second on the board, and that they do. Quiz with a third, and that's a triple for him.
Yeah, an absolute textbook round really there from Chiefs on their defense, and perfect momentum, pacing from Jigsaw as well with countering the play countering, the info gathering, and the fact that it's him who's the roamer that keeps on switching some of the operators around to be the most unpredictable entity is, I think, where Kagosaka will really struggle quite substantially. Now, I like what they did here, actually. The Japanese team decided to introduce the IQ, and that they realized, okay, well, Vigil is on board, so how do we counter him? We use IQ to track him down. The problem being is, now there's no actual Vigil. There is, Fenrir, which, I mean, in theory, the IQ would be quite potent against. But other than that, the IQ won't really be useful for much. So understandably enough, they actually swap over to Sense, which now introduces a bit more of, I guess, full commit, smoke play through those Sense walls and try to maybe sow some deception with it. But that's as far as my real theory crafting can go, at least for now, until we get to see where the actual direction of the attack will come from.
I'm surprised they didn't swap on over last round anyway, away from the Lion, knowing there's a Vigil, unless they didn't know there was a Vigil until it was too late, right? But, I mean, with a Sense, I would assume that here, it could work. There's only one C4 on the Chiefs defense. They have the Toxic Baits, yes. If they bait out the first C4, then they're good to maybe get the plant off downstairs. And so it could work out for them. Once again, we're going to see them try and clear things out from top down, which is really by the book. And that's what we've seen from Kagosaka for the most part. It does make it a bit easier to read, though, for Chiefs. So let's see if they're going to be able to actually put a stop to this. It doesn't seem like they've really extended further up, really kind of doubling down their hold down below.
Yeah. Otherwise, really, I'm almost surprised to see... oh, never mind. I just got to see a few of the outlines. Yeah, there is actually quite a substantial presence around the open area, so I'm quite excited to see how really Chiefs will really play it all out. CAG, though, are doing a pretty good job, all things considered, with getting those breaches done nice and early. I mean, within almost the first minute, they already got all the key positions opened up. So this is a good opener. But now the problem comes is, how are they going to actually quickly take the open area? And well, the answer seems like it's just going to be gifted to them.
Yep. no real extension of the defense here from Chiefs. Once again, they really just want to make sure they don't give up early picks, it seems, right? Hold down below. They have to know that the key here is making sure that those toxic baids are going to delay enough time, knowing that they've already spent the 1 C4 they have on their team. Otherwise, denying the plant is going to be difficult. Still, server room is occupied. Oh, look at the push here, but he still finds a pick. Quiz has been great against those shields this entire map. The trade comes in, but that's huge value to take the Monty out.
Absolutely, yeah. This is the perfect opportunity, really, to put the thorn into the side of the CAG's offense here. But problem being is that, yeah, there's still now the Vulcan canisters as well, which is going to be a bit of a problem. C4s won't actually be a problem at all. It's only just the smoke grenades that will be throwing a spanner in the works.
30 seconds left on the clock. Don't have to rush things too yet because the plant will go down. Now, retake has to come from Chiefs. Chibisu does give them the edge here in the post. Toxic Bades unsuccessful, keeping that plant away. 30 seconds left. Chiefs have to make a move here. So got 1 canister to throw. Chibisu, a double for him in this post plant. The DMR is huge at range, especially trying to take the duel here. Jigsaw trap. Great crossfire by Kag, and Sireneko cleans up all alone. Jigsaw, but this puzzle is going to be taken away from him. He cannot solve this one. Way too difficult, even for a player of his caliber. And Kag, they tie up the game near the end of the half.
Kag is certainly feeling a bit, well, a certain way, let's just call it that, it seems, about Chiefs. As every single kill cam we do get to see, it's quite a fair few rounds being dumped, even after the kill has been already confirmed. But look, yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing here from Kag, because the way how they've so far been really playing, especially that last round, it was a very well-drilled round. They didn't really waste any time, especially on the buck breaches, especially on some of the clears. It has been just almost mechanical there. So I'm curious to see how they will really approach a few more of these rounds, because if before I was going into this, oh yeah, you know, Bank has been played by Chiefs as well before. Now I'm looking at how CAG are really playing it out. They certainly put a huge amount of effort into how they are running their own bank. And look, yeah, this may be an even bigger of a challenge for Chiefs than I initially expected.
Exactly. The fact that when it came down to their last matchup at Montreal in the group stages there, and Kagosaka banned this map first, but this time they let this one through and picked this one to start things off. That is huge for me. I think that just goes to show that they come here prepared. And Kagosaka, huge emphasis as well on making sure they have entirety of the map control before they even get to trying to execute. They love to clear out that roam. They bring out the Deimos in this case once again to try and do exactly that. The Echo has been pulled out here by Chiefs, perhaps signaling they've been really struggling to deny the plant in the first place. This could be kind of their reaction to what they've been seeing.
Quite possibly. Not entirely too sure if the Echo is the good choice here, but as far as I'm understanding from this roster is that they are wanting to be a bit more sort of, well, have a bit of both really in terms of what they have for the breach, sorry, not the breach, the plant denial. And so that opportunity, that's huge actually, of a pick off. Sireneko out means that, well, that's at least one of the guns out of the equation. The problem being for Jigsaw, his position is now very much expendable. Yeah.
Thing is, though, to find Sireneko, he had an important position there because window pressure, now there's nobody to accompany Black Ray in this. He has a diffuser on him, expecting that they were going to try and hop him through the window if they do get some picks off with, you know, the support from Sireneko there as well to keep him tradable. But now that they've lost that pick, it's going to be a lot easier. Jigsaw, he tried to escape, but Black Ray will not let that come to pass.
Yeah, good utility use to clear out the Jigsaw's position. So now with a 4-4 sort of in play, Oda waffling a little bit there with the SMG-11. He looks like he might be actually next on the potential chopping block. Tex is actually sitting very pretty in the elevators, and as it stands, CAG I think they're finally starting to realize that this needs to be a very systematic, very sort of step by step of an approach. And yeah, with takes now being discovered as well, this is going to be a problem in every possible way.
Oh, definitely. Deimos certainly hounding him down. He knows he's here in the elevator. Quick shutdown on Tex. Oh, will he win this duel? Yes, he does. What a crossover from Chibisu with the movement, dropping him on the floor. And well, oh well, Kagosaka 2 rounds in a row, and they take the lead.
Ooh-wee, okay. All right, now they are absolutely firing up the heat. And yeah, look, whilst it started looking initially really, really well with Jigsaw finding the pick, Chibisu with that double is just, oh man.
Huge.
It's a huge kill. And on top of that, like, I gotta say, Cairo fumbled that bag so massively. It's actually quite insane.
Yes. Partly the ump. You know, I'm sure somebody out there is going to blame the ump. It's a pea shooter sometimes, as accurate as it might be. But
yeah, but in the right hands, it's still a very dangerous weapon.
Oh,
the problem being is that the fact that Cairo had Chibisu dead to rights there in that position and should have
for sure
followed through with that in full honesty. But
you know what they say, the hardest targets to hit sometimes are the ones who aren't looking at you. So I guess
that is true. That is true.
I guess that's what happened there.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Rough game.
Capcan pulled out here, and the Legion, perhaps signaling they want to kind of slow down the very aggressive and quickly, I guess, exercised roam clear of Kagosaka here, who have been kind of blitzing through most of the map and clearing out any roam that might be potentially there. The fact that Kagosaka don't even have to worry about the roam pressure on their executes because of the fact that they've been clearing the entire map, I think that's been huge for their execute specifically, and Chiefs want to kind of slow that down a bit to, I guess, give more time pressure.
Yeah. Well, it certainly also signals for a bit of a maybe dire straits really here for Chiefs, because they went through a few of the variations here, and they're only now realizing at round 6 that, hey, you know, things are not looking particularly too great for us. We're the ones that need to really be at the point advantage here, given that it is a defense off bank, and with them not being able to secure the 3-pointer yet, it's a bit of a problem. And 2, well, they need to really do something different, and that different is being to introduce actually the trap operators. So both the Legion and the Capcan to try to just slow things down artificially in there as well. So certainly not the best turnaround here for Chiefs, and the Black Ray is certainly smelling blood here already.
Man, Jigsaw goes down early again.
That's not
Anitoon has to be kind of careful here. He's been pushing up sometimes unsupported, and with the nerfs to the shield, it's not as big of a threat as it used to be, especially at close range. So he has to be careful about getting caught out again, like what we saw in 2 rounds prior. So for Chiefs here, it might have been a big pick-off against them, but they still got 2 C4s to try and deal with the shield. They've also do have the roam game still quite applicable. Quiz is taking a bit of a beating here, but he's dished out as much as he can return towards Chibisu. Is also quite low.
Yeah,
and he finds it.
Yeah, finds
good help there from Cairo.
Yeah, finds it in spades. Yeah, this is a good pick-off here for Chiefs, but very much far from being over yet, really. 43 seconds to go, and well, for Chiefs, they are the ones that need this win. They need those points, and right now for Anitoon to take a little bit of an extra damage and not to go down, that's going to be a problem, because the crossfire is very much there, with Shironako as well finding one. Oh! Actually,
what?
This is good. Maybe still we're in the running.
I thought he hit that shot for a second there, but Shironeko does bring things heavily in the favor of Kagosaka, as the flurry of frags does go their way. It's all down to Tex here. Maybe with the ump, he can make something do here on the castle. They know where he is now, trying to push towards that blue. The plant is right behind him with a Monty to guard it. But this is looking undefeatable right now. Just bullying him here, trying to bait out the peak from the rest of the team. But Black Ray is exercising absolute caution. Here's Shironeko on the peak as well from up top. And that it is Kagosaka, 4-2 at the end of the half.
stunner of a performance, really, from Kago Osaka. They are coming into this with the full swing, and look, I have to give it to them. They are really putting an absolute heater of a performance here on the attack, and I'm now even more curious about this, to see how they will really perform on the defense, because going into the attack, look, last I remember, things were a little bit on the struggle street for Chiefs once we went to the attack, albeit, again, statistically within ANZ, they're one of the few teams that have shown us that that ANZ can now start to finally understand how to really do the attack. So look, let's see how this will really pan out, because honestly, if this is now a 4-2 scoreline, with each and every round, I'm feeling like CAG will be taking this map in their favor.
I agree. Well, I don't want to call the bird before it lands, but it's definitely painting a picture here that Kago Osaka have come into this map seemingly a lot more aware of how Chiefs play than the last time around. Jigsaw will be on that Ash, trying to make his case. He has been maybe not entirely struggling, but he's been found early on in those defensive rounds twice. And when the team like Chiefs relies on him to kind of make a play mid-round or late round even, that's a big thing for them to lose a big player as well. Blue control being established here, shotties all around for Kago Osaka. And they keep the clash as well here to really be a pain in the butt for Chiefs.
Yeah. Certainly it seems like the momentum that Chiefs really had has really vanished for quite a fair bit time now. Apart from that initial sort of momentum that they managed to get to catch CAG sort of lacking, it seems like the moment the Japanese representatives have locked in, they haven't really been locking out anytime soon. So now with the push mounting towards the blue stairs, I'm curious to find how Chiefs intending to really clear this out, because there's no real per se, sizable sort of utility to really clear out that position. So it is going to be about maybe dumping well, not even a frag grenade really there. It's maybe the what's it called, the Grim Charge, and well, body push from there.
I mean, they could maybe try and bomb rush it at best. They've got a fuse, yes, but it won't really get an angle into the stairs itself because it's hard. So I'm not too sure which ways they're going to try and deal with this here, Chiefs. The util they bring at hand might not be the most optimal. They do have the sense, which can cut up some of the angles downstairs, but how exactly will they use it? Kago Osaka looking pretty good so far, but as I say that, Chibisu goes down, and that's actually pretty big because he's one of the few players that can try and put up a fight once the plant attempt comes down through the smokes and all.
Exactly that, yeah. With Black Ray, though, getting the better of Jigsaw, that's at least a trade-off. And oh my goodness,
No way.
Okay, well, that opener is actually quite even bigger now, because now with only 3 players remaining, Chiefs should be able to read into the positions, but maybe I spoke too soon.
Well, 3v3 here now. Obviously, Shreep has a lot to do here, knowing that they are at the door. Coming on here, Tex will get traded by his teammate. No. Unfortunate, but that is exactly what COG wanted in this case. They still got the C4 to try and deny an early defuse attempt, but Shreep, as they line them up, he takes him down like bowling pins, and COG Osaka 5-2, and let's not forget, this could easily have been a 6-2 if not that earlier round, rather 6-1 if that earlier round wasn't taken away by Chiefs.
That is true. That is a very good point as well. Look, this is now a scary point really for Chiefs, because that attack was anything but a classic Chiefs, run. Which is not the most ideal. I'm not too sure what really happening there, but let's move on, at least for the time being, for us, because there's quite a few talking points here, black and blue. Number 1 is the fact that Chiefs did not really push out that last bit well at all. That was not a coordinated push. Tex was forced into a position where he should not have had to check two separate angles, 2 opposite angles, mind you, that could have been really checked out, either droned out before that, or even, you know, had the initial premature push to happen into the CCTV room. That's one. Two, is the fact that on the side of the server room push, this was an absolutely just horrendous turnaround, because they went through that choke point, they lined up directly for Sharif's play, and yeah, Chiefs played it out as if it is a 5-stack of solo players rather than a top NZ team.
Exactly. Center-fed, T-shaped rooms and hallways should never be face-checked. There's groans for that. But it could just be the pressure getting to Chiefs, knowing that they should be a lot closer in this bout, especially in the first half. And Kagosaka have just been as ice. You don't see them slipping. They lost the one round, which they should have won, but they immediately bounced back with the flawless swing out here, and Sironeko, okay, able to make work off of it. Great stun off the yokai. And that's how you play the Echo.
Yeah, look. Closer and closer we get to that conclusion. Yeah, this is very much looking to be KAG's map in every possible way, because yeah, the Japanese team managed to really get into the heads of the opponents, and I don't think Chiefs are looking to really back on out anytime soon, which is a rather tragic turnaround given just how, you know, the confidence was going through the roof there. But look, some things are never meant to really happen, and maybe the bank is not really meant to happen either. So this is still looking at like a 1-0 for now, but Chiefs still have the Cafe Dostoevsky, which should still be a pretty solid map to watch them play, but it is going to be quite a dangerous bench.
Well, for KAG here, they have to be careful to not let their early advantages be taken away. You see the drop already on Chibisu there. Not too sure if they're going to be able to confirm it just yet. Yokai rings out once more. Black Ray will confirm, and look at this. Kagosaka decimating a Chiefs attack. Quiz is able to respond and answer the test with 1, but still a 4v, effectively a 3v2 in this case. They know where he is. Information is all in the favor of Kagosaka. There's a black mirror in his face as well. Confirming the kill there, 4-1. It's all down to Quiz. And this is an exam that I'm not too sure he knows all the right answers for. There's one player dropped, but his back is turned towards the elevator, and he will be confirmed by Anitoon, who gets into the fight this time. What a performance on the defense and throughout the map here for Kagosaka.
Yeah, finally the timeout does come on through, I believe, or at least maybe it has been. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the timeout did get requested. Look, I suppose better late than never, really, to be brought out. But look, things are not looking particularly.
I believe they're trying to call it like before last round, but I don't think it came through. So,
yeah, maybe that's the case. But yeah, regardless, even the last round, really, it would have been a little bit almost too late, really, with some of that. But look, yeah, this has been still an absolutely stellar turnaround from KAG. Gotta give it to them on the side of Chiefs. First 2 rounds, look, I'll give them that. It was absolutely well played, well done. They managed to sow enough of a chaos. But the moment KAG got the you know, the whiff and the smell of blood, they did not stop hounding Chiefs at all.
Yeah, and look at that. 2 players, 10 and 13 apiece. That's Sironeko and Sharip here for Kagosaka. The 2 newer additions to the roster early in this year, and they've been just the hallmarks of the Japan scene as well. Kagosaka, without these 2 players being added to the roster, I don't think we would see them perform the way that they have, and this is part of the reason why I've been saying that this team, this roster of Kagosaka, looks like the best we've almost ever seen from the org as a whole, is because these 2 players have always been kind of standout players in their previous teams, and for them to kind of get these 2 huge, almost both MVP caliber players on the same team has meant a lot for Kagosaka. They've struggled to qualify the direct straightway into most of the majors, but they win every LCQ. That is for Stage 1, Stage 2, and potentially for the Invitational, and it's almost always these two players popping off.
Yeah. In terms of the performance from the players as well, it's been absolutely a phenomenal, really, here as well. And one, I guess, confusing part to me is, with Japan in on such a huge improvement arc, how things been this stagnated going onto the international stage, because they are no slouches. The whole of APAC, matter of fact, is no slouches. But it seems like, the ability to convert that sort of performance before has been very much of a question mark in some of the cases. At least in this very round, Jigsaw is able to find the opening kills. The main case, though, he needs to stay alive, because the moment Jigsaw can pop off, the rest of the team can follow suit with him.
Oh, exactly. I mean, one can argue it's been kind of the meta changes, right? APAC used to be one of the more aggressive regions, aside from maybe Brazil. But with things changing up after the utility meta a few years past, it seems like APAC just hasn't been able to reach the same heights as it has in maybe 21, 22, ever since then. And so, yeah, I mean, ultimately we're going to find out when the Invitational does come and who that will be in terms of, I guess, waving the flag for the APAC region. We're going to find out, but Kagosaka are making a great case for them with this opening series of theirs.
Absolutely. Looking back as well, a few of the opportunities for KAG, they didn't get to play it. Well, actually, funnily enough, only once, which was their bank in the close qualifiers for Japan, and that was against Splendid Gaming. They made it a 7-3 venture, so I suppose if they end up winning out this round as well, this is going to be a pretty, a much quicker venture for the Japanese team to really keep on going. So, look, all things said and done, this bank has been a bit of almost a disappointment, I'm going to be honest, because remembering how really Chiefs played it out before, they can really put up a much better play. But in saying that, they also played, I hate to be, to say it that way, but the caliber of the teams that they played in ANZ close qualifiers compared to what they're now versing is definitely a widely different, range of the tiers.
Wait, but hold up. We get a drop here from Chiefs. They do get Chibizu down, so there's hope in this round, but they're going to have to get a plant down soon. Luckily, they're able to get the diffuser across. Good swing out here from Oda. Effectively a 1v3, and there he goes, Oda. Confirming things at the end, a triple to close it out and keep them alive here. Close out the round, but not the game. Chiefs, hold on for the meantime.
All right, well, finally this sort of a cutback does happen from the Chiefs, and they managed to break the streak amidst the fact that Oda nearly killed his teammate as well during one of the sprays as well. So, yeah, okay. Chiefs refusing to really back away too quietly into the remainder of the matchup, so I'm curious to see if they will be able to, continue this sort of comeback arc, albeit maybe a little bit too late for that. It's been a while since I got to see a full-on reverse sweep of a comeback from a 6-3 sort of scoreline, but I mean, 3 rounds to go and you are in the OT. It'll take quite a gigantic fumble from KAG to lose the momentum now.
Well, 6-2 really, for where it started.
Oh yeah, 6-2, true.
Even more impressive if it happens. They pull out the Oryx here, which is actually decent value, I think, on the roam, just because of how many hatches you can kind of safely rotate into, down on up, on a map like Bank. And so, perhaps this is what Kagosaka pull out to try and change things up. Everything else has been pretty according to their DNA lately. Yeah, I mean, the echo from Anitune, I think it goes kind of underappreciated how much his utility has helped Kagosaka, not just in this series, but as a whole in the runs. Anitune, he not only is great at his utility, but even his fragging, it comes on point. It might not always be quantity-wise, but quality, it's definitely there.
Certainly so. Already quite a good amount of the util clear and the roam clear starting to come on through. That Deimos has been having an absolutely phenomenal of a field day, really, for both teams, given just, you know, how much information he managed to exact, how coordinated some of the pushes were. But you're looking at the play, you know, we now get to compare the attack of CAG and the attack of Chiefs. CAG looked 10 times more almost mechanical about how they're going about it. Chiefs still, you know, gotta look around, gotta check out, gotta, you know, figure out the, you know, what's the response here on the go. Whereas on the CAG side, pretty straightforward. Get the breaches, get the clear out, get the scans, all in due time. And now we are starting to see a little bit more of that sort of, you know, streamlined of a performance, but it's certainly not as, I guess, call it flashy as what CAG really managed to bring out.
Yeah. Well, Jigsaw opens things up here, and as you were describing, what do we call it? What have we been calling it throughout this entire map? It's by the book here, Thulu. Kagosaka know that before they jump off the page, they got to play by the page. And when they do that, that's when they catch out mistakes coming from Chiefs. The plant attempt will come down here from Chiefs, though. I think they're going to stick it. No, he gets pushed off of it, off the toxic smokes. Now they're going to try and attempt again, but this time Kagosaka knows it's about to come. They still do have 2 of those to throw out. Okay. Chiefs are able to find a pick off of Sharif, which is actually kind of huge. Now the fact that the roam game is out, they don't have to worry about that anymore. Retaliation from Chibisu will take down Tex, so they counter the roam, but they've taken out their anti-roamer. Jigsaw from up top, though, the fact that he finds Chibisu now leaves a gun less downstairs to hold on, but it's Black Ray and Anitune. They're the crutch players here that have to come in big because they're the ones with the utility to stop this. But as Anitune on the Echo goes down, things are going to crumble now. And Chiefs retaliate, respond, and respect has to be put on their name because they are making a case for coming back into this. It's 4-6.
All right. Getting closer and closer. For CAG, it's a bit of a curious sort of case now. They've set themselves a phenomenal pace. They've managed to stick to it for almost the entire time. Now going into this, well, the last couple rounds, they're on match point. Surely they don't yet fall into the, you know, the mentality of, okay, guys, one more round, then that's it. Because we all know how dangerous that can be as well. And falling into that sort of mental trap can be a dangerous prospect. So I'm curious what is happening here in the Osaka side. On the side of the Chiefs, though, look, yeah, you've said it perfectly, the by-the-book gameplay, but there's a bit of a but to it, and that is the fact that Jigsaw got to stay alive. He himself was the one, you know, checking multitude of the angles, multitude of the hatches as well, and was able to really keep the team running. He was almost like the pace setter here. So it's no surprise that, you know, we look at the way how CAG really played during their offense, and shutting down Jigsaw was their top priority. He is a thorn in their side in every shape and form.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to attribute a lot of the early success we saw in the first half from Kagosaka from not finding Jigsaw, right? The fact that they were taking down Jigsaw throughout most of the early rounds really meant that they had a lot less to worry about. As I said, Chiefs really do kind of put a lot of reliance on him to make big plays mid-round, and that's been huge for them. But look at this. Chiefs, another opening pick. They take down Black Ray. Yes, the castle has already got his utility down, but it's more about the positions that they put Black Ray in. They like to leave him in that elevator. They like to leave him in positions where he can maybe pull out a bit more attention away from the site. And the fact that he is now gone, Chiefs can focus on the task at hand, which is getting site control.
Exactly that. And really, the bottom line is that, you know, you get rid of at least one extra gun as well, one less person to really worry about as well. So there's multitude of opportunities here, and all of them are quite really good for Chiefs. Now, half a round gone. How do they really, you know, approach this? I'm not too sure what really Cairo was doing there for a sec, but yeah, look, this is a quite a promising round, albeit far from being over. The Chiefs is still very much on the precipice of losing this map in spades, and this is going to be an even bigger of a heartbreak if they lose here now that they've started mounting up their, momentum.
Well, those Artero drones are always a risk to go up against. They have to be careful with that. Could deny a lot, or rather destroy a lot of the positions that they currently have within the site. Chiefs here, obviously things could spiral out of control on the final execute when it does come. Yokai able to escape for the meantime. They know that is in play. And that will have to be a big piece of stopping Chiefs from barreling into the site. They've got the Kiba barriers still up for the most part, but the Roteros have wreaked havoc within the site initially. The mirror windows still up and available as well, kind of plugging some of these holes. Let's see if they're able to deny one. Chibisu will get the trade off as Sharif goes down to Oda. But it's still a 3v3 now as Chibisu able to get the double in the round. At range, that DMR is huge. The plant will be going down momentarily, but the defuse denied initially here, coming off of the Yokai. Swing on out. They know behind the glass has got a great view on the situation. As you said, no cover coming on in. Bodies being shot here. Kagosaka, they've secured the map, and that it shall be. Opening map goes 1-0. Japanese squad, Kagosaka take.
Yeesh. That's, look, one hell of a way to really wrap up the first map. I'll have to say, Black and Blue. This was definitely not on the bingo cards of how really it was looking to really be. But look, a 7-4 turnaround at the end of it all is look, one hell of a way to really wrap up map number 1 for us out of the 2 best of 3s that we'll be covering today. Look, I have conflicting feelings here about this matchup, because on one hand, I went into this thinking, okay, well, Bank should be a much of a closer venture. I was borderline expecting an OT here, and I'm seeing just how well drilled the attacks are coming out of CAG, and it is like, oh, right, we're dealing with like a whole new level of the play here, and then realizing that Chiefs basically farmed the whole of ANZ just to come into here and to be shown, okay, boys, this is what happens when you just do the farming. This is here now. You are the one being farmed here, because CAG did exactly that. They farmed Chiefs to the very maximum point here on Bank. And going into Cafe, look, I'm of the opinion that this should be still a pretty solid map for them. That confidence is very gradually plummeting against Chiefs here.
Yeah, slowly but surely, but we're going to see how things will come to pass when we go on to map number 2. I believe it might be Cafe. We're going to find out when we come back from this break. Don't go anywhere, because we shall be back in a hair. Welcome back here to the APAC LCQ. Wow, Cthulhu. I think that's all we've got to say for that opening map. A stunner at the end of things to start off the series. And I have to ask you, where was the defense on the Osa off the plant attempt there?
Look, it was non-existent is probably the only way to really describe this. The coverage was very much negligent there from Chiefs, and it almost felt like they sort of gave up the moment they sort of went for that plant. It was more so of a Hail Mary play, if anything. But I mean, we're getting all of these, highlights, and originally you would think that Chiefs can really, bring it back. And right around round number 5 is where things really started falling around. This is like the first crack in the performance of Chiefs that we got to see that that fumble of a frag. And whilst there has been 2 rounds before they sort of ultimately fell, Chiefs really sort of put the brakes on really for their performance, and the bank was ultimately very much of a CAG's playground if anything else.
Well, you could slowly but surely see things coming apart there for Chiefs. In the end, they came back with 2 rounds of their own to at least not let it be a complete wash. But yeah, just no security around the plant attempt there. We need to see a bit more of that coming into Cafe here. And I think, especially with the way that we saw CAG play there, their game plan a while ago, I was noticing a lot of, you'd see them kind of push and make a lot of pressure from the kind of like the bank side, rather the main lobby side of things on bank, to try and flush the roam towards the square side, towards the stock side. And when they do get pushed that way, that's where the waiting arms of the roam catch would be. And that's something that you could see happen quite often on this map here in Cafe. You could see a lot of pressure coming from that Christmas side, coming in from that cigar side to push a roam at Cocktail, where in Cocktail window there could be a waiting to be through there to try and find the pick. That's been something that's been quite common with the attacking side here that we've seen from CAG Osaka. We've seen that in other matches they played, and they're doing that once more here again on bank, and it's been catching out the roam game, especially Jigsaw early on in that map a while ago. If that continues to happen again on the attacking side in favor of CAG Osaka, it could spell trouble for Chiefs in this tournament.
Yeah, look, this is very much of a very valid point with the fact that, CAG were able to really shut down Jigsaw's ability to play, and this has been sort of a big quintessential sort of choice by them, has been a big indicator of them fully understanding their opponents. They know Chiefs through and through, whether it's through VODs, whether it's through the previous play, and CAG, as it is a name that has seen quite a lot of siege just throughout the years, remembering the old PL days, they were so on like the latter end of that time, back when Noraringo was still very much of a household name, back when you talk about Cafe and Japan and sort of Japan in the same sentence, and it's sort of a very scary combination going into this map. Cafe, I want to believe that there's still some powder in the Chiefs barrels, but with the confidence and with almost rage, really, that is coming out of CAG's playstyle, I am expecting almost a 2-0 here, black and blue.
Really? I don't think we'd be hard pressed to find many people who would have disagreed with that before the tournament started. But now, seeing how things are panning out, I have to agree with you. Chiefs, they technically went the furthest during the Montreal Major of all the APAC teams that were there, and so you kind of expect a bit more from them, especially with that opening series. But hey, let's not, once again, call the bird before it lands. Let's wait before we say all that, because who knows, map number 2 might just be theirs. I believe this is their map pick here on Cafe, so it could shake things up. Otherwise, maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe I'm just hopiuming for the OCE scene here, because they've been one of the more, I guess, reliable squads that we've seen in throughout this kind of season and into this tournament. You look at over to the other stream, right, when you got Direwolves and FearX, and you're not really too sure where those two teams stand in terms of even their own region. And so you look maybe here more like Chiefs and CAG, where it's a bit more set in stone, right, their power levels in terms of locally where they come from. And yet Chiefs here, I guess, struggling to kind of put their more fluid play style into play and effectively against the more by the book kind of execution we've seen time and time again from CAG.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a curious turnaround, really, because even historically, when we look back at the LCQ runs, we're looking at the let me bring up the Wonder data.
The Eldritch text.
The Eldritch text, yeah. You look at, like, say, for example, Furex. They had a slightly bumpy road, but even then, they had to play against DP+, which is arguably another pretty solid, pretty strong lineup. But it's a much shorter of a turnaround. You're looking at, the SEA, where Direwolves had to... Actually, no, sorry, pardon me. Direwolves actually had a pretty phenomenal turnaround. They are a third team that went 2-0, basically flawless throughout the whole of the LCQ side of things. So between ANZ, I suppose, Japan and SEA, it sort of almost makes sense to chuck two of these against each other and then see how it all sticks around. But yeah, look, Black and Blue, I'm not gonna lie, I can definitely look at them very strong going into this one.
They're looking pretty good.
As much as I want to be on that ANZ copium, I think my tanks already ran pretty low, even back at the map one.
Hey man, I think I'm like the only dude here from SEA who's actually from SEA, right? From SEA, for you guys who might not be familiar with me, and I would have wanted to go the Direwolves route all the way throughout, but I thought Chiefs were going to be the leading horse in this race. My second assumption would have been Kago Osaka, then third Direwolves, and fourth Furex. That's my personal predictions. But Kago Osaka are proven a very good case that the Japanese scene might look deeper than it actually seems.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, and we got to see, a few times where there has been sort of a bit of a change up as to, which sub-region of APAC gets to sort of lead the race. We already got to see, SEA put on, absolutely phenomenal times, back when Elevate was, a big household name. Back when, just a little bit more recently, Fury has been, making names and taking dubs. Even more recently, Chiefs and GG had at least some form of a decent turnaround here and there. Maybe it is the time for the Japanese representation to actually return to the international stage, because with the way how things been really going, Korea is yet to find, a consistent responder, because given their previous, results, things been extremely, fragile, really, in terms of their turnaround. So if this is the runner-up team from Japan, sign me up. Sure.
I'd love to see it. I mean, all these other sub-regions, they've kind of seen their heyday. Obviously, as you mentioned, OCE, SEA, Korea too, with, Damwon in the past, led by Rin and Co. We've obviously seen how big of a superstar they've become because of that. But Japan has always been one of those regions that were super just into R6, but you never really see too many teams get that far, right? And I mean, personally for me, some of my favorite tournaments that I've seen have happened in Japan for R6, so
that is true.
I'd love to see it more. But let's get back into the game here, Cthulhu. It's Kago Osaka on the defense here to start things off on Cafe. Chiefs on their attack, they bring the fuse in, and lo and behold, Blackbeard.
Now, Blackbeard is actually in this season. I'm surprised that we don't really get to see him a whole heck of a lot, because during even the OCE qualifiers, he's been banned a fair few times by a number of teams. Funnily enough, against Kago Osaka as well, I believe. Well, not the Blackbeard himself, but the Monty has been banned a few times as well, locally as well. So it's almost surprising that we really don't get to see that banned out even more. But yeah, look, Blackbeard gets at least to ensure a little bit more, I guess, call it longevity in terms of the match time. And I'm curious to see how will he be able to impact or assist Chiefs here to do, any sort of push really here.
Yep, a bit more of a offensive shield option compared to the kind of defensive play that you see. The Monty C4 underneath does not connect. That expends the final C4 that CAG brought into the round. They had 2. This is a kitchen hold, by the way. No real pressure from Bakery, none from the VIP side as well. I'm curious to see what the plan is. He has to be careful. He's getting quite tagged up from down below. You'd want the vert to go the other way, but they've dealt some damage to defenders down below. Anitune and Sharif especially.
Yeah, but it's not a full-on kill just yet, so the guns are still very much in the game. With a minute remaining, this is going to be a very difficult start for Chiefs' attack here. As well as that, the VIP not cleared out. The bottom floor, as a matter of fact, just at all has not been cleared out. So just relying on the vertical play with 53 seconds to go is going to be a dire straits basically here. So look, let's see how this will really pan out. With Jigsaw now finding one of the frags out of the way, this is a good start, but Chibisu needs to fall next as... yeah, for this very reason, and the crossfire from him is going to be absolutely insane here.
Oh, yes, be careful on this drop. They do drop the Echo, so no more Yokais in this round. That VIP pressure, Chibisu holds on to it, and this VIP is going to be clutch, but no. Did he get down by the flashbang?
Yep, that's an impact down, yep.
Oh my god. Oh, the finding one for free, I guess. But still a 2v3, 1v3 now as Kago Saka gets swept up in the end. And Chiefs, what a start off here. Looking dicey initially, but after they got the roam clear down and when they did go for the site, well, they cooked in the kitchen.
Yeah, a bit of a tech call is coming on out. I'm not too sure. Yep, there we go. It does get paused here as well, but oh boy, what a round. I mean, it looked anything but the Chiefs round, to be quite honest with you, Black and Blue.
Until it did.
Until it did, yeah. Until the impact down with a stun grenade, until the absolute flood right onto the site. It definitely looked like it was, the round to be, I suppose. So curious to see curious to know rather for myself is what is the tech issue on the CAG side, because that could maybe explain a few of the reasons as to why this sort of round fell through, or maybe it's just a way to stall. Who knows? Regardless, for Chiefs, once again, it's their time to sort of kick off the scoreline. But remembering Bank, the end result wasn't as the one that Chiefs would have preferred.
Yeah, I mean, Chiefs did start Bank off pretty good, but it's about how you close the race out over how you start. They're gonna go for Reading and Fireplace, and this is actually my preferred site on this map. I know lots of ranked stacks like to go straight up to Cocktail to start things off for comfortability, but when you play Reading and Fire Room Place here, you have all the benefits of playing on Cocktail and Cigar without any of the negatives for most of it. You get to give up, rather you get to hold Cigar up top in Cocktail, and if you have to give it up, then fine. You still don't give up the site, you still have the site down below. And if they decide to go straight to the site from down under, then you can play the vert. There's so much benefit to this. And I think Kago Saka were just kind of testing the waters with the kitchen pick a while ago to start off the map.
Exactly my thinking here as well, yeah. Certainly downstairs hold was a bit of a test. And yeah, now to hold the second floor, you've described it quite perfectly, Black and Blue. The upstairs hold without any sort of repercussions is going to be quite perfect here. Now, looking at the lineups here, I'm actually quite curious to see the Oda's Finca one, because I'm looking at all the other ones. They make sense. The Finca one, I'm not yet too sure, where to really put her here, because whilst the Finca boosts are good, and it gives a little bit more sort of leeway in terms of your health utility, overall, I'd say that there could be a few, better choices in terms of what operators Chiefs could have brought. On the side of CAG, though, all of these do make sense. The drone denial, which is a heavy thing as well, especially on Cafe, given that there's only really 2 ways to go up the floor as well. So, with that said and done, it's the opener to go to Chibisu, and that is on Cairo out of all the people. That's your hard breacher out of the equation.
You take the ace out here and this becomes so much more difficult, especially on a reading room hold. Let's see if they can try and retaliate. That they do. Jigsaw, great spray control at range. C8 is not the most accurate thing, but it ain't too shabby either. Great thing to put in the hands of a very capable player. And so they've equalized things out. They're not clearing towards that Cocktail side, which, as we mentioned, they can give this up for free later on, but Well, maybe not for free, but they gotta make Chiefs work for it up until they can drop down the hatch and still be safe. They don't have to extend too long here. As long as they buy time, that's good enough for Osaka.
I'm curious how long Chibisu will be able to hold on, because I'm not yet too sure if his position has been droned out. Right on cue, though. Drone comes in, forces him to back out. So, okay, now that's the top floor basically cleared out. 2 minutes to do that. Now with a minute remaining, this feels like we're watching a bit of a, you know, a memory video about how to play Cafe back in like year 1, 2, or 3.
Right.
You go for the last 30 seconds of the push, and that is exactly what Chiefs are seeming to be doing.
30-second meta. How we do not miss you. Well,
a very cruel meta
seconds.
as well.
A very cruel one. Yeah. Minus that from the added utility it brings, and let's see how they pull it off. Onitune does get the one. Trade out though immediately. Remaining here is going to be Chibisu. Now, he did find a pick earlier off, but that will not benefit him getting a bullet to the face. IQ gets the catch, and hey, Chiefs 2-0 to start off the map.
All right, there we go. Much more of a confident sort of choice, and funnily enough, very, very early timeout to come out from Kaigo Osaka now. 2 times in a row. Technically, the timeouts do come out. One was a tech, and this time is a tactical timeout. And it's, yeah, for CAG, a lot of things are not going too well for them right now. I mean, looking at the overall performance in the first few rounds, it's only Chibisu and Anaton that were able to really pump out some sort of numbers. And on the side of the Chiefs, it's Oda, it's Quiz, it's Jigsaw to really start bringing in the heat on and on. And interestingly enough, Jigsaw not counted at all means, well, Chiefs are starting to win. Coincidence? I think not.
I concur. Jigsaw, I mean, even before we got into the map itself, into map number 1, we were talking about that he was one of the more standout players on this team. He's been a player that when you look for light, he's there to give you a flashlight, a lamp. Why not? Because he's got it in his pocket. And if you're Chiefs right now, I think even though the Finca might not be the most optimal by the book, we've got lots of utility to work with now, pick. Maybe sometimes comfort picks are just, I guess it goes undervalued by even us casters sometimes, right? Having that comfortability, having the fact that you know that you can get a bit of a boost when you do need it, that can go a long way, especially when you have mechanically gifted players like Chiefs do on their team.
Yeah, certainly so. Chiefs do need to ensure that they keep up this momentum that they've managed to really bring on out. Because, look, if they lose it out like they did back on Bank, oh, well, that is going to be a very dangerous, very, well, almost fatal, really, turnaround. Because down into the loser bracket they go, and look, I mean, whoever they end up meeting there, whether it's Fear X or Direwolves, neither of those matchups are going to be any easier, really.
Well, the Chiefs did go up against Fear X in Montreal as well. They won that 2-0. I'd wager they'd rather go up against them than Direwolves, just because Direwolves have been on kind of a small tear throughout, the SEA, LCQ, 2-0ing almost everybody, including Fury. So that's a lot to digest. I mean, for Chiefs, this could very well be extended into a third map in the series if things continue to go their way. You can tell the pressure now coming from the roof is going to be the initial problem for Kaigo Osaka. But that clash, I mean, they've got utility to kind of flush it out. They've got the shield of their own. Let's see how it works. Oh,
okay.
Good night.
That's a good start. Without Shurip as well, this is actually going to be a good opportunity. Not only that's one of the only C4 user, that's one of the shotgun and close range players out of the equation. That's an awesome opportunity. But without Jigsaw though, that's your Roterojons out. That's your big opener really out of the equation. So now you really need to start, making those plays happen. As finally the drop into the new hatch as well did come on through, and the Chiefs should be able to get their momentums up.
But here's the thing, because you lose that mute, because you lose that shotgun, Cigar is much easier to take now. But at range, Ciro Neko with the there's an ACOG on the damn thing. Able to connect. The Clash here just to try and pressure. No terror drones to flush him out.
No.
Quiz is down as well, so this is effectively a 1v3. Oda left all alone. And I don't know, man. Even on the Finka, as big of a gun as he has, he does get the teammate rezzed up. So that will help. That's the value of the Finka there. Still, time is ticking against them. Chiefs here have to make a play right now. And how can they do it when the Clash is bearing down on them? They know that to try and push towards that cocktail side could be a death sentence. Coming in from the pixel here, there is a small angle that could shoot him through. The wall behind him is not reinforced. He's getting wall banged right now, which is exactly what I was talking about. Taking down quite low. Quiz finally confirmed. And Kagosaka eventually get their first.
That was definitely very much of a struggle round from Chiefs. The way how they basically didn't really have much of a utility to really deal with this Clash certainly shows a bit of a problem that they'll need to figure out sooner rather than later, really, before even the scoreline delves into the 2-2 sort of position. And that is, how are they going to deal with the Clash? Because I doubt that is going to be the last time that we'll get to see the Clash performance out of the Japanese roster. And whenever she comes out, Chiefs are left clueless. They know how to counter the Monty. They know how to counter the Blitz. They know even how to counter a Blackbeard. Against the Clash, though, that is a whole different situation, and that is a very frustration-packed of a situation as well. So, going into this, whilst we won't get to see Clash this time, we do get to see the Trap Meta duo to come out. The Catcan, the Legion to be brought on out, a lot more C4s as well whilst at it. 4 C4s in comparison to what CAG had back in the last round.
And here's a bit of a fun fact.
Yeah, go on.
CAG, CAG, is also one of the other names for the unit that Maverick, the operator, came from, coming into Team Rainbow. CAG, aka Combat Applications Group. That's the unit he came from. A little bit of lore for you all.
Good bit of lore, yeah. Quite an exciting lore. But let's see if CAG can actually keep up with this pacing, though, and maybe they also will be the ones to be part of that special unit as well, it seems.
Oh, yeah. As you mentioned, the C4s, quite a lot. You can see that they know the pressure of that Blackbeard, or any shield for that matter in this case, on a map like Cafe. It can be difficult to deny that plant without it sometimes, especially when you're up top. But coming into reading, even more so. They won't have as much opportunities to deny the plant from down below, though, unless it's on the fireplace room itself. Reading a bit more hard floored, so it might not be the same case, but... And it's a good pick off. The fact that they get the Lion out, this opens up the map for the defense a lot more now.
And the Lion gone, and Jigsaw, the big swing player as well. So with him out of the equation, Chiefs sort of almost forced to, fall back to almost a bit more of a passive play. It's now up to Tex to try to take those positions. He's the one that needs to be the big aggressor with the Blackbeard as well, but alas, that is yet to happen. One more C4 remaining, and there is one down below, completely unchecked. Quiz shut down without any sort of remorse. It's all down to the trio of Chiefs to do anything, and even then, for Cairo and Tex, this has been a very quiet matchup, no matter which map you look at, whether it's Bangkok, Clubhouse, sorry, not Clubhouse, Cafe.
You'd expect a bit more from the Blackbeard, but it is doing okay pressure, but they need a bit more from that. And look at this, Kagosaka just respond as swiftly as they lost those 2 rounds. Arguably even quicker, they take him back and retaliate. So tying things up here, Kagosaka. We've been seeing a lot of body shooting after rounds this game.
Yeah. Oh, there's a very little respect here, I think, coming out on both sides of the teams, really, because, for CAG, look, there's things maybe outside of the actual playfield. There's the reason maybe why they're doing that. On the side of Chiefs, look, it's this sign of the what's it called? Of their confidence. So if you see Chiefs as well starting to really get into the groove, they win the rounds, they start shooting the bodies, that's them almost getting the in-lobby ego up, which means that the confidence is running high, they are feeling very good, they have the communication up. The moment they're back into cowering up, they don't really, banter, they don't really do anything, that's where you start having a few questions. It's like, whoa, what's really going on with them? What's really happening? So now into the 2-all sort of scoreline, round 5. I feel like we've been in this situation already before, Black and Blue. And CAC were able to steal that away in spades.
Well, you see here, whoa, the boss G
Yikes.
From Sharif, shutting up text to start off the round. The Deimos, good night. And they picked that Deimos and the Lion, swapping over from the Zofia during the prep phase, specifically to kind of shut down the Roam, but the Roam has got something to say about that.
Jeez. That, honestly, left me speechless. Sironoko as well is just, yeah, having a good old time, yeah. This is now... The whole script has been turned around. Yeah, Quiz falls as well. There's no stopping CAG Osaka here. There is absolutely zero stops on this Japanese train at all, because the Chiefs, look, they came in to have some fun. They have been shown that you're not having fun. You don't do your thing here. This is now the international playground. This is where the big boys play.
A flawless round after rounds being taken by Chiefs. I think we've seen this story very recently, Cthulhu.
Deja vu, almost.
Deja vu. Cairo practically using this as like a timeout, right? Just gonna run the clock down so they can talk things over, reset themselves. And what's funny is that Chiefs, they haven't necessarily been using the rappel game too often in this map so far, and yet when they do try and do it, they get shut down immediately. Sironeko gets the pick off after Sharif, who also finds a second. And both of them, we talked about both players, and they got the double each in this round specifically. So yeah, this could break the mental of Chiefs if they aren't ironclad.
Well, I think, this is basically now the high time for them to really talk it out and try to reset, because it takes down to not only to just a spawn peak, it's to a boss G spawn peak. That's one crack in the mental. The fact that Quiz as well got eliminated with a one tap as well, that's another one for it. On top of it all, just overall Chiefs just fell apart like a house of cards in this very round. And this is, it's a good thing that they now starting to talk it out now rather than later, because, bringing out the tech, the tech timeout in the last round back on bank was not it, really. Even if it was the second last round.
At match point.
Saved them either. Sorry, in a match point, pardon me. And, for Chiefs right now, they are looking very, very dire, given just how things are currently going in terms of the overall trend. 2-0 becoming more and more real here, and it's a sad thing. Personally, to me, as the OCE copium enjoyer, it's definitely something that I went into this expecting a bit more oomph to come out of the OCE representatives.
Hey, I mean, you wouldn't be wrong to expect that. I am not from OCE, but I thought the same thing here for Chiefs coming to this tournament. But in that previous round, I mean, the last round, even if Kago Osaka didn't do anything to the kitchen, they would have won it anyways, right? Chiefs didn't even get within smelling distance of the site. And so, yeah, definitely a problem. Now they go to reading, which is a site that Chiefs won a while ago in the second round. But will that continue to be the case? We saw them during the prep phase a while ago kind of pop into the Zophie, just I guess, to try and maybe have more utility to counter the clash. When they saw there was no clash, they took it out. And now that they see there is a clash, they're going to put that Zofia back in. Rotero drones will be available as well in techs. And this has to be a tied scoreline for them. If they go 4-2 here, I'm not too sure if the momentum is going to really favor a comeback for them again.
Yeah. No, I'll agree with you on this to say that, look, yeah, if we do get to see a 4-2 scoreline in favor of CAG here, that's it. We may as well, fast forward this whole matchup, call it 2-0, send Chiefs to the lower bracket, and sort of keep the broadcast rolling, because
my man's is really pouring into them right now.
Oh, look, no, because the main thing here is just the fact that I got to see Chiefs perform. I got to see their whole 2-0 run just a couple weeks ago, really, with their performance. And now to see them fumble the bag as if they're still playing against some of the teams back in OCE is jarring. It's probably the only way to really describe this.
Yeah, no excuse at all. And oh my goodness, Tex goes down early. At least a trade comes on Sharif. The smoke is good value, be taken out early in a round. Again, as well, they drop the IQ. Some damage being done. C4 connects this time on a Cairo. What is happening here to Chiefs attack? Just absolutely being dismantled on every attempt. The Clash will drop safely. They have the stun, but no one to follow up. But hey, Jigsaw finds one. That's good. Drop the Goyo. But still, the big players in this round, the Mute, the Mozzie, and the Clash are all still available with a C4 in their hand.
With Jigsaw still alive, though, there's still maybe a slight bit of hope as to what really will come on through. Swing is quite clean here from the man himself. The Buck main of the Chiefs ensures that the down is there, and the finisher is for Oda. 45 seconds to go. Not the best, not the worst situation, but he needs to get a move on, and a move on quite quickly. He will. Vertical
Winnable.
Presence, though. Yeah. Winnable still, but vertical presence from Osaka representatives may throw a spanner in the works here very quickly.
Let's see here, Black Ray. He has a good position to maybe get this catch on the Oda. The plant attempt should be coming down soon, but that's a great shutdown on the red stairs out that leaves Anitune all alone. As a Clash, though, with 10 seconds, I don't know. He can just back up into safety. But be careful not getting meleeed here up close. We'll be able to dodge it momentarily. His feet a bit too slippery. He's dancing around, cannot get the Goyo canister to pop. And it comes down to the fourth here for Kagosaka.
Pain and suffering is all that I can feel right now for the Chiefs, especially for Jigsaw. The man got to pop off. He managed to connect a few kills. He managed to get some of the openings. And it's still not enough. In every possible shape and form. 4-2 now. Going into the conclusion of the first half, and well, the one redemption point is that, well, Chiefs are on the defense, so in theory, they might just be able to, set their own pace, but, oh, God. I don't even know anymore, Black and Blue.
I mean,
this has been
side.
a rough series.
It's a better side, but, like, momentum arguably matters more sometimes, right? No matter which half you're on.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see here. What do they bring to the table? They got the Brava. They got the Capitao. Will they actually stick with a Cali, though? Remains to be seen.
I can see the Cali actually stick.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can see
good utility. Especially on the top
Nope.
floor, when the hold is up top here. You can, like, immediately shut down a lot of the angles from the windows, especially if you want to take a fight up against them towards Pixel here. It can be a very great tool to even just destroy, like, the shield here. You don't have to waste anything else. But, I mean, there's Rotero drone, so why not?
We do actually get to hear one of the first few lances to actually ring out already. And I just wanted to add as well to what you said about Kali as well. It sort of feels on brand for CAG as well. They've brought out the Boss G Vigil, the one-shot cannon for certain operators, and it worked out almost flawlessly. Actually, not almost flawlessly. It was
perfect.
And yeah, quite perfect. So for CAG to bring out the Kali here to hold some of the longer angles, plus the lands, plus, the sheer abundance of just flexibility with her secondary as well, she is a pretty solid choice here. And it does make sense for them to pick her. If it was Chiefs that would have brought out the Kali, I would be like, scratching my head as like, well, what the hell is this?
Well, I'm a believer. I think it'd work. They put out the Sentry as well here. Well, obviously Recruit has gotten a facelift in the prior year. Yeah, 1 C4 in their hands. A bit the shield seems to be a big part of their play on top of the site itself. And CAG Osaka really taking their time, using these Rotero drones to kind of open things up a bit more before they actually commit to the actual clear here and pressure. That's exactly how you want to do things here. Now that you've got a player on this window towards that Christmas side, you can now make sure that White and Pixel are positions that will be a lot more difficult to rotate through.
Yeah, well, C4 to come on through to claim the first life, but Flashbang starting to fly in. That's now the stock room completely cleared out. That's the piano one now in full control. It's all about to be an absolute hell.
What a sweep here coming in from CAG Osaka. Another player goes down. That's Cairo there. So Jigsaw's alive, but he's getting trapped here. Tex beneath the bar. He goes down, and CAG Osaka just sweep in perfect unison. The entirety of the site start things off from that cigar, work their way cocktail-wise, and nothing could have stopped them. And once again here, CAG Osaka, their by-the-book play, having a player being left out on the cocktail balcony window, and then pushing most of the brunt forces coming through that cigar side, especially when there's such a heavy pixel hold. That was the idea here for Chiefs. It makes it so that rotation is just so much more difficult to pull off. And on the rotate, in transition, they catch out, I think like 2 players there were caught out simply rotating, and free picks for CAG Osaka will always benefit them.
Yeah. On top of that, just the overall streak, the heft of that 5-round streak that CAG Osaka has mounted up so far is quite phenomenal, to be quite honest, really with you. 6 frags across 3 players of CAG is a sign that, it's a well-oiled machine at the moment. On the side of Chiefs, look, I can't help but feel like things definitely are not, in the correct mind space, maybe for them, whatever else that is happening. Something is going on within the ranks of the Chiefs right now, because this is definitely not their best foot forward being put here, and definitely I'll say this. And whether it's the pressure of versing against CAG, who have some form of a bone to pick with the OC representatives, or whether it's just outright woke up groggy and just don't know how to play, well, that may be very much the case here as well. Regardless of it, 2 rounds away for CAG a win and to progress into what I believe are going to be the finals of the winner bracket, and then for Chiefs is the loser bracket and potential even elimination if that is the sort of pacing that we're looking to take here. So, yeah, look, definitely dire straits here. Regardless, let's see how CAG will really bring out their attack here for the downstairs push.
Well, perhaps Chiefs just didn't have great breakfast today,
Not enough Weet-Bix.
Yeah. Didn't have the quintessential meal to start things off right. They have the Maestro with a Brava online on the other side. That could be easily dealt with. Same with the Rotero drones. The Blitz, though, an offensive shield to be put into the fold, but not the Blackbeard, the same way that Chiefs like to play the offensive shield. This time it's a bit more of a flashing one. If you're Chiefs right now, I mean, I don't even know what you do to stop them. They have the Ela. Will that really be a big factor in this case?
Ela is decent for the overall roam game. You can really shape up your utility to sort of help you to score those frags a little bit earlier, but apart from that, really, it's a bit more of a niche pick. It's a bit more of a preferential sort of maybe for the gun, maybe whatever else it may be. It's a preference choice, if anything else, really. So for Chiefs right now, they are looking to really try to just hunker down. The introduction of the likes of Goyo, the Malusi, the Maestro does indicate heavily about the turtle hold that they are looking to introduce here. And to see what they have here means that, well, for CAG, they need to really wait and hunker down and not really peek out, not really let much of the ground to be taken, and that is exactly what they're doing so far. I mean, the minute remaining and still yet to find a frag is already a pretty good time game.
Well, the Kagosaka do have the second floor, but they're not really employing much vert play. Huge shutdown here from Quiz to get the double. Black Ray, I think, somehow unready for that, but Omnitune, how is he not ready for that? You can hear him from a mile away, killing everybody on your team. But what a performance there from Quiz to get pick after pick. And hey, Chiefs, maybe a bit of life into the wins.
Okay. Getting back into the groove of it, starting that sort of return arc a little bit earlier as well, before even the match point starts. Not a bad turnaround really here for Chiefs. That defense was actually really well orchestrated. The hunker down point was great, and then the understanding of, okay, now it's the go time. Now, whilst the last sort of wave of those drones is starting to come on through from CAG, this is where you really need to start making that push happen, and that's exactly where Chiefs were really able to emphasize their play from their Quiz here. Like you highlighted, absolutely phenomenal turnaround. That triple worked out just phenomenally. Now the question is, was this just, a spurt of luck, a spark in what seemingly feels like just a bunch of ashes, or whether we are actually starting to see, the embers to be stoked and the fire to actually burn brightly for Chiefs Esports Club?
I think it was a bit of both, right? You see their Quiz popping off, yes, but I didn't really see the sense of urgency that Kagosaka have shown on their other attacking rounds. Like, you'd want to see, if they're not playing the vert much, if they're not planning to play the vert, then you'd want to see them really put a lot of their effort into clearing one side of the map. We saw them kind of put a Rochero drone and send it towards the VIP side, but as soon as it got shot out, there was not much more effort into trying to take that away. I would have liked to see somebody maybe play from the adjacent window, kind of pincer the guy down in VIP, or maybe just put their focus on Bakery, anything else but the kind of stall that they themselves put in. Like Chiefs, yes, they were doing okay to stall that out, but Kagosaka, once again, not really much urgency that round, and I think it led to a perfect storm for Quiz ultimately.
Well, let's see how this will really pan out. The introduction of the Pulse as well for Chiefs, now looking to try to bring a little bit more of the information game, and yeah, that's exactly where that'll actually come in handy. The quintessential position for the FBI operator to really play around with is actually going to be quite perfect. Now, the question being is, can he be backed up? Is there going to be another set of the C4s to come on through? And the answer is, well, no. Tex already got to use his, so it's all down to Cairo to really do the work all by himself.
Well, there is a bit more utility into holding Cocktail now. Good damage done there. Does drop Quiz, but cannot confirm the kill as he backs safely into the corner fireplace. Let's see if they can get him back up to fighting shape. I think they should be able to. But gotta be careful here, though. A nade rings out, does confirm the one. Traded out, though. As Cairo goes down, that's huge information lost now, potentially here for Chiefs. No more Pulse for them to play with. Tex taken down as well on a potential peek out. Good catch out here from Kagosaka. And they still have yet to take Cocktail control, but they've done good job externally otherwise.
Yeah. It's considered there's still an opportunity to really bring this back. With Quiz being down, ultimately being 2 versus 4, Oda just got himself into a not a very well workable position. That frag grenade will still deal damage, but Oda actually with a double, nearly a double. Now it's all down to the MP5 user by Jigsaw, and well, unfortunately for him, well, that's that really.
Well, I mean, there it is, right? CAG, when you finally see a bit more of that urgency in their attacking side, Chiefs just once again unable to deal with it. And what was even great there for CAG is the fact that they found a lot of their kills and a lot of their really valuable points, not just kind of early in the round, but also from the external side of the map. They didn't have to kind of push themselves into these fighting positions. Chiefs kind of got placed in positions where Kagosaka could find them from outside, could find them from safety, not in these straight up 1v1 duels, not from having to do things close quarters. And that just allowed a lot more advantages for Kagosaka to seep in. Now, match point once again. We saw Chiefs a while ago kind of put up a small fight near the end of things on Bank. The Cafe, I mean, it's not just match point, it's series point at the moment. Lower bracket awaits Chiefs if they lose a round at this point. Otherwise, overtime we're going to have to go to.
Yeah, certainly so. We'll have to wait and see what's this sort of the end deal of this whole conundrum, because, well, after that, whoever loses this awaits the loser of the Direwolves versus the Fear X, and well, the winner is the winner of the previous matchup. Sorry, the other matchup on the mainstream as well. So there's currently lots of opportunities for either comebacks or just the utter and absolute heartbreaks to really be happening here. For CAG, one more round, and they are very much in the clear for the winner bracket finals.
Yeah,
the Chiefs, like you highlighted, match point, series point, well, probably even the mental game point really is on the play.
Quick score check here. The other series, Direwolves versus Fear X, is currently 1-1. Quiz tried to get away scot-free in that, but Shibisu is there for the punish. Looking the wrong direction, trying to see if anybody was repelled. It was further high up than you expected, so good shutdown here from Kagosaka once again. Chiefs trying to go for these risky plays, which I get because they're down. They have to try and go big or go home. They're just not panning out for them right now, and Kagosaka reaping all the benefits of those mistakes.
Absolutely. Like I mentioned before, back on Bank, CAG plays this game very much like a well-oiled machine. They not really allowing too many mistakes, and whenever those do happen, they amend those almost immediately, really. So apart from the few rounds that Chiefs were able to nab away, CAG was very much still in the driver's seat for quite a while there. I'm curious to figure out whether Chiefs will still be able to have the fuel in their tanks after this matchup or not, because could be an absolutely dangerous opportunity there anywhere further. But for now, Jigsaw, the man, the myth, the legend, needs to really put his team on his back, because otherwise this may be a very much of the final dying breath from the OC representatives.
Well, OCE here. Their hopes and dreams, it rests on a player like Jigsaw, and he finds a double. Jigsaw, huge play from him to try and retaliate back into the round. 30 seconds left. They know he's in the freezer. They're trying to hunt him on down. Coming around the corner, Jigsaw, an absolute villain to Kagosaka's hopes. Triple for him already. And he flushes him down. Chiefs holding on. But hey, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Sharif does come on in to get the trade in. A triple now for Sharif as well. It all comes down to Cairo here on the Tubarão. He's out of position. He's low HP. No C4 in his hands. Diffuser is planted. They know where he's coming from. They know he's here towards the white. And Omnitune will get the shutdown. Kagosaka move forward 2-0.
Ay. What a turnaround here from CAG, and what an absolute fall for Chiefs, a 2-0 conclusion to our very first matchup in this LCQ, the APAC finals. Really here to come on through, and black and blue.
Wow.
This, yeah, wow is arguably even an understatement, really, with how things really panned out here for the Chiefs. On the side of the Japanese representatives, they are very much happy. They are in the good spirits. They are ecstatic about what just happened here. 2-0, a fairly easy 2-0 as well, mind you. Apart from a couple of hiccups back on Bank Cafe, I had a few more expectations going into Cafe. I thought that, knowing that Chiefs really played it out quite a fair few times before, they would have a bit more of a stronger knowledge and stronger confidence going into that, but that has dissipated even quicker than Bank did, and that is just a heartbreak, really, to be quite honest.
I expected at least a map from Chiefs in this series. How can't you win? They're arguably one of the favorites coming into this LCQ, but Kag Osaka show that their by the book play has really kind of developed throughout the last time we saw them at the major tournament, right? When they were at Montreal, they did lose versus the Chiefs squad 2-1, but here, what a statement to start off the LCQ, and what a way to kick things off. Kag Osaka move on over to the upper bracket final, and well, unfortunately, lower bracket is what awaits the Chief squad. They still don't know who they're going to be going up against, and we don't either, because the other series, Fear X and Direwolves, is currently 1-1, so they still have another map to play out, which are about to start. So when we do come back, we're going to find out who we will be seeing in just a bit. I mean, Cthulhu, what else is there to say about this series?
Look, there's definitely a few things that really can be said about the series. I mean, the overall statistically.
How many positive ones?
Look, positive ones. Look, there's plenty of positives for CAG though. We have to talk about the fact that CAG really managed to put on their best foot forward. Really, the overall ability to keep on stringing round after round after round without any sort of pressure going at them, it was absolutely phenomenal. The fact that they kicked off Cafe, we don't even care that we 2 rounds behind. We'll gain those back on over, and they managed to do it almost flawlessly. Really, they had that grip over their opponents in full, and even when that streak of 5 rounds broken. They didn't really even care. They continued to march on over even heavier, really. And the ability to read into the opponents was absolutely top-notch. They've prepared for this matchup through and through, whereas it felt like for Chiefs, it was, I'm not even too sure what really happened. Even if we look at the stats as well, it was just an unfortunate day, really, for them.
I mean, most people look towards, when you look at Kag Osaka, players like Sharif, Shironeko, and Chibisu, but the role players did huge in this series, I think, especially in that final map there on Cafe. We saw lots of a really quiet, almost double-digit frag-out game from Black Ray, who a lot of his positioning there wasn't really trying to open things up, but he was getting these trades consistently almost every round, and got him to 10 kills at the end of the series, at the end of the map. That's huge to have your kind of backline players a lot more active and a lot more participative in the fight. To get them going means that Kag Osaka are on point and they're sharp as ever. But we will unfortunately have to take a pause to the games, because we gotta wait for the other one to continue and conclude. When we do come back, we shall be returning with the upper bracket final here on the B stream on Rainbow Six Bravo. We'll see you guys in a bit. Unfortunately, I am capping. No break list yet. We're gonna yap here for a bit. So welcome back to the R6 Bravo podcast with Black and Blue Cthulhu.
Well, actually, this does give us time a little bit more to really theory craft as well about what could happen now going onwards. Say, because I believe the Direwolves versus the Furex actually went into the third map as well, which means for us that there's actually a few possibilities on both ends, though. the teams will be already fully warmed up, even more arguably warmed up, no matter which way you look at it, no matter which team ends up winning or losing that one. So I'd have to say that, honestly, right now for Chiefs, the best case scenario, yeah, they would want FearX here in every possible way. They would want to battle against those because they already know at least the overall playstyle of what has been already brought out previously before. Going into the future, though, look, they need to pull a massive turnaround here, because
I mean, who knows? The last time when we did see, you know, Chiefs play against CAG, Chiefs won, but this time CAG were the ones who were able to kind of retaliate. So who knows? Maybe if they go up against FearX, a lot of the times the team that loses has a lot more to learn. So they might just be hoping for Dire Wolves here. I don't know, but I believe we're going to be looking at the other games in just a second. The other matchup here on their third map. What map are they playing on? Check it out.
I'm not too sure. Let me just actually get back to you on this one real quick. But it definitely doesn't feel like... actually, I can't really watch it back.
Right.
The VOD, but yeah, I'm not too sure. Actually, I think we were told this before. Give me 1 second on that one.
I think we might be going.
So it was Consulate, Clubhouse, and Bank as the decider. Yeah, there we go. So for both of the teams, really, they would be providing some prime real estate actually for both of the teams, because not only this will be the chance to really, you know, showcase already what you know, already the other opponents have managed to really play it all out. But look, we get to actually see the full decider here as well. We get to cast this too.
No, because for the casting duties, that should be going to our lovely other casters on the other end of the floor, Haz and Spartan. So I believe we are to present you this game, and you guys are to stay tuned so you know what happens coming up into the next series. Ta-da!
Around the site, much more easy. But then we have a mirror on the board. We have a Azami and a Fenrir on the board. And as we see, they have got a full bunker set up as well, FearX, which will be starting on the defense going basement. Which, as you were mentioning before, FearX, they do like to bunker a little bit more, and they have the operators to bunker very efficiently. They've got a Smoke and a Goyo that would be able to delay a lot of time. They've also brought the Maestro cams as well, so just being able to see where planters might be entering, also maybe to cover garage. We'll have to wait and see where those cameras are. And then Azami, Fenrir, very annoying to deal with. So very, very heavy bunker there. Direwolves, they're definitely aware of the Maestro, because they brought a Brava as well to get a few cameras. And they've got a little bit of Vert to be able to clear top floor and mid floor a little bit more quickly. I'm not sure. There's a few lurkers around though with FearX. Lurking middle floor and top floor, as we see Rin's hitting in the top of elevator, and we've got Good Boy on the Azami holding stock. So just making sure they can't walk into open and get that vert, or that all the hatches open without going all the way up to top floor to contest them.
Start to make their way through the window areas, breaking the entrances in here. Just looking to try and find the opener here. The first cab off the rank, though, as Mevy is just waiting on this other side. Just to be quite careful. We're in Sam with that one, and Seal just goes charging on in. Does not even think about the thought of that being a lurk there from Mephi, and that is a perfect start here for FearX. Direwolves lose 2 immediately as they start to break in here. Minute 40 left on the clock. I'll have to reroute a couple of players in here as now, but FearX, that is a perfect start to begin this deciding map.
Nova opting to run away from those blue stairs. They had the Goyo there to just delay a little bit of time, but as we saw, he can open the hatch up, so he can't stay there anymore without getting aggressive. Ooh, Souffle just getting a bit aggressive on the garage side as well, but Furex, they still have the smokes and the Goyos to play on site here. Peekin dropping in Vault, able to pick up Rin. He's in Vault, but Beefy on the flank above, able to drop all the way back down to site. Souffle picking up D-Mick as well, leaving it in a 3v2 with 1 minute left.
Yeah, they've just opened up a couple of little gaps here, Direwolves. Got themselves back in the round a little here, Soup. And also now Giga Chad, bro, look to try bring this one back at Pure X. To do some major misplays to drop this one still, you'd feel. They've got most of the angles covered, they know. And you can probably hear the one person there, and Giga Chad, bro, stumbling upstairs, making a fair bit of noise. But 24 seconds, there's still a chance here with a couple of them, but this is where that utility that still hasn't been used, it can be put into such great effect here. The smokes, the sides, and Good Boy delivers on to the first. Nova grabs the second, and it will be the round on the board as will be Fear X. They will start us off. Take a 1-0 lead on our final map.
I like how Fear X played that. So they had all like anchor heavy in quotation mark operators with the smoke, the Goyo, and the Maestro. I mean, util heavy. Obviously, we saw Goyo lurking above, and then the Fenrir being able to activate his gates or his dreads from like away from the location. He was lurking upstairs, and I'm not sure what Direwolves was doing, but they obviously didn't drone top for enough to find Miffy just lurking near those quad windows, which really cost them a lot of their roam clear time. And then obviously, I mean, it did go back down to a 3v2, but Fear-X, they had so much time left and so much util to cover that time that Direwolves just couldn't get in. So I think very, very nice play there by Fear-X, and a little bit of misdroning by Direwolves, maybe just getting back into Bank and coming back into the game, but I don't think they'll make that mistake again. They'll definitely be doing a little bit of extra droning. Fear-X, they have opted to go to the top floor. This time they brought a mirror and a castle, making sure no one can just easily get through. But to counter that, Direwolves does a Kali to be able to open any castle barricades on some windows, opening up all of the site from the windows side here. I do like the Vigil pick as well. As we saw, Direwolves, they did not drone very well, but also Bank itself is a very large map, so a lot of drones are required to clear space, and that Vigil is going to cause all sorts of little problems for Direwolves on the flank and below.
Seal doing his own droning this time to make sure that some angles close by him are actually clear. So they're starting to make their way in towards first side from a couple of the windows they've got. The setups from above here where they want to try and get some decent angles again, opening these things up, and feels like there's a bit more coordination going on this time, and Jogor shows that off with a kill onto Good Boy. They're taken out of the round pretty early on here, bit of 40 now. But no chance of that refrag, and losing their best player so far throughout this series. It's a bit of a blow here for Fear-X as Direwolves continue to make their way in towards the sites.
Just opening up different angles into sight as we see Pekins lurking ATM repel here. Seal definitely aware there's someone lurking in Janitor as we see Miffy just putting down another mirror. But Direwolves, they're just taking their time. Able to pick down Demic as well. But Miffy getting very aggressive on the windows, but traded out, leaving it to 3v2. Direwolves have opened up the main walls and are on the repels. I'm not sure if they're aware Nova is in this corner or not, though. This could be very impactful.
Seconds. Trying to hold this one together. Oh, well, it seems like they've managed to get the read on this round so far. Oh, that smoke, the moment it dissipates there, the timing could be massive, but they don't want to wait around, and so they want to try and get in. That doesn't work out, and Pika picks up a double to finish things off. Big kills, and a nice response there from Direwolves. They tie it up 1-1. And FearX, they lost that opener, and then they just didn't really recover from there. Direwolves, they read that one very nicely, as they will head to their tertiary third site with some questions over their head.
Direwolves, just the end of the round, once again, they're playing well and coordinated together. They didn't necessarily know where the FearX players were, but all of them were together, holding those angles and being able to refrag the two FearX members when they aggress together. Really just holding those crosses there. So good patience and good coordination from both teams as well. I mean, both the FearX members got aggressive at the same time as well, trying to make sure Direwolves couldn't plant there. But Direwolves getting those early picks on Good Boy, just making sure they didn't have any flank issues, I think really opened up the round for Direwolves to get what they needed open and then get the positions they needed to go for a execute. FearX, they have, once again, you mentioned they've gone to the tertiary site, so not very happy with their middle floor, their top floor hold, so they're opting to go to the middle floor, which Direwolves looks like Joe wants to potentially do a printer rush jump in straight into site. Just opening some stuff up, getting a bit more intel on site. This is what Direwolves and FearX are really good at, is just droning and getting that intel on site and knowing the complete setup and how they're going to execute through it. Ooh. Shots out though from Nova, but nothing to confirm just yet.
Just a bit, scaring some shots, doing some damage, and Pika and Jogor are doing massive damage. The doubles in from that side there. Good Boy, though, responding, and so will Rinsan for a second before he falls at now 2v3. It's a very, very quick round, this one, and it's going to be Mephi's now got the double kill. We've gone just a minute into this round. Plenty of time left on the clock. Direwolves gotten some decent areas here, but the problem is Jogor is going to be put away, so it's all left on Souffle here in a 1v2. Knows the positioning of maybe at least one. Gathered some intel from his teammates. Now needs to find the shots, needs to be presented with something. Almost gets the spam through perfectly, and Mephi, the numbers are there to just hold out. Quick, fast, and with lots of action that round. Direwolves, they can't quite fight it, and FearX retake the lead once again.
Very aggressive play there by Direwolves, taking above quickly and then going straight through the kitchen and then the printer window, as we saw Joe on the Ash, full sprinting, able to pick up a kill straight in open. But FearX, they were able to rebound really quickly, respond to that quick rush and get back onto site, as we saw. It was looking a little just like it was very close. Direwolves just missing a few shots, not picking up both FearX players. But very good response by FearX there on that hold. They have opted now to go back down to basement, and they have switched up their operators a little bit. They've got a 2 morale now, so that will always be more painful to get through any of the hard reinforced hatches or the reinforced walls. And they've also got, once again, the Goyo and the smoke, 2 core things that will really delay any push directly into site. Direwolves, they have got a black bit now to potentially clear things a little faster, and the Jakebi to make sure they can drain things and clear things out a little faster. I think they're definitely checking upstairs cams though, making sure that Mifi's not lurking anywhere, top floor. And Souffle just lurking in garage as well, just being able to pick up a few util things. But FearX, they are aware of the Bravo cam lurking there.
Some decent inroads as well here. Again, this round a little bit calmer compared to what we saw just before, but starts again to get some decent sort of inroads from outside and droning. I want to make sure this time 5. I was going to say Davos, the person that did actually both rounds they didn't really drone properly. The last round, you know what, fair enough. You go fast, quick. Sometimes you don't need the drones. You just take the kills that come with it. First round, it worked against them. The 2 rounds they have, which is this one as well. First one in round 2, they looked incredibly solid off it. And now, so far here, they're taking their time, down to 90 seconds. They've got some good info about where most of these FearX players are going to be hanging around. Can they convert any of that info, especially when FearX, they've got the positions and they've got some decent util left around as well.
Just running out the middle of the site as well, so seeing what util they will have to get through towards the end of the round for their plant. But Mifi on the Warden, deciding to stay on blue stairs, really trying to delay as much as possible on Direwolf's side. There's also a player in server, as we see GigaChat just flashing the Goyo, making sure the Goyo can't help out with the Warden as well. But Mifi on the Warden with the shotgun, take down Blackbeard, but then Seal getting another, and Mifi getting a second. Really good.
Oh, Mifi! Hello!
Oh,
big kills, the triple there. Absolutely fantastic stuff, but they're still alive here, Direwolf. Seal's got a double, 23 seconds. They need to get moving, though. Fuser, the jump in, try and find something here, but time is the greatest enemy, and there's just none of the chances to really clear angles. I just got to hope that they can maybe hit ahead, get in a corner, try and plan around these smokes. The diffuser is being put down and the defense is coming through, but it's a little bit late there from Suklo. They get one, but then there's no time left. And the charge through, it's enough to secure the round there for FearX. They are now up to 3. And they are able to get the first real break in this deciding map. And Direwolves, unfortunately, they find themselves in a really awkward position. Again, there'll be secondary and tertiary sites for these last couple of rounds, but again, you just can't be looking at a 5-1 here. Take 2. They need to hit one of these rounds here.
Direwolves did win this round last time, which they did. They cleared the things that they needed to quickly. They got rid of the flank quickly, and as we see here, Direwolves has gone a little bit more. FearX has gone a little bit more anchor. So they've instead of going for the Vigil on Good Boy's going for the Azami. So just helping out a little bit more on site and making it a little bit more difficult for Direwolves to get through. Direwolves, though, they do have the Kali again, just to be able to deal with any castle barricades and should be able to shoot out any keeper barricades as well. They've also switched to an Osa, so she's going to be a bit more of a handful to deal with if she's on repel, or just being able to set up a safe shield on top square side if they do go for that take. FearX just setting up some Windows play here, and it does look like most of them I'm headed over square side just to start off with things. Well, they also have a Flores, I didn't mention. Yeah, Flores should be able to deal with any of the Cuba barriers as well, and castle barricades, so they have a good selection of utility.
Decent setups on all sides, and that's the one they're looking for. And once again, it's Good Boy. Is put out of this round. Pivotal player for FearX, but they still have Mephi. And Mephi's on 10 kills after 4 rounds, so that's the one Direwolves would love to eliminate, but they've got an opener, a chance. Try and break in here. So close on that side again, and you're getting some setups. I could just see that they think you want to maybe take a fight there, but the trade's not really going to work in that instance. And now with 90 seconds, they're getting some good entries. They're getting some good information, and damage dropped down incredibly low. And Direwolves are starting to close around here on FearX.
Really just causing a bit of issue here on top square. We do see Rin just trying to see if they can get a pick from stock, but Dai was very aware that there might be still a player in stock, not exposing themselves. Just starting to crouch towards site as well as they've opened up soft walls. But Mifu with the C4 on Pecan, making it a 4v4 situation. Very, very close here. They're just trying to get a few picks here, both teams. Just holding their positions, seeing if they can get any openings to open the rest of the round.
Oh, and Mephi again! He's up to a double. The swing on out is absolutely perfect. The difference maker so far between these teams here. The nades all ringing out, but they're holding down FearX. Nova gets that one to Giga Chat. Bro, and it's a team kill! No, no, no! Direwolves, it's all fallen to pieces around them. Oh, that just rubs salt in the wound. And FearX have opened up the 3-round buffer. Round number 6, the last of the first half. And I said about the 5-1, that was the worst case scenario here for Direwolves, and now that could be realised. And again, this time around, though, they looked like they'd actually done quite well. They dominated the early fights. They may have, it was only the 4v4, but it seemed like they had everything set for it. It was just one problem. There is an individual on the opposite side called Mephi who has 12 kills.
Yeah, he is dominating right now. It is bank defense, but 12-2, very, very impressive scoreboard at the moment. And they still have one more defense. They have opted to go to their tertiary site now, which is open and staff, which last time Direwolves went for a rush, I don't think they'll be doing another rush unless they see an opportunity. Ooh, they are hiding the pulse. So just a little bit of extra intel on any vert plays, which Direwolves looks like they're not too... I mean, they have a lot of breaching charges, and for this site, it's very strong to get above as well, which I think that's why FearX has brought the pulse as well. But they also have a lot of roamers, as we see Rin on the Oryx, able to jump up hatches, maybe catch Direwolves off on the flanks with things. And they have a smoke as well, making sure no one can just go for a late plant here. So they're going to force Direwolves to get into sight a little bit quicker with that smoke on board.
I mean, it almost worked the last time they tried it.
Mm-hmm.
The key word is almost, because that's just been a couple of these rounds. Almost. There's opportunities for Direwolves. It just has not quite connected the C4. Not going to be hitting this time. That was, I think we missed or we used up most of our C4 kills from the last map.
Oh, there's another C4 getting ready for prep. This is the power of Pulse, but Joe is already in top square, and I believe with that C4 going off, they're very aware there's someone playing in Archives Teller's area. Rin, though, on the blue stairs flank, making sure no one can just push square. But the rest, well, all of Direwolves at the moment are top floor. Just opening hatches, starting to get a bit of vert control, and making sure FearX can't just rat above and cause issues there.
20 seconds and counting. Start to clear inside a couple of these sides. Stemi tucked in the corner, still yet to register a kill in this map so far. It hasn't mattered too much because he's, well, especially one of his teammates, been doing a fair bit of the lifting, so he can worry about Util and setting the others up if so intended. But 60 seconds, they want to start pushing this one in here, and just as I say, Demi's managed to grab one. There's kills all falling around, and once again, it's FearX who come out on top. 4v2 situation. And Joe Gore and Souffle, I mean, there's nothing they can really do here. They need to try and take some of these fights, maybe hope that a head is presented. It's just not happening. And Joe Gore, 40 seconds, getting hit through as he starts to run away, spams back. There is just no time and no real chance here. And Direwolves, they're going to head into their attacking half, the defensive side, when we do the switch after this round. with a lot of work to do. He's still alive for the time being, but that should not be for too much longer. Oh, the one that was close there. Can't even find the finishing blow, and Rinsan punishes the missed shots. And it is an almost flawless half there from FearX, and they are just 2 rounds away from moving on in the upper bracket.
Direwolves attack just falling apart a little bit there with FearX's either anchor positions and getting aggressive as well on those angles, which I think caught Direwolves off guard a little bit. But really, really good play and coordination by FearX. But also, I think Direwolves just need to be a bit more aware of what FearX... I mean, we've seen FearX be quite on this map, and I don't think Direwolves really picked up on how aggressive they were to try and keep space or delay any pushes, which we saw FearX at the end, able to delay Direwolves all the way till the end of the round, getting those few picks, leaving it in a 4v2, which Direwolves did not have a chance of winning that round. So FearX, very good on their defense side, but we are switching across. This is Bank as well, so things can always switch up. This is where Direwolves need to switch on, otherwise FearX is going to run away with it. They have gone down to the basement as well, and Direwolves are lurking and being aggressive, which you mentioned before, has that they've been a bit more aggressive on each of the maps compared to FearX.
Yeah, and this time they've got to make sure that aggression does plan out the way they're hoping to. But this is the round. They need to get this one at the very least. You lose the basement play here, it's going to be incredibly difficult. And again, they are just 1 round away from the map and match points being in front of them. And FearX, they know that they can start pushing these players. They've got, I would say, enough that's happened here that not everyone's exactly done massive amounts, but, you know, you say Mephi go kill, it works on that side. Direwolves and, you know, Souffle, Pika, they've got, you know, 5-5. They just haven't really had that one big standout on really any of the maps. And, you know, that's fine as it is. But you still need to find the kills early on. And Giga Chad, bro, the C4s are returning. And that's the one they're looking for. A nice kill, an opener, something that they can take into the rest of this round. 90 seconds left on the clock. So FearX, and it is Mephi is gone. So they've got to have the others stand up. And just where they need to, the double in response. And now Direwolves on the back foot.
Really good clear there by Open. We saw they were pushing from Teller's electrical side and in Printer with the shield as well. So Dire was kind of getting collapsed on there on the middle floor. But there's a minute left and they still have a Goyo with the gold canisters to play with a little bit, which, as we see Good Boy there, chucking a nade to try get rid of those gold canisters early. So really clearing the util on site with a minute left. So this is really good pacing by FearX here.
See a few of the Direwolves members re-rotating, moving slightly. They know what's on the line here. Lower bracket game tonight, which is an elimination game. One of these teams is heading there. And we might be getting a clearer picture after this round if FearX can convert this 4v3. 30 seconds time to start dropping in, and you can see Jogor trying something a bit different. He's gone upstairs, trying to get a kill, trying to stop this one from coming through. But Demi is finding the kills. He's been pretty quiet this game so far. A nice C4, and it has stopped the defuser going down. So it's a chance for Joe Gore. The side was there, lines it up. They might have pulled this back one. Direwolves, they would have done it. Rinsan, he's got no time, and they will get it done. A second earlier, maybe could have had the chance, but the C4 clutch as it stops the diffuser coming down. And in the end, FearX, they do it to themselves a bit. They waited. They wanted to make sure everything was clear. But when you do that, you need to make sure you have that time to put that diffuser into action. Doesn't happen. And Dire will breathe a sigh of relief. Those are the rounds that you will take So they grab one back, 5-2. Fearex, they miss an opportunity there.
That was, I don't know how long was left on putting that diffuser down, but the C4 just clutched up that round. Fearex had prepared themselves really well, that they cleared all the util out, what they needed. They got all the vert, made sure no roamers were left. They had a man advantage 4v2 as well. But Dire was just able to pull out a miracle almost at that last bit of the round. I think Fearex will be kicking themselves. That definitely should have been Fearex as well round.
It's just, again, those little things that, you know, for Fearex, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe they get the next 2 rounds, they go into the upper bracket, we forget about this entirely, or all of a sudden, Direwolves, they just get that confidence, that team booster. Everyone just gets a bit up and start to feel that momentum. And Fearex, you know, they start to get a bit nervous. You're closing in, you miss opportunities. All of a sudden, you're the ones that start making mistakes. Direwolves, I mean, the fact they were pushed, though, on what was the basement is a little concerning, maybe. But they've got to do it. They've just got to hope they can hold out another round here. Just keep this ball rolling. And it starts with the openers.
Direwolves holding top floor. They've got the castle set up again. Fearex, though, they've brought a Kali and a Glaz as well. So a lot of long angles they can hold and really punish Direwolves for peeking anything out. Tuflay taking a few shots here as the Glaz gets very aggressive in Spiral here. But GigaChad taking down Rin. And good boy refragging of GigaChat, but Demic, he's taken all the space up to top elevators here, and Nova's taken all of stock as well, pushing in aggressively. The trade there with the C4 and the gunshots, but Fearex just keeping that pressure going, left in a 3v1 situation with a minute and a half remaining.
Yeah, they've done this perfectly here, Fearex, and now Seal needs to pull off a 1v3 as they start to make their way in. Position now known as well. Spotted the ones outside. Gets tapped down a little bit lower as the diffuser starts to be planted. And all Seal can do is hope that he can find some heads, and it's not happening here. Good boy delivers the final blow, and Fearex are the first to 6. 4 map and series points here. And Direwolves, well, there was a 6-2, it was a 6-love situation. They managed to get to 6-2 last time around. This time they're starting at least with 2 already on the board, but they need 4 in a row just to force OT. And Fearex, well, they make up for what happened last round. Clean, calm, and collected. They dissected Direwolves there.
I think that change of pace really took Direwolves by surprise there, with Glaz just full sprinting through lobby and able to get up onto the spiral staircase, as well as Monty just able to jump in to stock and really put pressure and clear those players out. Once again, Fearex working and coordinating very well together, getting aggressive at the same time, which just caught Direwolves off guard with all the different crosses and angles that Fearex had taken, all in a minute as well. So I think very good pace changing there by Fearex. Direwolves definitely a little bit concerned, so they've changed sites to staff and open, their tertiary side. Not happy with their upstairs hold, which is actually what happened with Fearex on their defense as well. But Direwolves looks like they want to hold upstairs a little bit. They've got a Warden clicking upstairs and a Zami holding stock, and there's a castle also setting up there. They've also got extra intel on site with the Maestro and the Mira, which that might cause issues for Fearex later on, as they don't have too many things to clear those Maestro chems. Fearex, though, they have the RAM, and it does look like they're starting to focus on clearing top floor out first.
Starting to make their way in, and GigaChad, decent angle, information, waiting for it there as well. See Nova Be careful with how he puts around there. And Good Boy's just wandered on in. Jogor is just caught completely off guard. And Direwolves, they're down 4 and things like that just cannot be happening. A freebie with no chance of a trade. And Fear X, the perfect start to this round. And another as well as Rinsan gets sealed. This is becoming a problem. This is becoming more than a problem. It's a disaster. 4v2 now. It's left on Pika and also Giga Chad. And just as I say that, Pika is all that remains. And this one seemingly looking like it is going the way of Spirit. Getting one back at the very least. And oversight with so many angles here. They stuck away. The kill leader here for Direwolves need to do something special. Flash is absolutely perfect, and it's all they need to finish it off. Good Boy with a killing blow. And Fear X, we go all the way 3 maps. But it's another 7-2. It was 7-2 on their opener, and it's 7-2 to finish it here on Bank.
What a dominant performance there by Fear X. Really, like on defense, they knew how to play with what the util they had, but also they were ratting and really capitalizing. The attack side, once again, that pace changing, the aggression together. Also, just playing with the util they had again, with the Monty just being able to clear space really quickly. Very, very dominant performance by Fear X, winning the series 2-1.
Yeah, it was fantastic stuff all around, and I guess we'll get some more insight as well from the man who's been sitting in the background and enjoying the games. It's pretty...
Yeah, firstly, this role is very comfortable. Thank you very much, Robert J. Monday, for letting me fill in his big shoes. But yeah, I've got to say, a little bit disappointed with today's proceedings so far from the APAC South bias that I bring to the table. You know, obviously, as we know on the other stream, the Chiefs lost 2-0. Now we see Direwolves lose, and unfortunately, it does mean, guys, we are actually going to have to send one of the quote-unquote APAC South representatives home today because they were playing off in the elimination game. In terms of this series, though, it's one of those classic ones where it goes 3 maps, but Spartan, ultimately, each map was actually quite one-sided.
DW, and just their holds, their aggression, and they really read into Fear X on that side. But Fear X on the opposite side with Con and in Bank, they really utilized the util, the shields, and they read Direwolves' plays really well. And I think they figured Direwolves, they like playing aggressive on defense, but then take their time a lot on the attack. And I think Fear X really read them quite well and adapted to their plays and really punished Direwolves when they weren't doing what they should have been doing.
You saw on the replays here now as they're up 5-2 at the beginning, ended up being a 7-2 win for Fear X to kickstart the series has, and it really set the tone. But I mean, credit to Direwolves, of course, on Cloud. They brought it back 7-4. It was still competitive though, like Spartan just said, and probably in the end now, now that we've got the entire tale of the tape, it kind of makes sense really all in all. When you look at the consulate domination, you look at the bank domination, the openness that we get from those 2 maps, Fear X just completely exploiting Direwolves, who, yeah, maybe found a little bit of comfort on Club, a bit more of a constricted map. Ultimately, though, it really, to me, says this is a very, very good result for Fear X heading into, you know, that upper portion of the bracket now. They move on to CAG. What are your thoughts going into that matchup for them after what you've seen from their gameplay today?
Yeah, no, I like it overall. They definitely... It was sort of called upon each player to do their own role when it was needed. That was probably the difference maker, I think, was... Team play from both sides, I think, was pretty good, but it was just that one player each time from Fear X, whether it be Mephi, whether it be Good Boy, that was just absolutely destroying on one of the maps. So they'd have 12 kills, 15, 16. They just did all the performance bit there, and that was just the difference maker in the end. Direwolves, again, they had solid team chemistry, and they looked decent in parts, but when they needed someone to do a really big play, or they needed that double, the triple, it just wasn't really showing up for them. and Fear X, each time it happened, they were just, you go back and you look at the highlight stuff, the 3Ks, the 4Ks that came through. They'd be pretty happy with it. And, they're going up against the Osaka squad now, who had their own quite, I would say, dominant performance over Chiefs. So I think they're feeling confident. I think both these teams running into each other, it should be another close series.
Yeah, interestingly enough, in that match, CAG playing a bank as well, won that one 7-4 against Chiefs. Do wonder, kind of speaking hypothetically here, if that's going to be the kind of maps we see. If so, could potentially favor Fear X. For those at home, maybe a little bit unaware in terms of the way things are running, of course, for today and tomorrow. Now, while we've done the upper bracket semifinals and CAG, Fear X, they move forward, it's not a qualifying match for either of those two just yet. They move to the upper bracket final. The winner of that, of course, then goes to, I guess you can call it the grand final, right? So there's still a lot more to play in terms of Siege overall. And fear not as well, if you're a Direwolves fan, they go down to the lower bracket, but maybe that fear could be short-sighted considering the loser of this next match, Chiefs and Direwolves, will be out of 6 invitational contention, and that puts all of the pressure now on that particular match. It's fair to say for CAG and Fear X, less pressure in their game. They will be playing, of course, again later tonight, but also guaranteed to play tomorrow. So Spartan puts all the pressure now on Chiefs and Direwolves. You've got to win or you go home.
Oh, definitely. I think they'll be both feeling the pressure, and I don't think they'll be very happy with how their first matches went. So I think both of them will be in a very similar mental state going into the next match. But with what I've seen in this match, and then looking at the results of what happens with CAG and Chiefs, I think Direwolves, I mean, it was 2-1, and we haven't seen them verse each other yet, obviously. But they were able to get a win on Clubhouse, which, unlike Chiefs, who haven't got a win yet on their maps, I think that will be a little confidence booster in their pocket that, hey, we were able to at least take a map. So I think they'll be feeling a little bit more confident than Chiefs going into the lower bracket elimination game.
Yeah, I mean, intriguingly enough, though, Clubhouse is the kind of map we've seen Chiefs have success on in the past. It wasn't actually picked, though, by Direwolves for this series, yet they go and win it. I do wonder, in terms of that map veto process, how that's going to play out. Of course, we will be covering that matchup on this stream to come after the break, but I mean, it's definitely going to be what I would consider, a hotly contested series. It's win or go home. I think for Chiefs as well, there's a little bit of added pressure surrounding them. They came into this particular tournament as one of the favorites after what we saw from them being able to get to Montreal, their performance there, etc. Coupled with the fact a lot of these other teams as well have always struggled at times to be able to perform well internationally. They've all had to fly over and adjust in a pretty short span of time. So, I mean, full credit to CAG for what they're able to do in their matchup 2-0, and also too for Fear X. I think two teams from two respective regions that sometimes don't quite get the plaudits, and maybe for good reason, but this could be a bit of a wake-up call for the likes of Direwolves, Chiefs, that the competition certainly is improving. Before we do go to a break, though, I mean, we're going to touch on, of course, Chiefs and Direwolves quite extensively when we come back, guys, but I do kind of want quick thoughts on CAG and Fear X, because we're not going to get to cover it. I'll quickly get your thoughts on that, who you think maybe is going to progress.
Yeah, it's a tight one there. I'd probably have that slightly towards the CAG Osaka team. I genuinely think that one's probably going the best of 3 series there. The fact that they got through Chiefs 2-0 completely, like the Chiefs really didn't have a look at it all, is a really good sign for them that they're switched on. Fear X, they stumbled a little against Direwolves there when they lost the second map. There's opportunities overall, but the other 2 maps as well, that dominant. I would hope to see the best of 3 there, but I'd be leaning towards the CAG Osaka squad.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that's a pretty fair assumption. Spartan, any thoughts on the matchup from yourself?
I mean, they both went straight into close calls, and then they both won out through their last chance close calls to get here. So I think they'll be quite even, at least in their regions. Comparing the different regions, though, I mean, Fear X looked quite strong, at least in these matches that I've seen, with their shield plays and coordination. I'm sure I didn't get to see CAG match, obviously, but being very dominant against Chiefs as well, it sounds like they're on the ball as well. But I think comparing the regions, we have seen Japan be a little bit stronger than South Korea, so I think I would be slightly towards CAG, but I think it will at least go to 3 maps. I think it'll be a very close series.
It's definitely going to be a fascinating one. Of course, that one will be on the Bravo stream. For us, though, short break. When we come back, though, it is the lower bracket elimination game between Chiefs and Direwolves. You don't want to miss it.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the winners finals here in the APAC LCQ. Cthulhu and Black and Blue on the microphone, and we just got to witness as well just before the matchup of the FearX versus Direwolves. We got to see the CAG versus Chiefs. Two teams just went down to the lower bracket, two teams to stay up and afloat, and those are the FearX and CAG Osaka, the Korean counterparts versus the Japanese counterparts. And look, BB, this has been a heater turnaround actually for FearX, all things considered. Oh, look, that's coming after. Oh. Okay, now sound. Right. Whilst the Black and Blue is getting things sorted. Okay, we're back. Yeah. All right, there we go.
Still?
We are back. It's like nothing like an APAC broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, like a bit of scuff, but that is a-okay. For the time being, whilst we're sorting out the tech issues, let me walk you through on this. Let me put you on this whole scene for now. So we got Dire Wolves. Alrighty, we are back.
Hello?
We're back. I think we're back.
Hello. Can
Hi.
I be heard?
Right.
Now, okay, now I'm coming through. First of all, for calling me BB, buy me dinner first. Second of all...
That's coming after the broadcast.
Yep. Second of all, who we thought were going to win those matches earlier on, it didn't go the way we expected. We thought maybe Chiefs could make stuff happen, but it's CAG who actually comes out on top. Then on the other end of things, we were talking about Direwolves and FearX on the opposing broadcast, and we were looking, I think, maybe Direwolves probably do get this. FearX, they've been kind of shaky every now and then, but hey, they win the series that they both have to win. East Asia looking on top right now here in the APAC LCQ. And what more is there to say aside from we're kind of surprised about how things went, especially that CAG game that they took Chiefs down 2-0.
Yeah, the CAG game definitely is still a bit of a shocker to me, the way how things really turned around. With also some of the recent news that actually happened during the broadcast as well, that Gaming Gladiators actually announced another one of the OGs of their roster getting dropped. Fisher guy got dropped as well just recently and announced. For, I believe it's actually Juicy that is getting added to the roster, at least temporarily. But regardless, all for that, with all the switches, all the roster turnarounds, and for Chiefs to bow out with a 2-0 at the first game against CAG seems definitely like a bit of a a curious case, all things considered. The bank was, there's still a few flying sparks here and there. The contention was still there even before the matchup concluded. And then we go into Cafe, and wow, what a one-sided sort of venture that was in favor of CAG. And they played it down to a T, honestly. Like in bank, it was a well-oiled, very mechanic heavy, no time wasted sort of machine that just kept on plowing through the opposition. And I'm quite curious to see how that CAG effect will keep on going further against now the Korean counterparts.
Yeah, it was a very kind of discipline check, I think, from the attacking side a lot of times coming in here for CAG. When they were going up against Chiefs a while ago, you can see that Chiefs, sometimes it almost seemed like, I think there was one moment where one of the players were like rotating, then they hesitated on the Chiefs side, then he doubled back around where he came from, and because of that, I guess the nerves of the anti-roam that we saw coming from CAG Osaka, the pressure that they were putting on the defense of Chiefs was, I guess, insurmountable for them, and they eventually crumbled to it. So if you're a fan of Chiefs, if you're a fan of the Direwolves, don't worry just yet, because they obviously still have a lower bracket match to be played. We're going to be having that on the other broadcast, but for here we got the winners. This is what we're going to be seeing, the winners finals, really. And what I'm interested to see here is what Fear X can do differently. Now, it's been already kind of a, I guess, surprising result to see them here, considering the fact that they've been kind of like the third best team in the Korean scene. Obviously, number one is probably going to be Talon right now, and then you look at D+, right? D+ is the team that most, I guess, fans and viewers alike were kind of wondering, rather, we're kind of considering to make it into the LCQ, but they lost against Fear X here, and D+ is a team that did make the last major. They made it to Montreal, but could not qualify back into the LCQ to make their way into the Invitational, and so then you wonder, is there something new on the table here for Fear X? Obviously, they've got some really well-known names like Rin, who everybody at this point knows, but will that star power be enough to topple over just the complete exemplary play we saw from CAG a while ago?
Oh yeah, that's supposed to be. That'll be the big question really going into this matchup, because I mean, looking at the overall scoreline that did happen between Direwolves and Fear X, it was a bit of a curious case really, because on the maps that Fear X really felt comfortable, it was an absolute washout. I mean, a 7-2 on Consulate, a 7-2 on Bank is a phenomenal indicator really for them. And then they go into something that is a little bit more, I guess, standardized.
All right.
Like Clubhouse, and it's a 4-7 win for Direwolves.
All right.
So the question comes, do CAG just stick to their own gameplay and just polish out their own play and pick just their preferred maps, or do they go into what seems to be sort of the kryptonite of Fear X and go into the much more normalized maps and just play out their games there?
Well, we're going to find out when we do go to the game, which I think we're going to the game right now here. Let's get you off, because I think we're being told to throw it immediately, or throw it soon into this match. So let's send it. Let's go to the game. I mean, if we got the game going, then I want to see it. You're talking about how whether they choose to kind of play to their strengths or look at the weaknesses of their opposition, right? Which is more important sometimes here. Sometimes some teams want to kind of, let's pick into a map that we know they're weak against, but maybe they themselves aren't too comfortable in it. And so I am of the school of thought that you want to play to your strengths more than the weaknesses of your opponent. If you're well practiced on something, why not put it to the true test, right? But CAG Osaka have been looking very, very clean so far. And for a team like Fear X, coming from a region that has been generally highly touted in terms of the amount of opportunities the region has gotten, right? There's many large tournaments, many large circuits for the Korean scene. You kind of wonder why the Korean scene hasn't really been looking as sharp as we might have wanted to expect from them, especially from APAC as a whole. They do have a team like PSG Talon now who are doing well, yes, but like D+, shaky, Fear X kind of shaky throughout most of the year up until they come to like the final stage into LCQ. That's where things work out for them, the qualifier for this. So stability, I think, is the biggest thing that we are looking to see here from Fear X, especially against CAG Osaka, who are the complete opposite in contrast to them. Throughout this entire year, winning every single LCQ, winning what they have to just to make it into the majors. And that's a huge point of experience here for a team like CAG Osaka. And same couldn't be said for Fearx, and that's where I worry for them. Maybe just the lack of, I guess, consistency could play into a factor here in the full best of 3 series.
Oh, absolutely. I did also get a quick glimpse at the other side of the bracket, towards the loser bracket, the Dire Wolves versus the Chiefs game. Their vetoes also just got popped up as well, which is the Cafe, the Skyscraper, and the Bank. Boy, oh boy. What a choice. What a set of picks as well, because Dire Wolves now realizing that Chiefs might be on a bit of a back foot as well, and introducing Cafe straight from the get-go will keep the wound open potentially still. And then for the Skyscraper, yeah, Chiefs did play it a few times and they managed to actually show us a pretty decent play out. But again, if they let Jigsaw basically stay alive, that's where their strength lies. And then Bank Decider, oh man, that couldn't be any more of a, like, you know, it's almost poetic for that map veto to happen this way, especially for the loser bracket as well. So I'm genuinely quite curious, quite excited to see how that side of the matchup will really pan out, because that will tell a whole different story. Now we're talking for Chiefs and Dire Wolves, it's all or nothing.
Yeah.
You either win and you progress further in the bracket, or you get completely eliminated. That's it. No glory, nothing for you as well. And so this is a situation that APAC has been put into quite oftentimes, really. And so I would expect both teams not to really crumble under that pressure. But look, we've seen some more quote-unquote wondrous things, so I'm not excluding that opportunity either. But finally, we do get to see the first map that is the Consulate, actually, that is going to be picked between the two teams. I don't know how I feel about this, actually. The Consulate choice is certainly something that I don't think I've fully expected to come out.
I would have more thoughts on this if I knew who picked it, first and foremost, so try and confirm that. In terms of the veto,
well, I'm assuming this is the FearX map, because picking this, it doesn't make sense for CAG to pick this against the Korean counterparts, just because just before FearX came out with a 7-2 victory on Consulate against Dire Wolves. So it would be borderline asinine if they would have actually picked it against FearX here. So I'm assuming that is the case, that this is the FearX pick, and then we get to see a different map pick as well for the Japanese team.
That could make sense. We have seen CAG win this map, though, against a team like Chiefs during Montreal. And it is a map, I don't know, man, because it's a map that we've seen CAG actually leave open a lot of times. They maybe diverted this as maybe a third ban in their pool. They don't ban it early. So I'm not too sure, man. This could go either way. I mean, to be fair, they could have also seen something that maybe FearX were leaving open, that they feel like, okay, we could exploit this. Let's let them play their Consulate now, because we were seeing things that maybe Dire Wolves weren't able to do a while ago that they feel like they can. So ultimately, it'll matter more on how they perform on the map itself. So let's get right to it. The Echo, they got the castle as well. Things mostly standard to start off the map here.
Whilst the things actually on the map will start off quite calmly, I actually do want to quickly cast your attention real quick to the ban phase that just happened. Whilst CAG stuck to their own sort of gut feeling, the Azami and the Dokkaebi out, FearX realized just how potent CAG are. And this has been even highlighted. Shout out to Twitch chat. For once, I will shout out Twitch chat. They during the CAG versus Chiefs, a lot of people highlighted that, you know, it's almost silly not to really ban a shield operator against CAG because of how efficient they can be. And so for that very reason, you can see the BB and the Clash, because of just how potent that Clash was against the Chiefs as well. So for FearX, they did their homework. I'll give them that. So that's a good start. Now I'm curious to see how will they really play it all out for the remainder of it. Also, Black and blue. We get to we get the peek at the map picks as well. The Clubhouse and Chalet to wrap up the BO3 here.
Ooh, Clubhouse is an interesting one. That's also been a pretty, I guess, decent map for Kagosaka as of recent history, and so I think it's smart. Obviously, you take out the shields, especially when you have a player like Anitun on the opposing side who has been exemplary with those shields, being a huge nuisance. The Yokai rings out, trying to stall a bit from Nova, pushing out forward. See here, trying to take that piano control earlier, but Kagosaka making sure they have good control over most parts of the map. Actually, they're not putting all their eggs into one basket.
This is actually going to be quite a phenomenal play if this actually works out the way how I think it will, which is, you know, use the Echo Drone to make the shield actually, flinch, and then the shots will be coming through, which is absolutely phenomenal here. Already, though, the initial damage has been taken. No! How do you miss that opportunity as well?
He went with a shoddy. Maybe with a primary, things could have been different, but here, Fear X are just completely striking fear into the hearts of Kagosaka.
Oh.
Response here from Sharip. He needs a Nace just to come back into this, just to clutch around. The plant will go down. Diffuser has been stuck. Kagosaka. Can Sharip do it for them? He will not. Shut down here by Demik. That is an opening storm of round as they take the upper floor and continue to get the opening round.
Overconfidence there from Kagosaka to bring out, to use that shoddy, because that Monty was almost quintessential to find that initial breach through the lines of the Japanese roster. And wow, that turned out quite tragically there for the Japanese players, but only the first round. Fearix, so far, potentially on the similar sort of course like Chiefs, where, you know, the initial round was off the back of a very cheeky play, and that is exactly what just happened here. But look, this is a much more of a confident map choice here from Fury, so I'm almost expecting them to be the ones to dominate this, at least first half, to set the pace here, whereas it is up to CAG to try to play catch up, to try to ensure that they don't fall behind with this pace.
To be fair, CAG have shown us today that they do typically tend to start these maps off pretty slowly, right? They lose the opening two rounds, and then eventually start to come back with their own. You saw that happen versus Chiefs. Takes them a bit of a while to really get a read on the situation here, to get a good, I guess, kind of grasp on whatever is happening in front of them. Fearex, okay, drone out here towards the yellow, trying to see if there's any extended roam up top. They do have the Nook for potentially looking for any pesky stragglers up top.
I'm quite actually curious about that Nook choice, really, especially for Rin, a player that has been known to be quite proactive as well. Almost in a similar way how Jigsaw can be on the Chiefs side. But it's a curious choice to bring out the Nook this early, but for a map like Consulate, it does almost make sense to, you know, start introducing that roam clear, that sneaking operator this early into the game. But with this much of a, like, just a very overly aggressive pressure straight from the get-go, right at the entrance of the building as well, this may actually just be the right choice here. Now, with the top spiral stairs all taken control of, or at least was, Rin actually had the opportunity to try to either go two ways, if not three. One, you go and help your Hibana to pincer whoever's playing around the Visa. B, you can just keep on start pushing just down the spiral and assist and just open up another flank. And C, go down the yellow stairs, play around there, and actually make make a dent in in the actual garage push. And it seems like there we go, Sharif gone. That's your Visa out.
And isn't that the thing with a map like Consulate, right? Oh, what a shutdown there by Black Ray.
Wow.
But yeah, as you were saying, I concur. There's so many diverting paths and diverging paths here that kind of intersect on a map like Consulate that it allows that Nook to have a lot more leeway in being able to choose which way to go and when to do it. And when you have a operator like the Nook especially, gives you a bit more of that kind of sneaky beaky play. I'm not too sure if they really expected him to kind of be there at that position to get the opening pick, but now they know the Nook is in play. How do they change things up? They still do have those mirrors down below. And that, I think, is going to be one of the bigger things when the execute does come. But never mind. They've actually already gotten themselves into a plantable spot. Rin coming here from behind, announcing his presence. Good Boy gets a pick off here. Black Ray falls at EMR at range. That's going to be big. Anitune, though, responds. The Vector always formidable, especially up close. 3v3 now. The Monty's still up and alive. But the plant, will they be able to stick it? Shield on the back. Should be the turtle to protect the hair. Will be able to stick it, and there it goes down. Diffuser is planted. Swing out from Chibisu to somehow equalize things up, but now it's all down to Chibisu. Good Boy here. Good position on the crossfire with Mephi outside. Has to be careful off the swing because Good Boy is right and ready for it. And there you go. FearX, a double to start things off.
I'm pretty confident whilst at it as well. The fact that the Nook of Ren was able to sow so much chaos as well, it meant that CAG needs to be mindful of literally each and every corner and basically almost has to play a very much of a guessing game as well, where the peak is actually going to come around, where the swing is actually going to come through. And this is where it just becomes just that very much of a just frustration central, really. And we can see that as well on the side of CAG. Yeah, they managed to cop a couple kills here and there, but otherwise it is very much of a FearX sort of push, and we're looking at all this. Good Boy has been performing absolutely stellar and being able to vary it nonetheless as well between two arguably polarizing roles to a certain degree. I mean, switching between the Twitch and now the Buck feels like quite a drastic change. And then we looking at somebody like Mephi as well, the introduction, the switch actually from Deimos to a recruit means that FearX are quite comfortable with their info gathering game and instead actually opt for a little bit more utility. The frag grenades plus the stuns is a powerful combination no matter how you look at it, and you add that up with the LMG, ooh, you got some absolute heater of a loadout.
It's actually perfect right now because of the fact that the Wamai is available here for Kagosaka. There is no way they're going to be able to deny 6 grenades on the other side, aside from the 3 impact EMPs, aside from the 2 flashbangs. So much more for BNK FearX here to use to burn utility off of the defensive side, reminding me of a meta of old, but even more beneficial now here for FearX on the attacking side. They're doing good on time here as well to try and pressure towards the weak side of the defense right now.
Yeah. And I do like how FearX really approach that. Now that they have a genuine abundance of those throwables as well. You have the frags on Good Boy, frags on Demic as well. We got the frags on Rin, Mephi as well. So a lot of those heavy utility positions can be cleared out within a matter of just a single throw. And Mephi as well already inside admin.
Especially when there's an Echo alive on the other side, you want to make sure that that shield is quickly dealt with all these nades. That's exactly what they can do. Now, Sharif does go down. On the Malusi, not going to be that big of a problem, although still a gun down is a gun down. Rin does fall down as well, as we mentioned earlier. A 4-4 does typically favor the attacking side because the defense is a bit spread thin at that point, but let's see if that will remain to be the case. They have a printer push here.
Heavy foothold, yeah, around admin/printer, which is a really excellent spot to really make a play from. But a few heavy choke points as well to really be very mindful of. So right now for CAG, they need to hold steadfast, really. They need to ensure that they don't lose the spiral. That gunfight against Good Boy is going to be quintessential here.
You can see him already posturing, but he doesn't expect Chibisu to be as forward as he was there. Good initiative by Chibisu to take the fight, finding great timing in that case, and now he brings the odds ever in Kagosaka's favor. And this is a Kagosaka we've been seeing a while ago. It takes them a bit of a while to get started, a few rounds maybe, but when they do get on point, then they continue that streak.
Exactly, so with Black already eliminating Nova, this is a perfect opportunity for CAG to actually make the comeback.
There they go. Black Ray, Toxic Bade's out. No wall shall be passed and no threshold shall be continued into. Black Ray with a shutdown. Demika all alone. Does get the one. Good shot there. But I'm not sure if he's going to be able to have enough time to find even more. The shoddy, even at that range, off the buff, skin shred. There you go, Kagosaka. What did I say? They lose the opening 2 rounds typically, but they always come back with the third.
Yeah, come back with a third, come back with quite the swagger as well. That round was certainly much more confident from them. They read into quite a fair few plays, and yeah, the moment that push on the spiral sort of fell down, that's the one factor that really FearX probably banked on quite a fair bit to distract the enemy, to get a little bit more of the, traction and take away that more of the ground. And that all fell apart almost instantaneously, really. So now looking into the future rounds, CAG from here on out, if we judge by the same sort of trend how it was against Chiefs as well, this is where they start ramping up their own momentum. Now, main difference between how we saw the downstairs being approached, I believe, just about 2 rounds ago, and now is that we are yet to see a nuke choice from Rin. So Rin instead is bringing out the Ash, which tells us for the most of it, or rather Ram instead, is that we are looking at a bit more of a emphasis on probably vertical game, try to flush out some of those key positions and then make a play off the back of the Sens, off the back of the the main breach towards the garage door, and from there you really start putting the clamps down. You got the vertical pressure, you got the pressure from the main breach, and this is how you flush out the defense.
Well, from an R4 to another R4 operator. But the thing is, to be able to make that vert work out, how will they clear Black Ray up top here? How will they clear the roam game? That remains to be seen. They were doing good on it earlier on, but I think Kagosaka have kind of caught up to the pace that FearX here play, or at least have a better picture of it, that now it's going to be much harder to try and make this roam game really have minute presence. And if that's the case, then Kagosaka here, if they're able to especially dodge these drones and evade for a majority of the round the anti-roam, then it could become a problem for them. They could catch him out when they try and vert, but let's see if that remains. Oh, Shadi has been seen here. Sharif will fall back down yellow all the way. And even that is also pressure in itself. Oh.
Something that I think
they don't clear him.
Might actually. Oh no! Oh boy!
They don't.
Something that I think FearX that might actually be a bit upset about later on. Might catch up to them. Is the fact that they didn't manage to shut down that rotation of Sharif from the top yellow to the bottom, because we did see the silhouette of one of the attacking operator actually dropping into the art room, and if only there was just a bit more weight to check out that spot, maybe they could have actually caught them off guard. But this is a perfect push by CAG and a phenomenal rotation back. You get the kill, you back off.
Yeah, lovely re-hit there coming from CAG. They know there's certain positions that have been droned out, which will give FearX a false sense of security, and they re-hit, as you mentioned. They push back in, they get their pick. No need to stay and overstay their welcome. Back on off, and look at the problem here for FearX. 3v5, wall is not open. They've done the vert, yes, here in the piano, but that won't be enough to really secure a plant just yet.
Exactly that. Now, going further in, already a few of the boogie drones are going to start going out. I believe almost the last one to go. No, second to last one, as more of that flooring starts getting opened up. Quite curious to see how will CAG really respond, because a bunch of their positionings are still very much sturdy, very much good to go. Shots are going through, and that is a perfect opportunity here. The crossfires are just exquisite.
Lovely.
From CAG.
Lovely stuff. Rin left alone, no more time to get the clutch going, and will be a second round here for Kagosaka. And man, what a defense here. Does get a pick at the end there. I think it was a hip fire even, but ultimately enough. Yeah, just as I mentioned, the fact that now it's been a few rounds, Kagosaka know the pace that FearX like to play their anti-roam, like to play their clear for the majority of the map, especially here in Consulate, because they just saw them play it against Direwolves, and now they've felt it for themselves for a few rounds, and that's why they were a lot more proficient in finding the open lanes in the counterattack to get their picks, and they do it at the same time, right? They push the Legion up the stairs, same thing on the other end of the floor, and with that, they pretty much sealed the round right there. Just had to play their crossfires down below. No reason to give up, a 5v3 into more duels that could go either way. So at that point, Kago Osaka, and as we mentioned, which we saw a while ago from Chiefs, the longer the game goes, the better the read they get on their opponents, and they are looking really, really good right now in making sure that they can keep their expectations to what they believe FearX are about to do.
Well, let's see how really CAG be able to emphasize this sort of push, because so far it's a 2-round streak. They have been quite proficient at just keeping up their momentum pretty thoroughly, and Chibisu playing a very forward position does mean that they are ready to rumble. And
the boss G.
It is going to be a treat of a round. I can already feel it. Sharif has been absolutely on a heater when it comes down to just the boss G rounds, and he did manage to show us before some absolutely phenomenal ones. But here's the interesting point. Mephi just got the second operator to scan. And for Chibisu, he's in a position where he could be in a very, very dangerous spot if he gets spotted early. But yeah, he managed to fall back completely out of there.
Look at how much anti-drone they have. The Vigil, the Solus, and the Mozzie all together.
Yeah. The anti-drone is actually going to be quite perfect here, given that FearX does rely quite a fair bit on the drones, but in comes a very aggressive push. Oh my.
We'll have to scan the Deimos. It works to counter attack here. Also working out for Kago Osaka momentarily, but Rin's able to get the trade out on the Black Ray. 4v3 now. Sharif still alive. The roam game up top, but the plant is going down below. They have to get a move on here. Sharif able to equalize. The boss G is actually pretty clutch in these situations in 1vx, but he has got Kago Osaka a chance simply off of that pick. 3v3. No C4s. Impact is available for him. They know they're up top. Those lanes going down, the stairs going down are going to be difficult. Yellow has to be locked down here. The Deimos scan will come out as well. Who will he get? Anitune's taking a bit of damage, trying to go for the fight. Yeah, as you said, 15 seconds left and they gotta go. Anitune able for the one, but on the trade, it's going to be equalized. 2v2, very little time remaining, and this is looking like a FearX round. The Blitz is still alive in the corner, and he will be the security for this round. There he goes, down another. Then ultimately, FearX will take a round in return to not let this get swept away from him. 3-2, and FearX retake the lead.
Well done by FearX. Honestly, the hold was absolutely solid. Funnily enough, they actually the ones that call in for the timeout as well, which I'm quite curious about. But this is actually a good opportunity because they now broken that streak that CAG has been quite infamous so far throughout this LCQ. Now they need to figure out, okay, we got this break. What do we do next? Do we stick to our play? Do we bring out something else from the strat book? Because this is actually a really good opportunity for them to bust out some of the more outrageous strats. You get through this matchup, you secure yourself the grand final. After that, whoever you beat, you already, for the most of it, really know them, know how to play against them. So no matter if it's a rematch against CAG, if it's a rematch against Direwolves, you already know the game plan. You already know which maps to really play that go into your favor as well. So here, this is going to be a very quintessential round because FearX want this 4th point like their life depends on it.
No, I agree. A lot of people think that you call timeouts when you're losing, but some teams, especially East Asian teams, like to call a timeout every now and then when they've been losing a few rounds and they finally win one, and that's when they call a timeout. So they can talk about, what worked there, what we can continue to do that was working there, and what wasn't working the previous few rounds that finally panned out maybe. And so it's a smart timeout, I think. As you mentioned, they know that the final round of this opening half to get this 4-2 is going to be huge for their momentum coming into the second half. And I respect it. FearX here, they keep the Monty, I think, and I think that's a smart decision. The shield a while ago on the Blitz was a big reason why Kago Osaka were just completely stonewalled and trying to retake the site there.
Here's actually something funny for you as well, as a fun fact stat from the previous matchup of Fear X.
Yeah.
Their consulate against Direwolves, they finished the first half 6-0. Can you imagine that?
I don't have to.
Flawless.
I don't have to.
Flawless half. It is absolutely insane, and it sort of makes sense here. The storyline also aligns here as well. The 4-2 almost becomes even more believable now off the back of the stat against Direwolves.
Well, in that case, I highly doubt that this was a Kag Osaka pick, but I mean, they put up a good fight to kind of get themselves back into the game, to not let this be taken too far away from them. Let's see how they continue, though, moving forward. I'm curious to see how Kag Osaka here, knowing that they have that Wamai, knowing that they have that Yokai as well, if they're going to keep the Yokai kind of close in the pocket, close to the site, or will they use that to help the roam game a bit more?
Well, too sure. They might be good to try to hold off the positions. A few they've tried to make this setup work before, but unfortunately it wasn't as potent as it is now. The presence on the actually on the spiral stairs is going to be quite huge here. With Chibisu out of the equation, this is the first crack in the defense. This is where the push from Good Boy is going to be even more potent.
I agree. Now here, if you are in the position of Fear X, never mind. With the Monty getting shut down, that completely changes things up here on the push. That spiral is going to be so difficult to try and push up towards, and you see Good Boy finding that out firsthand. The crossfire, center-fed T-shaped broom, very difficult for them to have to face check now as it's opposing sides. The Mika is able to get one, but does get traded out by a Nitune, and here's their counter response. A flurry of frags going either way for both sides here. Equalized to 2v2. Sharif gives himself up, trying to take an ill-advised position. They're trapped in the corner. And Rin is able to clean up house off the Deimos from that. They have the glass as well, which means that if this does come to a post plant, it's going to be very difficult. It doesn't even come to that. Shut down there at the end. And hey, 4-2, just as we mentioned.
All right, there we go. It's the first half all done and dusted. Now the question comes, do the CAG roster, or rather does the CAG roster perform here on the offense? Do they get the opportunity to really set the pace, or is this going to be very much of a repetition of what happened to Direwolves once they versed against the Korean counterparts here? Because this has been actually a pretty good showing from Fear X. They're the ones that managed to set the pace. They're the ones that managed to, isolate quite a fair few plays. And I definitely do feel that the lack of that clash is certainly hurting Kag Osaka here quite substantially as well.
I agree. The fact that they don't have that, defensive shield to rely on, which they don't do it every round, but they do it in specific sites when they know that they have a plan intact. Or maybe they're just getting overrun too quickly. They don't have that in their pocket anymore. So very smart ban here by Fear X. Obviously, on the attacking side, things are a bit different. You can still pull out the Monty. In this case, you can even still pull out the Blitz. But that clash, I think, is the biggest one, especially on the defense, that they were really sorely lacking as compared to their game plan, which we saw a while ago against Chiefs.
That's true. It's very true. Now, onwards into the breach, as they say. CAG introducing as well a Galaz, which has certainly been a bit more of a niche pick, but a very potent operator nonetheless, with the Bearing 9, with the now addition of choice of the smokes and the frags. But the run out, it's actually quite good from Rin. And just like that, though the trade out does happen, you trade out an ace for a mute. And that is a trade that Fear X will take it any time of the day.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Absolutely. Great value. No other real hard breach charges aside from the one on Chibisu, and that's not really much. The Glaz able to find another pick here on the Sharif. That's huge from him as well. But in that bout, they did lose their Deimos, so their anti-roam will be a bit less potent, and that's going to be potentially big, knowing that both Good Boy and Mephi are still up on the board. 3v3 now. See how they do bring this. The diffuser obviously has to be picked on up. They can kind of push from this admin side as long as they make sure that they can safely enter the room in the first place. But I mean, with a Capital, that should be potentially easier said than done.
Yeah, it certainly is, but a 3v3 is still very much workable here for both rosters, though CAG roster would prefer it way more. Giving up the Visa stairs does seem almost just a temporary sort of idea, but moving on to potentially cover up the spiral stairs, actually a much better choice here for Mephi. He will need to hit his shots here right on point, though.
Little does he know, Mephi was right around the corner there. Let's back off. He has to be careful swapping out here in the open. He's making lots of noise, but Mephi still doesn't expect it, none the wiser. Diffuser can now finally get into a position here to at least try and springboard into an execute within the site. Nova is still alive. Toxic Faith keeping him a bit of concealment, but they found his position and he will get found anyways. I mean, with a glass in the opposing end, how could you not expect Sharape to connect? Shreds him apart, and there you go. Kagosaka, at least keeping this game in reach.
Certainly so, but yeah, Sharip on the glass out of all the operators definitely had me very much surprised with how well that worked out, honestly, because between the bearing 9 and knowing which weapon to use to engage, not really trying to force any sort of engagements that could put him at a disadvantage, certainly worked just absolute magic for him. Now with only one round in the differential between the two rosters, CAG now can start, once again, trying to layer up that pressure even more. Or for BFX, they are still, in the comfort zone. They still have the point advantage, so they can go for something a bit more almost turtle-like, and that is exactly what they're going with as well. The introduction of Castle, the Mirror, even the Tubarão to a certain degree does sort of call for that in certain capacity. Whereas for CAG, a heavy change as well. Now we're looking at it. So Anaton and Chibisu do get to keep their own operators, so the Monty and Deimos are there. But the Buck, the Ram, very much signaling that they are looking to tear the whole place down. The problem being is BNK tried this before, and they failed quite substantially, specifically on this very side as well. So I'm curious to see how the iteration from the Japanese counterparts will work here.
I'm going to expect something a bit more traditional here from Kagosaka, just based off the comp and how they like to play, right? Probably trying to vert here from piano, open the big wall as of the thermite being there, and then maybe a bit of kind of anti-roam pressure from the Deimos. It's probably about as best as I could wager the plan is, and it seems to be the case, especially with that final step here. Go for the anti-roam, make sure nobody's up top to ensure the safety of divert down below. But I do believe the Mika's kind of extended one of the mirror windows up top. I'm not sure if I caught that correctly. Could be the case just to support that roam. I mean, they've got some of these castle barricades as well up top here.
I'm liking those castles, yeah.
Yeah,
that's an excellent expansion.
They're using it to extend the roam instead of really turtling down.
This actually almost reminds me of like the older days of the APAC Pro League, where team like Fnatic or even Mindfreak back in the day were very much the prodigies of using the castle to expand on border towards the bathroom area when they were defending the workshop and vents as well. So this rings a very similar sort of approach, and I do really like it. That expansion will give a lot more of the breathing room as well for the FearX roster, and from there on, look, God knows what they can actually do, what kind of damage they can ramp up from there.
Oh yeah, and Kagosaka don't really have the best tools to deal with all these castle barricades. They have one nade left. They have, I mean, they can melee the damn thing, but what does that count for? And at that point, You're down 50 seconds left on the clock. They have to make a move. They're not really in great spots to execute just yet. They're missing that final step to get within springboard distance. A shutdown there on the Sharif is a great start as well here for BNK's Fear X's opening defense. The plant denied by the Yokai, but will be continuing to be stuck, I think. So he's going to go for it again. Denied once more, but only delaying the momentarily seemingly effective denial. Kagosaka, I thought the plant would go down, but it doesn't. Somehow gets dropped here by BNK Fear X. Perfectly timed there by Nova then. It still comes down to a 2v2, but there's very little time remaining. Chibisu trying to pull out the Hail Mary, cannot get the down. Only maybe some damage done, but Ren will close the round off. And that it shall be off of Mephi as well, who gets a kill right before the timer ends up anyways. Wow, Fear X. It was looking shaky there for a bit for both sides, but they come out on top.
Yeah, they managed to really hold it off, and that Echo pick actually paid just some phenomenal dividends. And the fact that really, apart from that push in by Thermite, there was really much other really support from the attack. The ability to push into the rest of the garage actually was basically free real estate for Fear X's defense. So from here on out, look, we're only within a round distance of a match point, 2-round distance of completely completing the first map. And look, for CAG, this is starting to become a bit more of a sizable sort of path to really walk.
Well, I thought there for a second that the Yokai will only delay the inevitable. I was assuredly so thinking that, hey, Kagosaka could at least get the diffuser down here. But no, Fear X, great kind of storm back into the garage. When they saw Kagosaka was pushing, they pushed back. 1 round away now for match point here, Fear X. Kagosaka, they don't have that Blackbeard to play as well in the attack, and just a lack of shields, being forced into perhaps shields that they aren't as comfortable with, like maybe the Blitz now. That is a big benefit, and Rin has been consistently finding opening pick and opening pick here for Fear X.
That is actually an awesome run out as well, because look who actually got taken out. The Brava.
Huge.
Out of all the operators, that's the one that you want to really avoid, because not only she would have been able to steal a few of the cameras, she also would have been able to override a few of the Fenrir gadgets as well, and that would have caused a bunch of problems really for for Fear X. So they actually managed to avoid a lot of things, and now at least the response comes on through. And again, this is on Rin, the big performer.
Shuts down the gun, but ultimately as a castle, won't be that much utility value taken off of the defense. So Kagosaka still probably not equal in that trade, even though the numbers might suggest otherwise. Sharif is also a big player that has been making lots of plays for Kagosaka, so it's an even bigger hit in that regard in the favor of Fear X. The Pulse here just trying to gather information. I'm very worried about the attacking side now of Kagosaka. Just looking at how much utility is still in their face, that Fenrir being alive, that is going to be crucial in the final half a minute if we do get over to it. But let's see. They're doing good on time, I think, and kind of clearing out some of the map, but top floor isn't even theirs yet entirely, and that has to be something they really take over now.
Minute to go. Now, for CAG, they are starting to make a few more choices, and they're trying to at least pollute the sound, trying to mask the drop-in play as well. There's the Blitz, trying to cause some sort of a disruption as well to go in for the plan, but unfortunately for the Blitz, shut down as the push by Sireneko as well. Now it's once again a guessing game. The vertical is so good, but no, it does get shut down. Trades galore. It's all down to Black Ray. He can't even do much as he gets overwhelmed. Fear X claim the match point.
The Vert there, just too much of a threat. They had to try and clear out the Vert, but once again, no urgency, it seems, and making sure they take top floor control. And when they did just try and go straight for the site, well, obviously the Vert there is going to be a problem. they do respond from down below. The IQ was able to at least get a frag, if not a trade, if they did lose a member. But in that case, well, it's just so hard to try and rush the site when everything is going against you. Not much util cleared out. They have all the information off the pulse. No time to really kind of blunder about there in the end. I mean, they had like about 20 seconds, but ultimately enough. If you don't take that roam away, if you don't take that vert away, especially on a site like that, then yeah, you see the results.
Exactly so. There's definitely a bit more of a question now for CAG as to what do they need to do. That tag timeout definitely screams a bit more of a, you know, a dire situation rather than anything else. And understandably so. I mean, 6-3, you're in the position where you've just been putting, you know, the oceanic counterparts into. Now you're the one facing the a rather upsetting turnaround, really, here. You only managed to improve by 1 point comparative to the Southeast Asian representatives that are direwolves. And for CAG, this is, look, a difficult moment. Whilst it's still their opponent's map pick, I feel like they probably expected a whole lot more of a performance from themselves, and understandably so.
Well, if there's one team I didn't expect to do as well as they are right now, it's probably FearX. Kago Saka, no real shades of what we saw a while ago versus Chiefs. Perhaps kind of steamed and cooled down during their long break in between. Or maybe FearX are just continuing their momentum and heat, because a while ago, even though it did come to a third map between them and Direwolves, I'll look at the run out here. He doesn't find much, Rin. You've been finding too much already this day. But they did slowly but surely gain steam throughout their series versus Direwolves, and that's the reason why they kind of stomped their final map a while ago.
Exactly. So now on to this matchup. I'm curious as well for both teams. Whilst we did get quite a fair bit of a break as well between some of the matchups,
Yeah,
I'm curious how much of a question of the endurance is going to start coming into the play here, given that this is still nonetheless, you know, quite a substantially long day. Teams do need to be quite, you know, quite locked in for a number of cases. So that said, at which point does either of the rosters start running out of the fuel? Because with Chibisu opening up on Rin, that is a substantial opener as well.
Oh, Chibisu does get a frag here. Finds also Mephi. That's a second out for him. They're going to have to get either bottom floor control or just take out the Mika in general, because that pulse, if it's alive, Tellers is going to be difficult to plant on. Never mind. He burns the C4 trying to fish for a frag up top. It doesn't come to pass. He can still direct, obviously, where to chuck that C4 if a plant does come, at least an attempt comes towards Tellers, but yeah, that's good. It's good to start things off of here for the attack of CAG. They get 2 picks, they've burnt some of the C4s, and there's only 1 left, and that makes Tellers a lot more viable.
Certainly so. Now, for BFX, they need to ensure that they don't really make too many mistakes now. They need to close it out sooner rather than later. They can't allow, really, CAG to take control of the momentum here either, because if anyone, CAG are the ones to really put the hurt on once this happens. Now, with the scans coming on out, Deimos is right hot on your tail as well. You need to be very cautious about where that push, because the push comes to shove, this could be problematic, though the trades do come on out still favorable for the attack.
There exactly. No more C4s, no pulse to scan that. Tellers is really free to plant. It's very difficult for the defense to hold against that. Nova is able to get 1. That's actually quite huge here on Chibisu. Perhaps this could be a start, but time is ticking. They have to get on into drones, confirming where they are. One trying to go up top to try and clear the hold from up above. That's going to be Good Boy here, taking a fight against Juberel.
This is good.
Black Ray goes down, and now no more hold up top. That should allow them to try and stick this diffuser. Going to have to push him to try and force him off of it. Have an angle, will deny it, and that will be the round-winning kill. Kagosaka hold on momentarily, but that's a great effort there by FearX at the end.
Yeah, they had a pretty good overall plan in terms of what to do, how to go about it, how to play. it's unfortunate for them that it's just the timing did not really work out there at all. With FearX having a pretty solid grasp on the idea of where they need to be, how they need to really perform it. It's just unfortunately they were binded by too little of a time, and at the end that was sort of the crux of all the problems. But going into this round now, the round number 11. Is it 11? No, 10. Sorry.
No, it's 11.
Yeah, it is 11. Quick maths, yeah. But I keep on forgetting the lesson that I learned back with Blue Panda as well. Casters should not be doing mathematics live on the broadcast.
That's why we're here.
Not our strongest.
That's why we're here. We're only here to yap, not do math.
Exactly.
We leave that down.
But regardless, nonetheless, with the map, with the mats, the turnaround that right now we're seeing from CAG, the introduction of the Maverick out of all of the operators, actually I'm quite excited to see, because they're looking to just circumvent completely whichever the breach denial utility there is, whether it's a mute jammer or the Cade charge. And that is actually going to be the big move here, if Rin won't kill one of these breaches as well.
Yeah, we saw that a while ago too, where the big wall there down below on the garage, it was very difficult for them to try and open it up. The Cade, obviously those electro claws can sometimes be placed in sneaky positions that even if you try and vert it from up above, you might not have a great angle to destroy it. So yeah, just gonna try and, I guess, alleviate some of their problems. They could have run a Thatcher, I guess, if you want to be old school, but hey, a Maverick just gets by everything. Why not just have him do it alone, right? Keep everybody else kind of focused on the rest of the situation. Yeah, let's see if they can actually do this, because I'm going to expect here that FearX, even if they lose Big Breach, they still do have quite a bit here to hold on with. They do have the mute. They also have the Fenrir still alive. And those could be two big parts of their defense, right? Let's not forget about the Scopus as well. They could just be very pesky.
Yeah, the Scopus could be genuinely a problem, a thorn in the side as well. I believe I just saw Mephi's icon there as well, to be playing alongside Good Boy up on the top floor. This could be absolutely a solid opportunity. Quick switch on over to the position downstairs will mean that FearX fully now starting to understand that the push is actually going to be on two fronts rather, not two-dimensional. And the first part being that you approach it from the server's breach, and B, you actually go for the actual breach, and that is exactly where things might start coming through.
You can see here, Mephi just trying to make sure nobody's they're crawling up or down the yellow. Could actually have timing here if nobody's watching it in the moment that he decides to peek out, as Piano is occupied, actually by two players around the area. He could find more than that, but it's Good Boy who falls down here. Demika also trying to chime in on the fight, but actually gets taken lots of damage from up top. Mephi's still unable to find much value off of his position.
Not at all. With Shurip as well, absolutely beaming the opposition. This is actually a huge opportunity here for CAG to make a play happen, but Rin does manage to play through, and that is the diffuse actually down. Wait, this is big.
Oh
right
no.
Now, FearX are in such an amount of trouble.
Uh-oh. Well,
sorry, not FearX, CAG.
CAG, 2v1, diffuser in his hands, but there's no more time to get the plant off. They know he's here coming, barreling down the hallway, and there it is, man. FearX. Exemplary play here for map number 1, and they take it pretty cleanly and decisively in the end. And man, oh man, do we have to talk about Rin. Huge play from him throughout the series, throughout the map.
Oh, absolutely phenomenal turnaround, really. Yeah, good half to come on out. Rin, absolutely a quintessential, really, addition here of the FearX roster, and I gotta give it to them. They really stuck to the ideology of, keep it simple, but, maybe add a little bit of your own spice. The Scopus was a pretty solid idea, just to, instill a little bit more of the question as to which sort of, robot of Scopus is actually live and which one's still in the dormant state. And the fact that CAG tried to almost approach this from a less of a conventional way, even especially that first round where, you know, they introduced the Maverick and everything. Almost felt like maybe they outsmarted themselves rather than their opponents, because that drop of the diffuser right almost at the doorstep of the defenders felt like that was a phenomenal fumble.
I just felt like there was a bit less comfortability here for, I think, CAG as a whole. CAG Osaka, they just didn't look as by the book as what we saw from them a while ago when they're playing Cafe, right? When they were playing... What was the other map? I don't even remember. What was map number 1?
The Bank.
Bank, exactly, right? But here in Consulate, surprisingly so, you don't really see them like maybe put as much window pressure to try and move into the map. You don't really see them able to really, it seems like, execute their plans in the same way that you were a while ago. Largely part of that is because of some of the stuff, the really aggressive plays on Fear X were able to dislodge on the plans of Kago Osaka. Like we would see Rin just hop out and they take out maybe like the ace on the other side, right? Or they take out another huge player. And those kind of things are just what, I guess, when CAG Osaka when things don't go to plan, they're not able to fall back into plan B or plan C as effectively as what we saw a while ago. And largely, yes, because of Fear X, but part 2, I just assumed that maybe Consulate might not be as comfortable for them in this matchup. We're going to find out when we do go on over to Clubhouse for map number 2, but map number 1 so far, very decisively Fear X.
Very much so.
Welcome back. Well, a decisive map opener here for the series by FearX. Kagosaka, valiant effort at the end. They got 4 rounds on the 7, which is one of the better maps we've seen here today coming from FearX. But hey, Cthulhu, map number 2, I think this is where we're really going to see if FearX are the mojo bojo that they really are. Fumbled it a while ago, but they have a chance of redemption here.
Exactly, and then right on the nail here, Black and Blue. The storyline for this map is that on one hand, yeah, it's that redemption arc for FearX that they want to really show that that fumble was just a one-time slip up, because it was a pretty solid scoreline. It was a 4-7 in favor of Direwolves just early on today, and on the side of CAG, this is, I guess, the lifeline that has been thrown over to them after what was quite a heartbreaking turnaround in map number 1. Map number 2 is the chance for them to really get themselves back into the swing of things, push this into map 3, and then maybe even play for that endurance game as well.
Yeah, and Clubhouse has been a reasonably okay map, in the local scene here for Kagosaka, because you look at some of the other teams they've played in their region, and they typically don't ban this map. They let the other team ban it if they want. If they end up playing on it, then they're fine. They typically win most of their bouts on it anyway. So if you're Kagosaka right now, you have to be feeling at least a bit more confidence that that you yourselves put up a good fight on FearX's map pick, and now you're going to your own map pick with a lot more comfortability on it. But what was map number 3? Was it Skyscraper? Or no, Chalet, right? Chalet we were looking at.
Chalet, yeah.
That, honestly, I don't know. I don't know about that one.
See, I'm of the opinion here that Chalet became almost one of those another staple maps within the Siege ecosystem in one way or the other. At the very least, within OC, it's one of the as frequently played maps as what Oregon used to be.
Yeah.
And in this case, I'd say the fact that CAG left the clubhouse to be up for bans for another team just shows that they're quite comfortable to play on a very much of a a quintessential map within Siege. And I'm of the opinion that if you don't know how to play maps like Oregon, maps like Clubhouse, you basically don't know really the basics of the game itself. So in this case, I think this is just going to be more so the check of the resilience, the composition, and how they are looking to really play it out. So yeah, looking back at the previous map, which was actually Consulate rather, I'm looking at this, Rin Mephi actually came out quite big with the 12-8, 10-4 against only Black Ray, who had like a big standout performance at 10-9, whilst far from being as flashy as something like 12-8. Still was, a big showcase that, you still have those, the signs of life here from CAG.
Well, I mean, if you're CAG right now, I would only assume that coming into this map, you have to feel a bit of pressure on you. Obviously, the lower bracket is still there, but you're so close to the grand final. You talked about how Chalet is kind of one of those maps that have been, I guess, in APAC, kind of like Oregon, right? You just know how to play it. Every team loves it. It's almost like in APAC, teams like to play the more attacker-sided maps in general, like Oregon used to be. Chalet, technically, in Japan is, even though it's still a bit more defender-sided, it's technically one of the higher win rate attacking maps there in their region, and so it makes sense. I go on over into this map number 2 here in Clubhouse. We saw the Maverick being pulled out a while ago. I wonder which team will employ that more. This is one of the maps that have been very, I think, quintessentially one of his strongest maps historically. And you look on over to other picks that they do like to play out. They like to pull out the Ram, they like to pull out the Buck. We see lots of vert intent from CAG, but maybe it wasn't working out as well a while ago. On Clubhouse, it could be different, but at the same time, what I'm worried about here in Clubhouse is that we saw a while ago, you saw where they were holding on tellers here for FearX. They had the castle to extend their roam up top and throughout the rest of the map. That is something that you could also do on the map here like Clubhouse. Maybe not to the same extent as the old SSG roam, right, with towards like the bar side, but there's still some DNA of that in the map itself. And then this is where I wonder, there could be some things that Kagosaka might not be ready for that FearX have up their sleeve.
Yeah. See, actually, you nailed it. The point for what could be the initial downfall for FearX as well, is that the vert intent That is actually a really good way to actually explain this, because they haven't really managed to really stick through and fully follow through that whole idea, the whole strat. They set up the vert off a fair few times, but couldn't really make a whole lot of emphasis off the back of that. And same actually thing ended up plaguing, funnily enough, CAG as well on the last round as well. They set up the vert, couldn't really make much of an emphasis off the back of that. And I think the idea of almost just, you know, going for the strat of just keep it simple, stupid. Just, you know, nail down your overall mechanic. Nail down, just get back to that almost robotic, like, you know, performance where you know each and every step down to almost the millisecond of when you're supposed to really do it, is where CAG is a very scary roster. So if they can return back to that almost, I guess, the mindset, whether it's a strat, whether it's something that they've practiced, once we get to see that, that is where I think FearX will really will start, you know, shaking a little bit and like, well, how are we supposed to really counter that? Where is that linchpin really? So
Yeah.
I'm keen for this clubhouse just purely off the back of that this is one of the maps that does allow you to really just walk in, do your job, and then basically move on from there.
Yeah, I'm excited. This is one of my favorite maps to watch per season, and so I can't wait for us to actually get into it. And yeah, as we were talking about, you know, intent is different from the actual push and follow through of it. And there's a thing called pace planning, right? Primary, alternate, contingency, and emergency. For Osaka a while ago, it seemed like for, you know, CAG, primary, let's say it doesn't work out, they don't even get to contingency or emergency. Even just their alternate plan seems to not really be as fleshed out on a map like Consulate a while ago. But I would expect here that in Clubhouse things would be different. It's not just going to be plan A all the way. They have a good plan B. They have a good plan C. If we ever get to it, are we Skyscraper for map number 2?
Oh. Yes, we did get a little bit bamboozled there for a sec. Just spun the whole storyline for
Okay.
Clubhouse, but it actually turns out it is Skyscraper. So my apologies on that end.
Our apologies.
Yeah. Okay. Our end. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll sink in this ship with you.
Yeah. Look, this now actually turns the whole narrative even further upside down, really. Because Skyscraper, yeah, it's such a, you know, a polarizing map because it can either go perfectly well or it can go horribly wrong for you. Because on one end, it is a map where you can, you know, the hunker down the most, but you can also, you know, roam like absolute crazy and it could still work out phenomenally. And if both of those playstyles get shut down, if some of your big highlight players do get shut down, this is where you fall through with a crack as well. So, oh man, okay, that, I'm not too sure how I feel about this map.
Yeah, likewise. I mean, all in my head, I was like, okay, we're about to do Clubhouse. This is what's gonna happen, maybe. You know, this is what I could expect. But we're going to Skyscraper. Interesting. I'm excited still, though. They bring out the bandit here, the Tuba Rao. Lots of denial on that front. The smoke as well with the Melusi. Very, very kind of stonewall defense for the initial plan here for FearX. Playing things a bit safe, I would even say. For Kago Osaka, I would expect here maybe a change up on what they bring to the table. The Clash Monty is what they ban. It's Kago Osaka who bans those shield ops, mind you. Interesting decision.
It's understandable to a certain degree. Well, Monty does make sense here, given that FearX did actually bring out Monty quite a fair few times, and Blackbeard is relatively a bit more, I guess, counterable to a certain degree here and there. The overall operator model is actually a bit bigger than the actual shield, so there are a few more opportunities here and there.
But they are starting an attack, and they did play Anitune on the Monty a while ago fine, so I'm just surprised about that.
Yeah, but I think it's more so that they now maybe attempting to invest into the second half rather than their first half, given that they seemed like they were doing still pretty fine even without the shields on the attack. It's the defense where I'm a little bit questioning the clash, but maybe
That's
it is
true.
once again. This one is more so just an investment into their own safety rather than anything else.
Yeah, they probably just don't want to have to deal with it, right? Like, if you don't wanna, then we don't wanna, that kind of thing. But they still do have, you know, the Flores here to deal with a lot of this utility. Bandit batteries will be replaced in time, might I add, so that's pretty good already. Just giving him extra vision there initially. They do bail it out. Within the Geisha, though, I mean, there's so much pressure going to be put here on Rin, and so much, I guess, that's a big task for him to do, but he still comes out on top. Okay. I was about to say, in this position, you have just a huge amount of responsibility on you, but it seems like he's doing fine with it.
Oh yeah, does perfectly fine so far under all of this pressure, but still, has to fall back. Nova falls. This is not a good turnaround here now with the 4-4 as that finisher should be coming on through. Yeah, Kag actually coming in swinging here.
Lovely here from Kag. Dropping the Mira, C4 down, Good Boy as well follows suit. Hey, that's a good response here from Rin. Rin has been on a tear throughout this season, rather throughout this series already. Blackbeard is still available, Diffuser is still in their grasp. They do also have the Deimos still alive, but I mean, most of the players are within the site anyways. Still could be of value.
By the way, quick update. The Chalet is confirmed as the decider map, so
Okay.
at least that is still very much of a clear indicator. I was just unfortunately, maybe I've just misunderstood and misread the first one. But regardless, Chibisu getting the better of Rin does signal for that. BFX are not particularly feeling too comfortable about that, and instead trying to really go in for the swings and get punished in spades here. Kag understood that, you know, Fearex, when they are not feeling particularly too comfortable, they want to, their default sort of set is you go for the aggression. You are, even if you are on defense, you push. And this is exactly what what Kag really wanted there at the end of the round. They wanted to put Fearex into the disadvantageous position, and well, their opponents basically were happy to oblige.
I'm gonna chalk it down to wishful thinking that we wanted Clubhouse. You know, we thought it was Clubhouse. Perhaps I guess it myself. But I'm gonna move on forward here, and
yeah,
I'm looking at Fear X though. That round from them, it was a relatively safe comp that they pulled out, right? One that can bunker down safely generally, doesn't have to worry about too much flying their way. But they lose a Mira on Nova because of pure, I guess, user error, right? Backing off into an aisle that he thought was clear, but Drum wasn't even under the control. Things like that. I'm going to chalk it up to just, I guess, first round nerves getting to him. Ultimately, I don't think that was a great indicator of how this continued map is going to go, because I know Fearex have more than that in them. Kagosaka did well there, yes, I'll give that to them, but I think Fearex are a bit of just user error really going against them, even though they had a relatively safe comp. They bring out the Azami this time, and let's see if that will give them a bit more security in the positions they take.
That's a good point. Yeah, the Azami's choice to bring a little bit more safety for the position is actually going to be quite a solid overall turnaround. So I'm quite keen to see what Rin will be able to really pull out for some of these plays. And funnily enough, actually, the Ace Charge will be there to just get rid of that position and call it a day for that reception desk wall. As it stands, though, a good amount of information though is being gathered by Kag here. A lot of just overall positional knowledge, and Nova is none the wiser really to realize that he's being watched very very intensely.
Whoa. Okay, nice run out there by Emik. Let's take down Shareep early on. The Ash sent a good night. I think it's a waste of a mirror window to place it there, frankly. I get the intent, but it's easily dealt with right now by Kagosaka, so they've been doing a very good job of making sure those black mirrors don't find its value in one way over the other. Fear X, though, I mean, they still have the pickup in their favor. Drum room here, trying to be taken by Chibisu. Lots of proxies giving himself away. Look around the corner. There's a waiting Mephi here for a free kill, and that he collects on Anitune.
plenty of frags to be found here, and Mephi does oblige in spades. Cyrenaica falls. It's all down to Black Ray and Chibisu to do any of that damage in a 2v4. This almost seems like an impossible task.
Triple now for Mephi. Man, oh man. Well, his position here has found absolute value, and there you go. Fear X immediately respond with such a decisive round. This is what I was talking about, you know. For round one, I think it was just, you know, first round jitters getting to them, a bit of user error, walking into lanes that weren't really under the control by accident, and then, you know, Kagosaka rightfully so punishing them. And so they bring out the Zami, give them a bit more security. They probably realize we're maybe not as sharp right now. Let's give us a bit more cover to work with. Let's give us a bit more map to work with. And they're able to really bounce back into it. So we go back to the same site we were playing a while ago here. Karaoke, Shelby. And I'm curious to see if Kagosaka will make this one work a second time around.
Suppose, yeah, this will be the big question mark here to see how, I guess, the endurance check, whether it will be passed or not. CAG wanting to, well, at least get themselves up on the board even further. They want to get into that advantage in terms of points. I believe this is their map pick here as well, so one would almost expect them to have a much more of a dominant sort of play out, but I suppose we'll wait and see if that is the case. Further down the line, though, for Fearx, they actually held their wits pretty well. But big kudos to Mephi as well for being able to really just, you know, hold down the T room to absolutely the fullest potential.
You'd think, like, after the first, he's kind of dead to rights, especially after the second, but still a third. Just goes to show the power of that kid, right? Long range or close range, it's just so flexible, no matter what you're using.
Oh, yeah.
Well, speaking of long range, pull out the glass here, which would be a nightmare at the post plant, if it ever does come to it. The recruit to be pulled out here by Black Ray. Striker. Obviously, there were repair drones too. This is
quite keen to see what really will, well, rather, how will this round pan out, because with the introduction of the Blitz as well as the glass for Chibisu out of all the players, this is actually panning out to be quite a full-on round, because it has the ability to, you know, be a very either systematic, very sort of one by one of a push, or Chibisu and Anaton full-on sends, Cyrenaica, Black Ray, you know, assists on the push, and it's just an absolute frag fiesta.
That's kind of what I'm expecting to happen. You know, I'm kind of expecting a fiesta of frags, as you mentioned. Pinata of kills when it does come to it, especially with that Blitz to lead the charge. And Chibisu, obviously, being on the glass is going to be potentially a problem, especially here when you're like towards his karaoke side and the tea room. You can open up so much of these soft walls that are unreinforced. The smoke will give him even more. So free kill for him. I don't think he even knew that there was a glass on the opposing side. Double pick now for Kagosaka, much akin to the opening round. Plant will go down anyways. And now a big problem in the hands of Fear X. How do they retake? No C4s left. A single impact on the Mephi. Trade out in damage, but no real kills going on here. The stairs is occupied as well. They're going to have to come from the weak side to try and retake this map. They don't even have the Geisha under their control. Cyrenaica good for the one, and Mephi will respond as well, but all alone, Nova will fall, and even his pulse cannot be felt. Kagosaka, very impressive win so far on this site specifically. They go up 2-1.
Excellent turnaround there from CAG. The way how they managed to just collapse onto their opponents really just brought back the, you know, the vibes of the old Japan's supremacy within an APAC. So definitely good return to form there. Now with a point advantage, they can start you know, building up the momentum, the pressure, their streak as well, that they have been so far quite almost infamous for, really. So I'm curious to see how that will really pan out, whether You know, something like a choice of how Mephi is introducing now the castle to maybe expand a few of the roam positions, or whether it is Good Boy's roam with the shotgun and the SMG-11 will be the crux of all the problems. Or maybe with Kagosaka's now introduction of Demos, maybe this will be all completely countered, and instead we would be looking at more so just how well or how open does the Japanese team want to have the map.
Well, with their picks, that Maverick there could really open things up a lot. They also have the Ace for a secondary option, for terror drones to throw in their way. And this is what, even though we were mentioning Clubhouse, the castle is still a big play of Fear X's defense, big part of it, that they love to employ. And so you see that come out here on Mephi now once more. Terror drone there explodes, and yeah, see exactly, they're using the castle here to really kind of give them a bit more safety on their top floor extension. But Blackray finds a huge pick, low-key, here on the Warden. With Nova going down, and he's been quiet all game. That is a big player who we've seen a while ago make many big plays, but in this map, he's been silenced more often than not.
For what it's worth, I'd say that this is still not a bad setup, given that the whole roster of Fear X are still able to perform. It's not the same case as, say, how for Chiefs it felt like, if Jigsaw is not up, then that's it, that's GG.
Yeah.
So I'd say whilst Nova's having a bit of a quieter game, maybe not yet as impactful of a turnaround, but I suppose maybe that comment can be left for a little bit of a later time. In the meantime, there is a flank watch.
I mean, arguably the most impactful player of this series on Fear X's side has been Rin, if anything, so it remains to be seen if things will change, but once again, it's a team game, not an individual sport. They're doing good on the roam here, low-key, for Fear X, not really getting trapped on their lanes, on the rotation back into sight and back into controlled territory. So Kagosaka, while they do take the second floor, Fear X don't really take much other casualties in giving it up.
Yeah, it is a bit of a courageous sort of, maybe a bit of a YOLO drop in as well into the karaoke room specifically. I'm quite keen to see the, you know, the results of it all. Sireneko, though, that is a perfect turnaround. Does come out with that double kill despite being pre-fired at, and, well, Good Boy, whilst he does manage to trade him out 2 for 1, though, that is a devastating blow to the overall performance and the setup for Fear X.
A nice off angle there by Sireneko on the landing of the stairs. They didn't really expect that at all. Mephi knows he's being scanned, knows that the hounds are chasing his trail. Good Boy here trying to give him support, but Mephi's just way out of any real sort of hard cover here. Sees ahead, gets a double with the SMG-11. It colludes into a triple now here. 2v1, Diffuser will get planted, has to remove the castle barricade just to get through. And the 1v2, Good Boy. So low, a single bullet will do him on in. Is he even looking the right way? He's made a bit of noise, trying to bait a reaction out. Nobody responding. The shield on the opposing end is going to be a big threat, but Anitoon just closes it out for himself. And there's a round going the Kag's way. Really kicked off there by Sireneko, but the rest of Osaka coming in.
Good timing as well for Fear X to call out a timeout to try to really maybe sort themselves out, sort out their maybe communications problem really there, because a few times they keep on falling for those double kills here and there, which does seem to be the catalyst really for those snowball effects for the round, for them losing in a 3-1 scoreline as well. This is still not the worst situation. This is still the opportunity for, you know, to at least set up something like a 3-3 scoreline or 4-1, oh, sorry, 4-2 rather, at the conclusion of this first half. And for Fear X, I think it's also partially the fact that they would prefer to just close it out right here, right now, call it a day, get some rest, get some VODs maybe even before they go to sleep, given that in Melbourne, this is just about to ring out 11 p.m. as well. So, yeah, man, this is going to be quite an interesting situation because, yeah, for Fear X, they're a point ahead of their opponents. So technically, they won't be as stressed out as, say, Kag, but nonetheless, right now, they would prefer to keep up their own momentum. They want this grand final.
Yeah, they need a second round right now to go 4-1 early on. It's never a good case for the mental nor for momentum. But let's see how they do. Bandit will come out once again for FearX here. But, I mean, Kagosaka have been relatively proficient at dealing with these electrified walls here on Skyscraper lately. The Mavericks doing their work, or whatever other tools they bring, able to circumvent whatever problem that might be. The Amaru comes in, interestingly enough.
Amaru's...
How do you feel?
This is a bit of a head scratcher, really. But I think I know where this pick may come into the play, and namely this is going to be around either up the hatch or something, just to quickly make an entry into the karaoke out of all the places. So once they've established some sort of a crossfire, the Amaru will be there to make a quick entry either into the karaoke, or if they are looking to make a quick entry. Oh gosh, where else would that be? Yeah, probably through the hatch in the bedroom, / bathroom hallway, really, and go from there. But almost seems like a bit of a Hail Mary player rather than anything else.
Let me think about this here for a second. I guess. Well, on the site itself, I don't expect them to be able to use it. They're not holding towards a tea room. They could use it to take karaoke away, but while there is a hold there, if they take that stairs, and potentially, the cross could come on in. We'll have to see what they have really in store here and planned. They have a glass for a reason, which kind of tells me they're going to go for more window play. There it is, exactly, right? Straight into the karaoke, trying to push on in. Mephi gets a pick off on the opposing end. Trying to push here towards the stairs, and Sharif catches him off guard. They did not expect him to be there. In the drum room, gets the drop on one. He doesn't even know he's right beside him. Confirm the kill behind you! Sharif is absolutely nuts! But Kagosaka with the blitz! Absolute perfect execution! FearX. Fear struck into their hearts as Kagosaka take it swiftly.
Okay, right. So it was a bit of a Hail Mary, just full on push. Wow. Okay. Kaga here to play for real this time, actually. Okay. A break as well in that pacing, because what now it's also sinks in to me is that Kag saw this, that FearX are here to, okay, how do we counter this Kag roster? What do we do? FearX set up themselves for a very serious round, right? And then what Kag can do is, you know how we played just serious just now? Let's throw that out into the window. We don't want that mess. Bring out the Amaru, set herself up for arguably the best scenario. So the karaoke was cleared out, the tea room was cleared out, the drum only had one person. What does the Amaru have? Close to mid-range gunfight capability with the shotgun and the SMG-11. You down the guy in the drum, that'll force the push through, and they confirmed it as well. Midway through the round, you can see that they are starting to sort of slowly but surely route some people out from the drums, out from that terrace as well, towards back to the side. This is where they managed to corral all the rest of the attackers to get the kill box going. So, how perfect this setup is.
They're giving them different looks is what they're doing here, right?
Exactly.
Making sure that they're going to expect a methodical, slow, droned out round that goes into the final 30 seconds. But no, complete change of pace in stark contrast to what we saw. And I love the greed that he showed there to not confirm the down guy right beside him. He was like, no, I'm gonna go for the other guy just to catch him off guard. Just because they don't expect that I'll be here if the other dude is still down but not confirmed. He knows he's got teammates behind him anyways to confirm the kill if he does go down, which is exactly what happened. But in Kagosaka, I'm really loving the play that they're showing here on Skyscraper. This is probably the reason why they picked it, because they know they've got more than a few cards up their sleeve when it comes to a map like this. They do have the Thermite now coming into the fold. The Deimos once again sticks. Recruit will be out. I mean, I guess the Azami here from FearX was working a while ago, so it's good to keep. I'm just not seeing much value out of the Mira. At least it's not as much as you want to see from an operator that can have such high impact in round.
And maybe not yet. We'll see that impact. But yeah, you are very much correct. The mirror window does get a bit more of a different sort of approach for the overall play, and understandably so. I mean, a few of the teams do like to, play her as like a detergent for any sort of like extra aggressive sort of play towards the breach as well.
Yeah.
But it seems like right now Demic is actually signing his own death waiver here as he gets shot down the moment he gives off the sound cue as well. And for BFX, wow, they are being absolutely sent to a whole new realm. To the Shadow Realm you go, Nova.
Wow, nice trade out there by Rin, actually. To at least keep his teammate alive momentarily, but it will really not matter too much as it's still a 1v3. Able to get a double for him. Trapped here in the Geisha, and they dance all around the position Rin. Lovely stuff from Kag. I have to say it again. They are looking just so much more comfortable here.
Oh yeah, they're looking 10 times more comfortable. This is absolutely through and through their position to really play, their space to really work with. So, this has been an absolutely great turnaround, really here, and I'm looking forward to see more really from them. And from here on out, this is certainly now posing to be like this is going to be a full-on 3-mapper for us, just to enjoy through and through.
Yeah, I'm expecting map 3. I want to see Chalet. Such a action-packed map every time we have it, so why not? Kagosaka.
Exactly.
I'm going to expect here, this is my Nostradamus prediction, right? FearX are going to give us like 2 more rounds in the map, maybe 3, just to, not let the stamp be put too early. Ultimately, we go to map 3, and then that's when we go like, okay, we have a real game now. What's going to happen? Kagosaka, they pull out the Vigil here to start off their defensive half, interestingly enough. He's looking for an early peek. It's not going to find it just yet.
Yeah. Maybe not yet, but curious how that will really work. Cyreneko does want to find some sort of a momentum, but it's actually Sharip against Mephi as well. That is absolutely a tilter of a kill really to find. But yeah, for BFX, it definitely feels like we're sort of continuing. Oh my goodness, continuing the trend. Good night, sweet prince. But yeah, we're continuing the trend where FearX sort of wins a comfortable first map, gives up the map number 2, and then map 3 is where they really floor it. But Nova's push here is actually a big trendsetter.
Wow. He is shredding with that thing on the blitz. Really buying so much space here and putting lots of pressure on Kagosaka, but they eventually shut him down. That had to have hit his foot or something. That was the only exposed part. With the boss, it's insta-kill at that point.
So yeah. Oh man. This is definitely a scary turnaround here. With Black Ray getting the better of Derek as well. This is awesome turnaround in CAG. Wow. A 6th point just like that.
Wow.
6-1. Black and blue 6-1. Arguably one of the quickest maps that we possibly get to see if CAG Osaka completes this run right now, sends us to map number 3 as the decider Chalet. Oh my god, I can't even begin to imagine what kind of a fiesta that is going to be.
After seeing Consulate, after seeing map number 1, I didn't expect this to go this way. I mean, first of all, we didn't even expect this map, right? We thought it was going to be like Clubhouse or something. But like,
honestly, this works out even better than Clubhouse.
Yeah, low key. Just so we can get to a 3rd map real quick. So, I like what I'm seeing from Kagosaka. That's for sure. FearX, not as much. They pull out the Zophie. But I'm not sure if they're going to stick with it. Maybe if there was a clash, then I'd be more convinced, just to have like a stun to push it away a bit more and maybe give it an angle to try and take it down. But otherwise, Vigil, Bandit, And the Valkyrie here, I think, is going to be a potential big problem for FearX if they don't have that IQ. They swap away from it on Good Boy. They swap him into the Capitao. And knowing how Osaka have been doing so well with already very little actual hard information, this could blow things over the edge.
Yeah, he has been actually doing a really solid job on just playing with, you know, face shaking and going for just raw fragging potential, but Leap actually out of the equation. That's direct the red and bad. But it's the problem that Good Boy now falls, kept out of the equation. That's your asphyxiating, oh pardon me, now fireballs nowadays, out of the equation, which means that you don't really have that much of a flush potential really anymore.
That is true. They expected the early peek out, and hey, Ren, that's a good shutdown actually here. Now they take actually the top of this stairs. The Osa gives you lots more to work with, especially in a hallway like this where it's such a long sideline, no real close angles. I'm trying to pressure here towards that T. Notice there's somebody on the other end of it. I think he saw his laser as well on the opposing end here. Should be Chibisu. Oh, does damage to the foot, but won't nearly be enough to take him down. Ultimately here, if you're Kagosaka, you're losing a player. Going aggressive isn't exactly the worst idea, just to find a pickoff.
Yeah, just to find the pickoff will be a pretty solid turnaround, but with the lack of the numbers here for Osaka representatives, CAG will need to ensure that they make it count. At least one of those players will need to ensure that he gets a really powerful position to just try to deny as much as possible for as long as possible. I mean, a minute and 10 still is a hefty amount of time that they will need to deny, and against the lineup of the Osa as well as the remainder of the attacking squad of FearX, this is going to be a dangerous one. Just shoots out right in the nick of time, and that would have been a devastating turnaround because that would have been a shutdown for one of the flanks, but no, it seems like FearX are here to stay for just a brief moment longer.
All right, nice pew-pew coming from FearX here. They're winning their gunfights, which is important. That was a big problem a while ago where sometimes, even though they were in okay spots, the duels wouldn't go their way, but this time it does. And this is kind of what I'm expecting from FearX anyways. They'll come back with a few rounds of their own, just so it doesn't become a wash, right? Because I mean, they're a good enough team to be able to eventually adjust, but going flawless at this point, winning, what, 4 rounds in a row after that other one to make it 5, that's a big, tall ask, and especially against how Kagosaka are playing right now.
Oh yeah, a tall order indeed, and one that will take quite a fair bit of effort to really get going, given that, if CAG struggle to really make ends meet once they've been pressed to match point, it's only really a matter of time till FearX do fall through as well. But look, I mean, I'm not excluding that. The chances are always there. They're never zero, but certainly do feel like they're in almost decimal points here for FearX on the Skyscraper, which, again, not a bad thing at all. They still have a map buffer, so Chalet is where they might just be able to, you know, duke it out.
Well, the Fenrir coming out for Sireneko, I'm going to assume this time he and Sharif are going to be like, okay, let's stop maybe peeking at the start of the round. I know it's Skyscraper. I know you can see them the second they come out of spawn on this map, yes. But let's take things a bit more serious. There is a lead. It's a comfortable one, but one they don't want to get swept away rather. Otherwise, they shall weep if it does come to pass. Keep things further out of reach from FearX. That's a game plan. The Ying comes out here for FearX to accompany the Glaz. Tells me there's something in store that might involve quite a lot to window play.
Window play actually could be a pretty solid idea to try to force some of the maybe engagements here by FearX against the CAG roster. Curious case here, actually. FearX did actually play Skyscraper before. And they were playing against Auglis, the Korean roster, back in the close qualifiers, which they struggled quite a lot. It was an 8-7 victory compared to a 7-2 on Lair against that same roster. And then once we talk about Chalet, actually FearX might have a bit more of a heavier ground in comparison to what I originally expected them, because on Chalet, in their first outing against DP+, they won 7-2. So, with that said,
And that's DP plus.
quite possibly that, and that's DP+. It's no slouches at all. Whereas for CAG, it's been against Kinotrope Gaming, which was a 7-5. So I'm starting to think that maybe FearX might actually have a very tangible ground to really play with going into map number 3.
Well, they're gonna have to prove it to us, especially after this map. But Mephi is also down, so it's effectively a 3v5. Not sure what dropped him there, but he will eventually go down. 2v5. Now Chibisu connects 1v5 to end the game. It's a flawless one. Perfection. Chef's kiss at the end, too. Good half, as you say. Well, at least for one side. 1-1. 7-2, just like what we saw a while ago. But this time it's in Kagosaka's favor. And we go on over to Chalet, where we will ballet and dance to some incredible Rainbow Six.
Good rhymes as well. You should consider singing as well. Black and blue.
Not on here.
Not here. Yeah, maybe not live on the broadcast. But in all seriousness, though, yeah. Look, CAG really put up a really good show going into the Skyscraper. Whilst FearX did manage to put up a bit of a fight, it's the fact that CAG really was the unpredictable factor is where really they got to shine. And yeah, the Vigil runouts, the Amaru rush, the overall just a heavily contested sort of play from them was the thing that really was the solution against the FearX. That a roster that felt very well composed on their own preference map pick, but certainly fell apart once they went out of their own zone of comfort.
You can tell that at some point there, CAG were like, let's have some fun, right? We're gonna take this tactically, right? We're gonna buy the book. We're gonna make sure everything's set in stone. Everything's by the book. Everything's written down on paper. How we practice it, how we scrimmed it, how we should be doing Rainbow Six Siege, and then they just go and, I guess, bomb rush it.
It actually felt, funnily enough, I think we got to see the really unhinged sort of levels of play from CAG the moment that tac timeout was actually called by FearX. So it's like they've played it out seriously. Like, oh, you wanting to recuperate? Oh, you wanted to recuperate? No, we don't do that here. It's time we really throw a bit of a spanner in the works. This is where we bring out the spawn peeking Vigil, the the bomb rushing Amaru. It's just it all went to just the chaos incarnate, really.
Like FearX are probably really kind of talking about what can we change up, what adjustments can we make, like is our comp really working here, which side should we do, should we continue to extend the roam or do we pull back? And then you look at the opposing side where CAG are probably just like throughout their timeout, and they just have some fun with it. And how can you not when you're feeling good, right? Obviously morale is a huge part of this game. Pro players all the time talk about how the biggest enemy to them a lot of the time is the mental. Once you start to tilt or shift away from the mentality that you're supposed to have when competing, it becomes very difficult. So adding a bit of levity into the matchup, into your team will definitely benefit you in the end. And that's what we see, I think, here from Kagosaka. Comfortability, getting them the results that we were expecting a bit more so. But Chalet, I think it's going to be a full reset here, Cthulhu. I don't think much is going to transfer over from that map. And I do think that we're going to see a much better FearX coming into map 3.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in for map number 3. Chalet is now upon us. Whatever that was out there before, the matches that we got to see between Furex and CAG, technically don't matter anymore.
That didn't
this
count.
is the one that really, it doesn't count anymore.
No.
We are now on a definitive map. The one, the only, the one that resolves the whole dispute of the BO3. Chalet now with us. We just got to see what was a pretty lopsided 7-2 on the Skyscraper between Furex and CAG in favor of the Japanese representatives. And look, it's been a bit of a polarizing really turnaround between, our very first map and now going into Skyscraper and now, finishing up Skyscraper and now going into Chalet. I'm a little bit split as to how this actually looking to really close out Black and Blue.
Yeah, I mean, as I was kind of talking about before we went to the break, even though Furex weren't really looking too good for Skyscraper, I don't think that that's necessarily going to transfer over into map number 3. I do believe when you go to Chalet, things are going to reset a bit, and arguably, I'm expecting this to be the closest map of this series so far. Opening map 7-4, second map 7-2, but I think Chalet could go the distance. I think we could make it to the end of regulation. A 7-5 would not be out of the question, I think, for both of these teams. Now, I don't know how you feel, but I do think like Kago Osaka do have a bit more momentum still moving into this map. But what's your take on this? Are you in the Furex train of thought, or do you think Kago Osaka are like, okay, we're back into the series?
Well, see, part of me thinks that CAG now has the momentum to really push themselves into map number 3 win. The problem with that I have is that we are coming up to a later part of the day, so endurance once again is under the question. B is that statistically it was Furex that actually had a much more successful run on the Chalet in the previous matches and had a much more of a serious matchup within their own region against DP+. And that was a pretty decisive win, whereas CAG had, I believe it was a 7-5 against what technically wasn't even a team that really had much of the international representation, unless I am capping heavily.
No.
Just quickly.
The team you're talking about is Kinotrope, yeah, and they've been a team that, at least for this past year, CAG have been very, I think, reasonably beating them on almost every matchup that they come up against them, right? They beat them, I think, during the LCQ for stage 1 as well to qualify. So it's been a team that they've been very successful in taking down anyways, Kinotrope. But D+ is D+. They made Montreal, and yet we see their, Furex are able to take them down on this map. So there's definitely a big case to be made that Chalet could go Furex's way, and I see your train of thought also moving into this. It seemed, though, even though it was technically a bigger win for Kago Osaka, knowing it's a 7-2 compared to the Consulate map a while ago, which is 7-4, I'm kind of more convinced about the 7-4 because CAG were at least doing some work, wherein on Skyscraper it just felt like mentally they just weren't into it here. Furex, they just weren't comfortable with it, I guess, as well as compared to Kago Osaka a while ago in Consulate. So I do think that what I saw on Consulate was a bit more realistic to expect from both teams as compared to another Skyscraper happening, and that's why I would kind of also see why anybody might think it could be Furex, even though it was technically Kago Osaka, which took down the potential favorites of this tournament in Chiefs earlier on. I mean, Furex has given us a good reason to doubt that.
Yeah. The other thing as well worth mentioning is that I only just remembered where we got to see that roster of Kinotrope. It's actually an ex-Varel roster as well, which has seen some ups and downs, but mostly just locally, really. So within, say, something like Japan League, back at the beginning of 24, they were actually the second place. And then when they went into the last chance qualifiers, CAG beat them. They go into the Esports World Cup, Japan close qualifiers. Guess who beats them? CAG. So it's been historically, CAG has been beating that Kinotrope roster, well, on and on and on, which sort of gives a little bit more of a story in a sort of a similar case where, Chiefs, they keep on dominating inside the region, outside the region, have a bit of a struggle as well. So yeah, I'm kind of leaning now, looking at Chalet, I'm sort of leaning into the Furex train, but it would be a heartbreak if CAG ends up fumbling this, because coming out of this of a decisive win, surely they have their, you know, their spirits up. They're feeling good. They're feeling ecstatic about this. And I mean, with some of the performances like, you know, Chibisu going 10-6 whilst, you know, leaving Ferex in a relatively, you know, dusty sort of position. Surely we get to see some, you know, some improvements over performances.
I have to agree. And you also look at where Ferex and how they've been playing. They've been arguably punching up in a lot of their matches recently, right? You expect that to make it into LCQ, if it's not Talon, who have already qualified into SI, it would be probably D+. And then on the other end of things, wherein on Kagosaka's side in Japan, they are kind of expected to make it here. Scars are already in. If not for them, they're probably the second most reliable team. Wherein, once again, for Ferex, punching up, arguably doing better than some people would have expected, and or at least most would have expected out of the Korean scene. So they're really doing good right now, more than you might have initially, I guess, anticipated in this case. Opening bans, though, let's go back into it. The Ying, a decently common ban here on a map like Chalet from what I've seen. Doki, as well as just, I guess, an initial pick here from Ferex, knowing it how their roam of theirs has been their biggest strength on the defense, one of their biggest strengths, and they want to not have to deal with that, because I guess the Deimos is more palatable for them than the Doki is.
Yeah, look, the Doki's sort of ban does almost makes sense, really. Yeah, this feels actually quite a curious case, really. Here, Warden out of the equation. I can see this where this is going, because Warden, especially on a Chalet, will be extremely potent of an operator, especially against those, you know, the smoke comps, you know, the flashbang and flash and rush plays as well. So with him out of the equation, things are going to be a little bit more sort of down to earth, a little bit more rudimentary. But in saying that, there's still, you know, the operators like Azami, there's still operators like the Deimos as well on the attack. There's still a lot of utility that still can be utilized to make things almost unbearable, really.
Oh, well, to start off this final map of the day here, between this upper bracket matchup, we're looking at Games to be the opening site. And I'm curious, I mean, typically the castle is a very, very common pick when holding here. How much emphasis still put on the mezzanine side of things? I'm curious. You can see Mephi already kind of posturing positions to be able to place his magnets as well there, as also creating sightlines down below. But Library is a position that can be difficult to hold without the proper utility, so they adjust the mirror into trying to hold that position down instead. And let's see how Kagosaka deal with this. I'm surprised they don't pull out the Rotero drones, just seeing how much it could do against a mezzanine and library focused hold like this.
Yeah, well, I think the replacement here for the Rotero drones is actually going to be the Grim Chargers plus the Brava's ability to hack as well, because there's a few of the gadgets, namely the Jaeger ADS, namely the magnets as well, that are going to be quite potent to, you know, be hacked as well. And maybe once they get a bit of a probe as to how things are really looking to go, maybe this is where they really start bringing out the heavier guns. But as of now, I'm curious how will they tackle that mezzanine hold, because this is going to be a very key position to really take because of how heavily reinforced it is, and given that this is a vertical play for the Barn Gaming out of all the places, really.
Well, that is true. And with a vert play like this, you absolutely want to take away the top floor, if anything. Library focused push is what Kagosaka can be focusing on. Those Grim scans can be crucial as well in kind of flushing out these very hard set corners. C4 prep, they have to be careful. They should be able to hear the tape being pulled off. Drone will confirm the presence there of Namika.
So far, so good. A bit of a quieter time, trying to just clear out some of the positions, but it's actually Demic that actually opens up the scoreline, and this is a perfect opportunity. The shutdown, the early shutdown against the Hibana nonetheless, is actually going to be huge, and those ADSs are actually doing a phenomenal job all things considered, because right now the hunker down play from FearX is absolutely flawless here.
Very difficult for them to push on in like that, raw and really unguided by the utility. The amount of projectile denial they have is just insurmountable here for the attacking side, and that's why FearX take their opener. A library mezzanine focused hold up top. That's what I was saying, man. Even with the Bravas, okay, you can scan it, but I'd argue it's less effective than blowing it up sometimes, you know, forcing them out of the position. Very
true. Yeah, it's definitely it felt like they came in light on the utility, CAG. So maybe going into this, they'll poke a little bit harder, and well, hard they will. It is a Monty choice here for the downstairs push, plus the Demos, which I don't think he really netted as much of a success as he did before, but I'm curious nonetheless to see if he will actually bring the same dividends here comparative to, say, something like a not Chalet, Consulate and Skyscraper as well. And in the meantime, for the FearX, I'm looking at this roster once again. Not a whole heck of a lot of a change. We swap out the Jaeger for the Goyo, for the Fenrir as well. Mephi brings out the Legion instead of the Wamai, so it's overall not a bad choice of things. And I'm liking actually the use of those, the double use of the Goyo Vulcan canister as well to actually block out the drone hole, whilst also providing a very advantageous position to, that advancement denial really for the offense once the breach actually does go down.
Yeah, this could be a very pesky actually kind of composition to go up against. You have so much you have to make sure isn't there anymore that you have to almost relegate a lot of utility just to make sure there's no canisters waiting around the corner, there's no Kiba barriers in your face, there's no goo mines around the step, there's especially none of those Fenrir gadgets that are lying around the place. It could be very disastrous if they walk into one. So as of the moment, especially the information gives, Kago Osaka have a lot to deal with here. They do have the Deimos for the anti-roam and the round for kind of opening things up to down below, but it'll take a bit of time, I think, to clear this out, considering there is presence upstairs for FearX.
Well, the possibilities galore are now present. Mephi has been already tagged and spotted, but it doesn't seem to be deterring BFX at all from taking on those gunfights. With that comes the problem of, well, CAG being sort of not really being given as much of respect. Instead, it's a very sort of high on the advancement sort of push play. Oh my, how is that a survival nonetheless? What is this? An absolute fumble to come on through as the whole CAG lineup just falling apart.
Well, they didn't clear the roam, and that's what happens, right? The roam can collapse on you. They had two players up top, like towards the Solarium and the Master side, and when they knew they were coming down the blue stairs, all they had to do was come back down and help them out. Trench, it's open, okay, then we're just going to collapse back and try and punish you with your back turned, and that's exactly what happened there. So, good extension of the defense there from BFX. And if you're FearX right now, you have to know that these defensive rounds, as soon as they continue like this, if they pile up even more, CAG, even though as long as the map goes, they get better, they will count for something at the end, especially when we're expecting this to go the distance.
Exactly that. Well, with the timeout now coming to an end, CAG realizing that whilst those 2 rounds have passed, I don't think they really came to fully grasp the reality that is settling in, is that BNK FearX are not here to really be scared of their opponents. They're here to, well, instill the said fear. And for that case, they need to come up with a different approach. Seems like the slight change is going to be Cyreneko to actually bring out the ace, and then the introduction of the Retero drones. Not going to be a bad choice, really, for the attack, though. Despite all that, Rin decided to bring out the Fated Clash. Now I'm scared.
Well, the Clash has always been something that Kago Saka loved to utilize, but we haven't really seen Furex do it as much, especially when it was banned earlier during the opening maps. Now they actually have an opportunity to do so. How Kago Saka deal with it, though, is going to remain to be seen. They pull out the Brava still here. The Ram will stick, but they've got a shield of their own on the Monty. That's a potential butt of heads.
Curious now how any further of an approach will actually come on through. Very curious to find out how will really CAG be able to really approach their opposition, because with now that very pesky title of saying opponent detected outside looming over the whole of the attacking side, that is just another sort of distraction really out there, and there's not much really way to deter that Clash at that very given position unless she gets rushed from a different spot. But even then, the position that currently Rin is playing from is very, very safe.
Rin here taking that Clash, yeah, just making sure that the dog door is completely impassable by Kago Saka right now. Library focused push. Didn't catch if the wall has any sort of denial on it. Well, it shouldn't be. No bandits or anything from that, so they could take Master away, but the Clash is there. So what tools do they have at their disposal to work with this? They do, I guess, have the Monty of their own. Can maybe try and butt heads. But it's easier said than done. A minute left on the clock, a minute and a half, rather. Look at the pressure here being placed upon Sireneko.
Yeah, a lot really, and not really responded in any other shape or form. There's no real backup. Instead, the main bulk of the push is actually going to go through the choke point, and it seems like Nova and the rest of the team are actually ready to rumble to the fullest.
Wow. Immediate response here, and what a hold from Furex. They knew that if they were going to bum rush their way and try and really brute force themselves into the site without clearing the vert up top, then all they have to do is spam those sight lines, spam the door into the threshold, and Kago Saka walking into the waiting arms of Furex there. The Clash really proving to be a big problem. They really have much to deal with. The wall as well to open things up into the office and the Master. So, I don't know, man. Kago Saka, I thought there could have been a bit different. They could have done there to change the outcome, but I guess Furex will take it.
Yeah, Furex absolutely wants to take this to the, to as far of a length as they can, really. Against the DP Plus, I think their first half was in a 4-2 fashion, but something tells me that we might actually see an even more of a dominating first half from them, given just how so far commanding they have been really in their setups. I mean, we're talking in terms of just how many crossfires they've been able to hold, the way how they just kept on being a nuisance in one capacity or the other, where, you know, the Clash choice has been actually quite perfect really for the Korean squad. And now for CAG, they are on the receiving end of the stick of what strat is being picked out and what sort of play needs to happen. On the side note, just a quick update as well for everyone that are tuning in here. We do actually have the conclusion of the first two maps of the BO3 between Chiefs and Direwolves, and funnily enough, the Cafe did go in favor of Direwolves 7-3, whereas the Skyscraper actually went into the favor of Chiefs in a 7-4 scoreline. So now they are heading to Bank, which, remember, was not particularly a favorable map for Chiefs.
Well, Direwolves, perhaps history would repeat itself in their favor this time. For Chiefs, OC's hope, it lays in their hands. But we move on forward into this map itself. Round number 4, the final one of the series. CAG, Osaka. I mean, at this point, they have to start gaining rounds. They've been running this Capitao a lot. Quite a lot, actually, in most of the rounds. I think 2 out of the 3 rounds they played so far. And rather 4 now. But we haven't really seen much value out of it. They've run it most rounds, but continuously the projectile denial here from Furex, whenever they go up to this site, the Wamai plus the Jaeger have been really just stopping whatever plans Osaka had.
Yeah, I think something that I believe we got to see actually on Consulate is just the sheer amount of just throwable utility would be quite perfect here to be utilized in the same way, given that, I mean, Fearix have shown the trend that they do keep on bringing out a lot of that, you know, projectile denial. So something like an ADS, something to deal with the ADS, maybe even a Zoff pick would have been good, but this is actually a huge opener here in favor of CAG as the 2 fall.
Okay, Mephi finds himself the one. It's a 2v4 now. CAG Osaka finally getting some stuff going for them. Nova's going to stand all alone on his lonesome here in the banana. Towards that stock now as he moves forward into the bar. Has to be careful. Needs to find a pick. Aggression here would not be ill-advised. He needs to get the one. Oh, he sees the head, but doesn't recognize it. Trying to go for the duel once more. Has some HP to continue fighting. Connects on the one. Could not find a follow-up. And it will be finally here. CAG Osaka to get their first round on the board. 3-1. It's not close, but it's kept it within reach.
Yeah, this is a really good turnaround here for CAG as well, given just how much they looked like they were just choking for air really throughout those first 3 rounds. Now finding their own footing. This is a good start. Now keep this up. 2 more rounds for them to equalize it up. For Fearix, they reached the bare minimum threshold for themselves. They got the 3 points. They can just sort of, well, obviously they would want to push for a better scoreline, but they can breathe easy. That going into the second half, the worst case scenario for them is going to be equalized scoreline, which isn't really a bad case here, but keen to see what else can be sort of set up and utilized. Rin, actually, I'm curious for how that Scopus will actually work out, because the position that drone has been actually set up can be relatively easily flushed out with a frag grenade, but the ability to rotate into a very anchor-heavy position whilst also setting up a roam-heavy position, I'm very excited to see how that will really work out.
They have the Monty, though, on their side, so could potentially use that to brute force kind of the roam clear here and the extension of your X's defense. That's what I kind of want to see from them. But they're also clearing down up, making sure they leave no stones unchecked, making sure that garage and basement side is not occupied for a pesky Scopus to kind of chill in for the meantime.
You also have to quickly give kudos to Mephi as well. His position, whilst he only does sit on the 4-1, his performances on the really needed positions have been absolutely phenomenal, really. Him being able to, you know, stall out the opposition in a variety of ways, whether it's not even through kills, has been actually really, really well orchestrated. Now, for this very round, while Chibisu does get the read onto Nova, that mirror pick is almost, I feel, not pointless, but less impactful compared to say something if you went for something even like Castle or Zami would have been much better. But Mephi opens up the scoreline in a huge way here.
You called on his name and he hears you here, Cthulhu. Let's not forget Mephi a while ago as well. On the Skyscraper was huge in some of those defensive rounds initially, but Zero Neko connects to try and equalize things up a bit more. 3v4 now. CAG Osaka still have the advantage. Able to finally deal with this library stair hold with all the Kiba berries in their face. Piano is occupied and the majority of the defense all here kind of clustered together towards this office side to try and deny the initial entry. The Monty still being available here for Anitune is also going to be a lot of pressure on the defense to try and force them away.
This is right now a very crucial breaking point here. If Fearix are able to hold off this very push, this is going to put a lot of doubt into CAG's ability to really perform further on. So this is now a big opportunity here for them to really try to put it dead. Now, whilst if the scoreline will end up being a 3-2, it's still not over yet, but this will be the opportunity to really put a dent into the confidence, and exactly that is going to be the case. The second point for the Japanese team in this matchup on Chalet.
Yeah, perfect there. Nicely done as well. by Kagosaka's attack there. You see them place that breach charge to try and break up the window by Piano, just to make sure that they cut the lanes down a bit more. Even if nobody's placed there, it just makes it a lot more difficult for Fearex to take position within that Piano room, right? They can't be as forward anymore. And because of that, it opens up a bit more of the site and a bit more of the map for Kagosaka to push on in. That's where you see them do it. So very, very clean flat fashion at the end. As a final timeout, it should be a regulation. And Cthulhu, Kagosaka are slowly crawling their way back.
Slowly creeping on in. And look, last time we got to see the Fearex timeout. Do you remember what happened, Black and Blue?
We saw Namaru.
Exactly. Exactly that. And this is mind you, the final round for KAG's offense as well. So a choice of an Namaru would be actually quite solid, albeit maybe even not on a map like Chalet, but an outrageous pick here to something to sow the chaos wouldn't be a bad choice, all things considered. Now the problem being, they have this clash. And the clash before was an absolute nuisance, so they need to figure out a way on how to do it. And I'm liking what I'm seeing here. Cyrenaica to bring out the recruit. The Hibana is out here as well. The Capitao, the Flores as well. So a lot of the utility burn positions. And matter of fact, heck the recruit. We can go in for the Grim instead. And I'm actually quite excited for this. There's a lot of things that they can do. And matter of fact, swapping even off the Monty towards a Nomad, nonetheless, is actually a good choice to, first of all, you're setting up a good passive flank watch. That's one. Two, the ARX is actually a pretty solid weapon itself. And Nomad by herself does bring still quite a fair bit of the throwable utility too. So overall, I'm liking what KAG are actually bringing in here.
Well, the clash was something that we've seen give Kagosaka quite a bit of trouble a while ago, right? Especially here on the balcony. Oh, look at him. Ren trying to take a pot shot. Doesn't connect. I apologize if you hear fireworks in the background. Apparently in the Philippines, people still celebrate New Year's well after... Well, almost a week after New Year's, people are still popping off extra firecrackers, I guess they've got stored up. But yeah.
Yeah, gotta clear out the storage as well.
Yeah, make sure it doesn't stay too long. It'd be a hazard. But yeah, this clash is going to be a problem, I think.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I like what this clash is doing, and this is a perfect opportunity. Yeah, completely caught off guard. Anaton is unaware, thinking that it's still going to be just looking out, and the run out even has been absolutely phenomenal. 4v2 already, 4v1.
Wow.
Black and Blue, this is all collapsing here.
In the blink of an eye, as soon as the first kill goes off there by Ren, the entire execute just all crumbles. They all get into the fight and win their duels here. The Meek at the end as well here in the trophy. Well, that's one way to do it. First half, bit of a response there by Kagosaka midway through to take two, but ultimately 4-2 it stands. And Fearex, they can be a bit more comfortable now with the lead.
Whew, okay, right. We're in for quite an interesting run here, I'll have to say.
Yeah.
Overall, KAG kind of let this slip up. And by kind of, I mean very heavily let this slip up. And I'm not too sure what really to make of it, really. Because Fearex instilled that sort of idea that, oh yeah, you can just chill around here. Our Clash won't really do much. And in fact, Clash did end up doing much and shutting down one of the very almost quintessential flanking positions or flank watch positions really there. So it's curious to see how this whole matchup really unveils, because for KAG, well, obviously they're 2 now rounds behind. They're now forced to be on the defense. They're the ones to really respond to the aggression that is about to be brought out for them. And straight off the bat, we do see Shuri actually bring out the Vigil with the Boss G nonetheless as well. And the spawn peak to boot from the Frosters. Spots
tags him,
just only tickles a little bit.
Yep, just a hair there on the recruit of Mephi. Kagosaka, now they have the defensive side to play. Hopefully for their sake, it's going to be a bit more, I guess, fruitful than the opening half was. as you mentioned, the boss G, it's on Sharif this time. Sometimes we see like maybe Sir Neko pick it up, depending on the map, but in this case they swap it around to the other new pickup. And with the Glass here, I'm not too sure what the plan is for the execute. It's towards his trophy side. They could maybe use it for the plant control after, through the window, through the big window there. But otherwise, if Kagosaka get wind of this, then they can play against the strengths of, or at least towards the weaknesses of that Glass.
That is true. Well, let's see if those pushes are going to bring any sort of fruitful turnaround, and ensure they will. Sharif actually opens up the scoreline, and funnily enough, KAG are feeling quite comfortable in their defense.
Immediate capitalization there on the information and as well on the opportunity presented. Now they know one's trapped in the corner here, but the smoke, you can actually bail because of the reload timing. Does allow Mr. Neko to drop down and get to safety, so that's pretty good for him. A minute left, actually even over a minute here. Lots to work with. Good pickoff. That's a start.
Okay.
Yeah.
2 versus 4, still very much doable with a minute and 6 to go. FearX have managed to show us some pretty dominant plays here and there, and out of all of the team of the Korean representatives, these two are actually the perfect duo to really be left alive. Both boasting 6 frags each. 50 seconds to go now. They need to be extra cautious just which matchups and which gunfights they take. Mephi as well getting dangerously low on the ammunition, so we'll have to go for a quick reload before any sort of backup can arrive for the Glass. So Demic, as of now, is all alone, all solo dolo.
Yeah, practically everybody right now, except for the roamer on Nitun. Staying within the site, but that's a good kill here by Demic. Still 2 players within the site here. They have to make sure Chibisu doesn't get one for free as he's waiting behind the bar. And the sword stock, there's going to be a position there occupied, and Chibisu will get the kill us at the end as well. So, hey, KAG, making use of the benefit the defending side gives you.
There we go. KAG slowly but surely bringing it back, now within a range of just only 1 round to equalize the scoreline, which is going to be quite actually a big boon in their toolkit as well if they are able to equalize that. But I'm liking so far what BFX are bringing in. It's a pretty nice, pretty stable loadout of the operators that they're including against what KAG are now about to start really, toying with their opposition. The introduction of Anaton on the Clash. Sharif has been on an absolute heater, I'll have to say. That Vigil play from him, no matter which team he plays against, has been working just absolute wonders, really. And I'm curious to see how will he be able to perform further down the line. And otherwise, we got the usual sort of suspects. Chibisu occasionally popping off, Sireneko with the 5-5. Whereas on the side of BFX, it's a bit more of almost an even sort of spread rather of the frags. You got Good Boy, you got Mephi, you got Demic that are actually performing almost equally here with just the +-1 sort of frag here, and Nova and Ren having a bit of a step back for a few of the occasions, but I really want to see this connect. Please. This is going to be a spectacle and a severely disrespectful, mind you, way to play from KAG. But I think this is where they thrive, is where they give the absolute least amount of respect to their opponents.
No, he'd actually get maybe a peek off here. I don't know if he expects it. Oh, the timing. He knows one's outside. Please.
Nah, okay. Oh,
no.
Wait. No, missed on the opportunity. That's all right. There are going to be plentiful amount of ways to really make the plays happen. But now the question being is where Sharif is actually going to position himself, because a lot of his movement will depict how KAG will really feel.
I'm not going to be sure if he's going to be able to really take the duel here outside the big wall. Somehow Black Ray's able to find the frag here on a Rin. The ace being taken down. I mean, at least they still have a thermite. That the Cali is available here on Mephi. That's going to be a nightmare on the post plant, accompanied with the Glass. But will they even get to that position in the first place? No real pressure from the opposing garage side or from Trench. No real roam clear either here with a minute 30 left on the clock. Kagosaka They've been doing good on stalling time. FearX have just not been able to really get themselves in any reliable positions.
Not really, yeah. This has been very just trying really time for FearX, and in comparison, their attacks have definitely seen a better day, really, in comparison to their counterparts at against DK. But yeah, Shurip once again claims another life, and it doesn't seem like a single team has actually a really good answer against the Clash plays, and Shurip just makes the perfect sense out of that.
Well, he knows the Clash is right there.
Oh boy.
There's no way Nova comes out to this on top. Absolutely no way. He does get in the face of the Clash. Could maybe connect on one, but nah. That's all it will be. Kago Saka tie up the game there. But I didn't really see... It's not that FearX weren't able to get into position at all, or any positions. It's more that they weren't able to even attempt to work on these positions, it seemed like.
It's the fact that there's so much fluidity right now within the defense of CAG on the Chalet that it's almost really impossible to really find any sort of stable foothold for FearX's attack. And if we look back at a few of the rounds, like especially once we finish up the first half, going into now round 9, CAG actually posed themselves to be in a very, very good position in terms of how they can, set themselves up. They have been able to deny the very entry to the building on so many occasions for FearX that now they're sort of stumped at a very basic sort of, skill check, which is, enter into the actual building. But CAG just says, okay, yeah, no, here you go. Here's a slug instead to the face. And Shurip has been, having an absolute banger of a performance. 11-5 is nothing to absolutely slouch at.
Well, a slug to the face is never a warm way to welcome a guest, but this is a hostile environment we're in. Look at the peek here, coming from Shurip, just trying to get a cheeky one off. Let's see if it's going to pay off. He's been searching for those early peaks. I mean, why won't you? You have a boss G. It's exactly what it's like perfect for, right? If you're being FearX, though, you got the Blackbeard now. You have the Nomad. You can tell that they're very much more wary of the roam game here, considering they have that Nomad. But they don't want to put really emphasis into finding it. More like just delaying it, dissuading it, and stopping it if possible from their initial plan. So they don't want to really change their plans up, continue with what the idea was, but just have maybe some tools in store to keep it from being, I guess, decimated the same way we have in the previous rounds. Rinda's gonna pick off here. That is towards the Fenrir, so that's good value.
Good value indeed. With Black Ray now out of the equation, I'm pretty sure this is the first time in a while now, well, in the past 2-3 rounds, that FearX actually got the initial frag in their favor. So early momentum to go their way should be pretty solid. Now with Ram, Boogie drones as well starting to pop off upstairs, the positions for Anaton are going to be reduced even more in terms of just how safe they are. So now, how will CAG really respond is now the ultimate question, because maybe even a flank through Solarium stairs wouldn't be a bad idea, but now that the glass is starting to rotate around, this means that BFX might just have all their positions covered.
No, Sir Neko's taking a beating here. Does get dropped as well by Demik. The trade's going. Ooh. A flurry of frags will fall either way. 3-2 now in the favor of FearX. That's exactly what they want in this case. They still do have that Blackbeard available, which is going to be a nightmare to try and go up against for Kago Saka. Damage done from down below onto Demik. I know the trophy's occupied right now, but he's going to flush out instead. West Main is occupied as well. Step on the goo mine. Good boy will still find the frag there on Chibisu, who did have a good position to maybe get a trade going, but he gets taken down. All of the members here on FearX mostly are low. Oh, he sees him. Ooh. See exactly there. Because of he's low. Only needs a shot to the elbow to take him down. 1v2. 12 seconds left remaining. Who knows? One is in the trophy side here, Kitchen. Will they be able to stick it? Trying to force out the reaction, but the Blackbeard will connect. Mephi going even bigger here. There it is. What a round here from FearX, and that's a type of attacking round they needed to bring to the table.
Oh yeah, they needed to bring back the overall pacing, the overall momentum that FearX were able to gain even back in the first half. Now, with that regained, now going into round 10, FearX are only, once again, 2 rounds is what separates them between now and the grand final as well of the LCQ, which is going to be absolutely crucial. For CAG, they're once again back into that 1 round deficit against their opponents, which is not particularly, well, not good really, going now into the later parts of Chalet. For the defense though, they change back to bringing in the Frosts, a bit more of a, it's not standard, but a bit more sort of down-to-earth sort of, operators in terms of what utility they bring, apart from maybe, well, the Fenrir and the Azami, but regardless, the Frost, the Mute, the Vigil that has been working out relatively well, should be a pretty good choice for overall play. Now, the main problem being here now is that FearX were allowed to keep up their, I guess, what would be the right way to call it? A very, not by the book, a very sort of cohesive play together. The moment you sow disarray into their ranks, this is where you really start coming out the victor as the CAG player. So they need the chaos here to win.
They don't pull out the castle, though. And on this site, I'm a big fan of that. We saw the benefits of it when FearX were playing their defense a while ago. Yes, they have the Azami, but it's different strokes and definitely different folks. Deimos will get the scan off. They know that one is right here in the corner. Sir Neko burning down. He will drop down HP, but the Flame Bolt's just perfect there in position off the scan. That gets in the opening pick that they needed. It was those Keepa barriers now to be denied. Fenrir is still alive. Roam game still up for Sharif, but it's good to start things off.
Yeah. Okay, well, Chibisu does claim the life of Nova, which does equalize the overall manpower differential here. And for CAG, all of a sudden, they still have all of the operators, all of the players to really make the big difference here. Now, as long as Sharif is able to still keep on being mobile, he could be the very key operator here in this whole play for the Japanese team.
And taking the blitz down is huge as well. Nova off the board. Great value there for Kagosaka's defense. The pressure put into FearX. They're not going to be able to face check things as, I guess, safely as they were a while ago. With the angle here. Anitune
does he know?
Sees 2 cross, but the opportunity passes itself. Good boy taken down by Chibisu. And the position here by Chibisu is actually pretty good if they don't check him within the sight. Anitune as well, catching Rin off guard. Eventually the lurk there working for him as he went up the stairs on the live side. Demik and Mephi left to their lonesomes in the 4v2, both having to take out 2 apiece. Average. Great support from Black Ray. He knew that he had the teammate there and he could count on, and that's exactly what Black Ray is. Reliable. I talked about this guy a while ago. He's never the guy to go for the opening pick, but he's always there to trade out for whichever member might need it on Kagosaka's side. The drop down will be shut down by Chibisu, and they tie up the game here. Kagosaka 5-5 as we move at the end of regulation.
Oh my God. Okay, full regulation now guaranteed for us, Black and Blue. Now, this is actually a very exciting prospect here for both, well, for us, less for both teams because they would be on the edge of their chairs now, trying to figure out, okay, what do we actually do? Because whilst neither of the teams' run will be over here yet if they lose, but nonetheless, it has been a grueling best of 3 to really go through. So, nonetheless, a tilter to lose here. No matter who comes out the victor. So now for the downstairs hold. We're looking at the overall lineup for the defense of CAG. The Azami, the Cade, the Mira are the key sort of hunker down operators here. Now, I am still expecting somebody like Black Ray, maybe Sireneko, or obviously Shurip to go on Roam. But otherwise, that's sort of the plan for CAG. They have 1 or 2 people on the Roam, have that fluidity. The rest hunker down, lock down their positions. On the side of the FearX, though, we're looking at the introduction of Gridlock, which isn't a a conventional sort of choice, but the frag grenades on the flank watch operator is absolutely phenomenal. And does this connect? A lot of damage. Ironically, on a Kali as well.
Yeah. Imagine outranging a Kali there, but doesn't happen, not just yet. Actually does have the boss, G.
The one thing that we can say for a fact that is a good thing for FearX is that they did manage to put Shurip onto half of the HP pool. So this is a good opportunity to, further on in the gunfights that he will be very much put at a disadvantage. And there's no, Dog or Thunderbird to really heal that back up. So that damage is permanent.
Well, it's luckily less impactful with the fact that he has a one-shot slug boomstick. So he doesn't really have to stay in the fights too long. He can get one shot off and bail away. That's all he needs, potentially.
Oh, hello.
Okay.
Ooh.
Angle benefits him. Fortunate timing, maybe. Information, perhaps. But ultimately, it's a kill for Rin, and he'll take that.
Yeah, the problem being is that kill came just about a second later before Good Boy could have been saved as well. But now, alas, CAG still managing to trade out 1 person for 2 frags is actually a pretty solid turnaround. Now, with Blitz on the front line, BFX could still make that play, but CAG poised themselves now to really push for the match point and potentially guarantee the OT should they need it.
Minute 20 left on the clock. Until the drones are just trying to find any stragglers here with outside the site. Practically everybody right now here is within the site itself. For the defensive Kagosaka, they know they don't have to roam right now. They know that they've got the numbers advantage.
Spots.
Again, can just lock things down. C4 and prep.
Nobody at the double door yet, but using the impact to really try to spook maybe a few of the pushes. Maybe a big brain idea, but 45 seconds to go. This could be the do or die play, and the reinforcements are all there. It's all going to be a wall against the wall of power play.
Well, you can see over the Kiba barrier here, Chibisu. That could be an off angle that might catch him off guard. Not too sure if he recognizes through the hole what's happening on the trench side. Thermite charge, exothermic. Will be denied momentarily by the Electro Claw there. Demik with a huge shot to really open things up! But the C4 connects! What a huge C4 being thrown! Was that a double at the end there? Closing things out to match point, 6-5, but... Was that a double on the C4?
I think it was a kill and the C4 finished off one of the downed operators. But regardless, I mean, this is a huge turnaround here. A very quick response and the execute, which puts all of a sudden CAG in the lead. They could be, they're within 1 round range to close it all off. And I believe this has been a fairly one-sided venture. I believe that if they end up winning right here, right now, I believe this is what, a 5-1 half? Because we finished. Yeah, we finished on a 4-2. Yeah, this would be a 5-1 half if CAG ends up winning here on the defense, which is a crazy statement as well to make against FearX, who statistically, going into this Chalet after their own LCQs, have been sort of deemed statistically the favorites.
Well, what we were predicting was we're going to have the closest map in the series, and that's exactly it. I was predicting a 7-5 and the regulation, and it could be that case if Kagosaka closes, but hey, overtime is always a possibility, especially at this level of play. Blitz, Nomad, they got the Sense as well, the Ram and the Glass. A very precarious comp to pull out at match point, I think. It's not terrible. It's not bad at all. It's just... I wouldn't even say unorthodox. Just there has to be a specific idea behind the plan.
Yeah. Interesting to see that the drones are still very much in the most obvious spots, but the pre-fires are there. Nova is actually taking quite a lot of damage and a heavy presence towards the Solarium, which is going to be a very accelerated push all of a sudden. Oh my gosh.
What? And we're done.
How?
We're
Oh
over.
my god.
That's it, folks. You have been watching the LCQ day number
Oh
1.
my day.
We're gonna see you guys after the game. This one is all set in stone.
What?
A bit too hasty, I think, coming from Solarium. And while Kagosaka shows him the light. Oh, he GG'd his teammate.
They even saying GG.
That's
Yeah.
such BM.
That's
He
it.
GG'd his teammate in the clutch.
That's it. Oh, so
Oh,
Sharif is
no.
going in. He's going in for the play. Oh, even teasing the drop down as well. Oh no, he fell. He fell to death. He fell to his death. That's it. Yeah, look, honestly, karma at this point. You've
deserve that.
mucked around too much. Yep.
Should have knifed him just to rub it in. But yeah, this is the epilogue
man.
of the series. Assuredly a 7-5 in Kagosaka. I kind of want to see a replay there on the defense against the Solarium push. Did they all just come in through the windows and get shredded
I
down?
think they jumped in, and by the looks of it, like the C4s were there to really claim the lives of a good chunk of them. I barely was able to really keep up with that.
I guess they thought they were like they
yeah.
were in the Tom Clancy movie. You can just bust through the windows like they're, you know, SEAL Team 6 or something, Rainbow Six in this case, and all get taken down all together. So, well, I mean, he's found a double, 1 consolation, 1 actual kill as well. His teammate GG'd him. I didn't want to. That was Rin.
Sure.
That wasn't me. So
Surely, no, it wasn't even Rin. I think
Wasn't
it was
Rin?
actually one of the
Demi?
CAG players. Yeah, I think it was.
oh, it was Black
Shoemaker.
Ray. No. Oh,
No, it was one of the CAG players. The swing does come on through to actually wrap it all up, and yeah, GG, well played. It is a CAG victor that goes into the grand finals of this APAC LCQ, and look, Black and Blue. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't expect this to wrap it up the way how it did, but this is the way that I think makes the most sense, really, in the way how both FearX and CAG played it out. It was only bound to be that it's a full-blown chaos, an outright brawl in a matter of milliseconds
Well.
that will resolve the whole dispute here.
The result is what I predicted. The journey there, maybe not so, but I definitely did not expect the cross through the finish line. That
yeah,
C4,
it was a double kill.
yeah, it landed. I think the kill feed just didn't, replicate it accurately. But oh wow, like in the blink of an eye, in less than 2 seconds, 4 kills, waterfall in the favor of Kagosaka. How do you even come back against that? The BM at the end there. GG by the
Nah,
opponent.
yeah, I don't think there is. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
God.
damn.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah.
That's that. Kagosaka, they move on over to the finals, the grand finals of the LCQ. Meanwhile, well, at least if you're a FearX fan, they still have a lower bracket match to play. Let me check out the other stream. What are they doing? Do they still have a match going on? Yeah, they're still continuing on. So for FearX, it's either Direwolves or Chiefs they're going to be playing up against right now. No winner just yet. We're obviously gonna throw this broadcast into the other stream in just a bit, but I don't even know how to wrap up my thoughts from the final map. Well, what we saw, but I can for the whole day. I think for the whole day, I'm really surprised about what we saw. CAG have definitely proven they've got what it takes to be a contender here, especially a dark horse coming into SI. If they're the ones waving the flag of the LCQ banner for APAC, then I would not be ashamed to have that represent us, because they've done exemplary throughout these opening day.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Look, CAG certainly deserve this sort of spot right now in the grand final. For FearX, look, I have no doubt that they would still be able to show up really, really well going into the loser bracket finals tomorrow.
Yeah.
And from there on, look, I mean, who knows? Maybe we will get to see the rematch of the CAG versus FearX, and from there on, look, the sky's the limit, really, for either one of those teams. But I am now very much excited for tomorrow, because even with the current matchup ongoing, the Direwolves versus Chiefs, no matter who wins that, is going to get an absolute heater of a matchup going into tomorrow.
I mean, I still think that in the lower bracket final, I'd probably put my pick on towards FearX, no matter which opponent they're going up against. Chiefs, they did very well against. Right now, it's looking like maybe Direwolves might be their opponent, and I think it's going to be a more difficult opponent for them. I do think Direwolves could win a lower bracket final up against FearX if that's what happens, but I'll still put my proverbial Twitch tokens on FearX if I was a betting man. In this case, FearX, I think they've kind of improved throughout as the tournament went on. Earlier against Direwolves, struggled. They did well in map number 1. Map number 3 was a bit better, but perhaps just map number 2 taking the steam and the thunder away from them is what really kind of, I guess, shook them from where they normally are mentally and comfortably.
Yeah. Well, all of that and more is coming in for tomorrow. Look, I gotta say this today has been a journey, and a journey that I think was very much of an unexpected turnaround that it had. But I'm glad we got to witness this, from the unfortunate turnarounds to absolutely wildest rounds, and a few of the throwbacks here and there. We got the full spectrum, I feel, of the APAC the APAC turnaround for the LCQ.
Yeah, I believe we have you have like team MVPs, or rather match MVP to show, or at least lower bracket final MVP. I'm not sure, an MVP of one of the matches, which we will throw up on the screen in just a bit. But I don't know, personally, it has to. I don't know. I would say Sharif initially, but then Surineko did some big things, and then we also had some big stuff coming from, I guess, the rest of the team as a whole. It's hard for me to really pin. I would say, even though Chibisu was a big part of a lot of the fragging rounds, and he was technically, I think, the highest scoring player in map number 3. A lot goes unsaid for what the utility players on the backline of what Kagosaka do. That's Anitun and Blackray. Blackray always there for the trade, as we mentioned a while ago, where he'd just be in perfect position to play and enable the rest of his team to do good. And Anitun as well, such a exemplary utility player that has been creating a lot of the supporting role defining moments in this series and here today as well. And Kagosaka, I have to say, they might have been kind of like my second most tiered team in this tournament coming into it. I thought Chiefs was going to be number 1, but they've proven me wrong, and I'm glad to be proven wrong because I love the way they play, and I love the brand of R6 they bring to the table here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Kag has been absolutely phenomenal here. And yeah, look, I have to, Sharif, definitely my MVP for this one as well. The man has been on an absolute roller. The way how he really performed, the way how he held his own, really has been absolutely phenomenal. And I think he really got to showcase himself in full going into Chalet. Whilst all the previous maps, he really only got to pop up once or twice here and there. I'd say Chalet was his ground, his playground to really walk around, to get the kills. The Boss G, as much as we call it a meme cannon, it worked phenomenally here. And yeah, even the KD shows, the 30-20, arguably the most, the cleanest one of them all, and then the cost of 60%, whilst not the highest, he made the biggest impact, I feel.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Sharif, what is there to say about this guy that we already haven't said throughout this series, right? He's been coming up huge time and time again. The darn Boss G has been the bane of every team here today that's come up against Kag. And, I mean, even just the fact that he has gone so positive, not only throughout this tournament, but throughout the quarter of the year, this past 3-4 months, he has been really a defining player for this team. They picked up him and Surineko at the start of the year, around February, around March, and they have been really looking like the best CAG we've seen in quite a while because of that. And I will continue to reiterate that and say that again throughout this tournament, because I truly believe that without these two players, they would not be in the position that they are in right now. So great job on the pickup there from CAG Osaka as a whole. But I think, once again, it comes down to those backline players to enable a player with the talent, mechanical prowess of a player like Sharif to be able to pop off the way he does is because they have the backline and supporting cast that he has on this Kagosaka squad.
Yeah. With that all said and done, really, I believe this all wraps up our day number 1, Black and Blue. Before we wrap up, would you like to shout out your Twitter?
Okay, I'd like to shout out my Twitter then, in that case. At Black and Blue PH, Cthulhu, your Twitter as well, you should shout it out. But I just want to say I'm happy to be here, man. It's been a year for me since I last was on the mic for R6 specifically, and I'm just stoked to be part of this again. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, likewise. Yeah, look, this has been an absolutely
Especially with you.
Phenomenal journey. Especially we get to reunite the old SCA Pro League duo as well on the off chance. Yeah, look, it's been a banger. Yeah, for those who are curious, you can find me as well on the socials at Cthulhu A and Z as well. But otherwise, yeah, we will be back tomorrow as well for some more APAC LCQ goodness. But for the time being, have a good night, stay safe, rest up. We'll see you tomorrow.